Anybody recognize those chords? I'll give like a prize. Like you win the prize if you can identify the song from those chords, right? Obviously, there's certain songs that we have the okay to play, and certain songs that we don't. So I can't play any more of that for you. But what is this game? There's like a game called like Name That Tune, right? You want to hear it again? Can I hear it again? You can't. It's Party Rock. That's a pretty good guess. I wish it was Party. I feel like. Do you feel like Party Rockin' today, chat? I kind of feel like Party Rockin'. I don't know. Like speaking of chords and no, it wasn't LMFAO if that's what you were thinking. So, but good guess though. Good guess. Anybody know this? Because this is like I know there's somebody out in my chat that is a huge breakcore fan that knows exactly what that song was. But we've got a lot to get to today. I've been told by chat just now that, in fact, I heard something about this earlier, right? Apparently, Mitch McConnell, something happened with Mitch McConnell, right? People are not entirely sure what that is, but he had to be carried away, taken away. He was in the middle of giving a speech, and apparently he just stopped, so not entirely sure what is behind that. That's the song I'm looking for. There we go. Mitch had a mini stroke, so people are saying it's a mini stroke. And what's funny is, from what I've seen so far on Twitter, you know, I mean, it's Mitch McConnell. Most people don't like Mitch McConnell, right? If you're a Republican, you think that Mitch McConnell is an establishment ghoul that won't let Trump be Trump or something like that. If you're not a Republican, you think that Mitch McConnell is a reactionary creep, right? So there's not a lot of there's not a big fan base for Mitch McConnell. But from what I've seen so far on Twitter, most people are wishing Mitch McConnell a speedy recovery, right? Very different than what you're gonna hear when Joe Biden or Fetterman have another such such an incident, right? You hear a lot, like the first thing you hear is like unfit for office. Like, how is this person in office? You got to keep this white friendly or YouTube friendly or white. I can never tell when people say YT. I don't know if they're saying YouTube or white. Bought the farm. And then came back. Okay, well, of course he's gonna come back, right? That's YouTube friendly. Oh yeah, I gotta keep this YouTube friendly too. Thank you, chat, for the compliments on my top. I feel like I'm just kind of barely getting to stream in time today with really sus eyeliner. I don't know. I'm like, if I put my glasses on, if I push my glasses up, will you not notice my sus eyeliner? I just used I used an eyeliner pencil that needs to be sharpened. Wait a minute. Maybe chat can relate to my issues with eyeliner, right? So here's my issue with eyeliner. I want it to be as sharp as possible. I need that sharp line. I need that exactness with my eyeliner. However, this right here is my sharpener, right? And when I put an eyeliner pencil in here, invariably what happens is that the tip breaks off as I'm sharpening it, right? So I sharpen it down to a nice tip, and then I try to pull it out, and I pull the tip out, right? The tip is stuck in here somehow. Does anybody else have this? Pencil sharpeners are the worst. Do I need to pay for like a really nice one? Yeah, it breaks. Either it breaks while I'm going, or it breaks when I pull it out, right? And either way, it's bad. We need to get you an eyeliner brush to do the fancy style. Wait, are you talking about like eyeliner brush. Wait. Like, because liquid is dangerous, right? There's a reason that I do not mess with liquid, and that is basically that it gets in your eye. It's not the sharpener, it's probably the eyeliner. So maybe I'm buying cheap eyeliner from the drugstore, perhaps. Maybe gel is an option. Gel sounds like it could be good. Yeah, and I mean, like, in general, like, right, even with liquid. Oh yeah, that's the problem with liquid, right? Liquid is great as long as you just go along there like a pro. But like one little mistake with liquid, and now you're getting your makeup remover and you're like trying to get that off there, right? It's like, it's a whole thing. If you mess up once, there's a lot that you have to do to fix it. In fact, you can't really keep what you've got. You've got to just like completely makeup remove that off and then start anew. And it's a whole thing. The internal material of the pencil is much weaker than the, yeah, true. Yeah, it's very soft. Some have a makeup bag. Can imagine it breaks a lot. Well, yeah, if it's in a bag without you, but yeah, I mean, generally it has a pin cap to it. And, you know, generally, like, I keep it in this right here. But yeah, these are my makeup problems. Nothing that should concern you, chat. Today we're going to be talking about Ron DeSantis, right? As you may know, Ron DeSantis, Little Rhonda has decided that students don't need to know about things like the Tulsa Massacre, things that are considered CRT, things that make YT, and I do mean white, students feel bad about history and privilege and things like that. Why we gotta protect the white students, says Ron DeSantis, from their own history, right? So you know, you've got him taking all kinds of stuff out of the curriculum, all kinds of things that Ron DeSantis does not want taught, all kinds of books that Ron DeSantis is trying to get out of the libraries. And what is he putting in the place? Well, it turns out maybe PragerU, maybe PragerU videos, maybe a little bit of Tim Pool, right? That propaganda. So in other words, like, he's accusing the educational system of platforming woke propaganda, and he's taking that stuff out, you know, and that's just history. Like, that's woke propaganda. Apparently history is woke propaganda. And what is he putting in the place? PragerU. So we're going to take a look at the Sam Seder video, blowing the whistle on what's going on in Florida. How is Tim Pool involved, right? That's important. You use a Smashbox. You don't know what it is, if it's a gel, but it's in a palette with a brush. It's way easier than a pencil. Yeah, maybe I mean, look, to be honest, like, right, this is like the kind of makeup that I'm using this is like middle school, or, you know, like, right, this is it's like using a crayon. That's the problem, right? I feel like if you get it sharpened enough, or if it's like, the best is if it's like new out of the box, because honestly for me, that's the only point at which my eyeliner pencils are perfectly sharpened. Any other time when I try to resharpen them after they've gotten dull, you know, then I lose the, in fact, you can probably see down here, like, no, but you can't see that on here, but anyway, there's like a bunch of stuff just stuck in there, like all the tips of the pencils that have broken off. So yeah, I probably need to get a new system. Let's go over some makeup videos after stream and get some solutions. That sounds like a good idea. I saw an interview with Bryan Cranston of Breaking Bad, aka Heisenberg, aka Malcolm's dad, right? If you watched Malcolm in the Middle, that's who Bryan Cranston is, the dad on Malcolm in the Middle. He said, it's not about what you want to know, it's about what you need to know. Wait, these are wise words, but how do they apply? This is a need-to-know basis. That sounds like Bryan Cranston is like some kind of secret agent or something. No, this is did he say need to? I'm so distracted. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at that. We're gonna take a look. Oh my god, I haven't even made a Twitter post yet. There we go. That's the video I want.
It's just a matter of subsidizing.
Oh, Sam. Oh my god. So I haven't seen the Tim Pool PragerU video, but you might watch that today. I wanted to also show you some of how PragerU teaches things like history, right? Because it's jarring. It is absolutely jarring. Bryan Cranston is criticizing Bob Iger. Oh, okay. Are you talking about Bob Iger is Disney? This is about the strike? Saying in regard to the curriculum in schools and the right. It's not about what you want to know, it's about what you need to know. That's why you brought it up. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna take a look at that. We're also gonna take a look at apparently Moms Against Liberty. That's what we're calling them. That's their name, right? Moms Against Liberty? I'm pretty sure that's what their name is, right? Moms Against Liberty has a new tactic for books that they don't like in school. And we're gonna see what that is with the Humanist Report. So we're gonna watch a little bit of Mike Figueredo. And oh yeah, Shapiro. I haven't watched Bem Shapiro's take on the Barbie movie, which apparently caused him to set one or more of the dolls ablaze. Right? Bem Shapiro is burning Barbies. We're gonna see what that's about later on too. All right, well, let's jump right in to the content and see what's going on with little Rhonda in Florida.
Can Florida adding PragerU to their curriculum be traced back to Bill Gates meddling in the U.S. education system? In my estimation, and this is my theory. I mean, obviously, it's not a direct, a direct line, but the consistent undermining of U.S. education, because to sell his solution, he had to sell a problem with education. Bill Gates, because he's a billionaire, he has the idea, the same way, like I walk down the street and I'm like, I think of trash cans.
This is interesting, right? This is
we're shaped a different way. It might be better. And it's just a whim. And fortunately, because I don't know anything about this topic, it's good that I'm not a billionaire because I don't say like, I'm going to see if my personal sort of like theory works here. That's basically what happened with education. And after 10 years in an experiment and billions of dollars shifted in priorities, and more importantly, the perspective on education and the demoralization of a generation or two of teachers. After all that, they hired the Rand Corporation, and the Rand Corporation did an assessment and found that no, in fact, the Gates Initiative in terms of the experiment on education, completely wrong. Should listen to actual educators. When you soften up an entire aspect of our society and you create the idea that public education is a problem, that nothing short of some type of wholesale radical approach is going to fix it, then it opens itself up. You're basically attacking the immune system of that whole sort of like facet of our society. And so attacks at CRT and all the attacks that we're seeing on education, understand, are attacks on public education. And so the idea that it would lead to PragerU being part of the curriculum, this story here. And we've seen this, like this is happening in Wisconsin too. We're seeing this. This is happening around the country.
So like, I mean, first thing is first. Let me slow down the playback because Sam's actually talking pretty fast for once. This is also a Majority Report caller. So sometimes how that works is that they talk about something during the show and the caller wants to talk about that. And so this little snippet that we're getting doesn't contain that germ of exactly what they were talking about. But essentially what it was Ron DeSantis's attempt to insert PragerU of all sources into the curriculum. And I'm going to show you a little bit later of like why that's so bad. Like what an example of how PragerU teaches, for instance, history looks like.
New York Times reports $7,200 for every student, Arizona's ultimate experiment in school choice. This is a school voucher program where every student who decides to opt in gets $7,200, which they can go and spend at a private school. Now, this was Betsy DeVos's dream. She, in an interview with her husband, I don't know,
Eric Prince, right? This is her husband's the mercenary guy. He founded a group called Blackwater, right? If you sometime might have heard troops called Blackwaters, what that refers to is that they're not U.S. Army troops. They're troops that are under a private organization, and it used to be called Blackwater. Blackwater got a bad name. I think some of their contractors, you know, were using Iraqi citizens as target practice. Essentially, there's some really bad things that went on with those troops. Right now, it's akin to what Russia's doing with the Wagner Group. It's akin to the PMCs that Russia utilizes. Is private military contractors. What PMC? Yeah, the mercenaries, right? And so that's who Betsy DeVos's husband was. Betsy DeVos, of course, Secretary of Education under Trump. Is that under Trump? And doing everything that she can to take money that the government spends for education, meant for the public education system, and through things like vouchers and subsidies to private schools, being able to put that money in the hands of corporations, Betsy DeVos's brother. Wait, did I get that wrong? Is that Betsy DeVos's brother, not the are they trying to make PragerU a real college? I mean, not yet. I think they're just trying to utilize its educational materials. And if you've watched any PragerU, you know how ridiculous that is. It's not education, it's propaganda. So in other words, this is Ron DeSantis seeing if he can inject right-wing propaganda into the school system. Her brother, Eric Prince, who founded Blackwater, not her husband. I think Sam was talking about the husband of Betsy DeVos, though. Is her husband somebody important?
And we've seen this, like this is happening in Wisconsin too. We're seeing this. This is happening around the country. New York Times reports 7,200 for every student, Arizona's ultimate experiment in school. And so the idea that, it would lead to PragerU being part of the curriculum, this story here, and we've seen this.
The part I'm missing is the Bill Gates tie-in.
Like this is happening in Wisconsin too. We're seeing this. This is happening around the country. New York Times reports 7,200 for every student, Arizona's ultimate experiment in school choice. This is a school voucher program where every student who decides to opt in gets $7,200, which they...
My mom once sent me a PragerU video/article about how a conservative daughter went to college and became depressed and it ruined her life. I sent her a bunch of PragerU videos in response, and she was like, "What is this?" I said, "Other PragerU videos." She said, "What's Prager?" Oh, yeah. So, like, people are used to just finding YouTube videos that are about a subject and kind of treating them like they are just neutral information, right? Much in the way people would send like news stories, right? And news stories aren't even, stories often have an agenda, right? But people think of them as just like, oh, here's a thing that happened. There's a news person reporting on it. PragerU, it's mainly like the tone of PragerU that sort of tries to present itself as being educational and informative, right? To somebody's mom who might just be a normie and PragerU, what are you talking about? This is a video by a YouTuber named Pragaru. I just sent you a Pragaru video. This is Pragaru. Are you PragerU? What is PragerU? And you're like, Mom, that's PragerU. That's Prager. What is PragerU? Oh, so it's a university. Well, that sounds educational. No, Mom. It's not a university. It's not a YouTuber. It is propaganda. It is literally like, conservative backed propaganda. That's what you sent me, right? And it's hard to get somebody's mom to realize that, right? You don't speak to her anymore, but hopefully she's still praying for me. Oh my God. Her husband is an Amway heir. I gotta find that sound again. I gotta find that sound. I didn't know that. Her husband got rich, yeah, from an MLM. Okay, yeah, so Amway is like a MLM. It's like one of the first MLMs out there, right? Amway essentially, they will sell various products. I think mail order, products essentially. Anything from like dishwasher, detergent, household goods, right? To vitamins and right, whatever, right. They'll and they'll also try to get people, they want their salespeople not just to sell people products, but also to sell people the idea of becoming an Amway affiliate. Is that what they call it? Do they call them affiliates, right? So yeah, MLM, a pyramid scheme. That's what Amway is, one of the very earliest ones, right? I told her about PragerU not being in a university and how it's kind of sketchily funded, even for her, and she said stop sending her offensive things, like PragerU videos. Oh, that's hilarious. Wait, she found the PragerU videos offensive, but she didn't realize that's what she sent you.
They can go and spend at a private school. Now, this was Betsy DeVos's dream. She, in an interview with her husband, I don't know, half a decade or a decade before she was made Secretary of Education under the Trump administration, she had made it clear, I don't have a problem with public education. I have a problem with public schools. And what that meant is, I don't mind tax dollars being collected for education. I just want them redeployed.
I want it to be a subsidy to, yeah, this is the weird thing. Like, the phrase neoliberalism? It's a weird one, right? Because a lot of people dislike neoliberalism, even conservatives, and they can dislike the name neoliberalism while actually endorsing neoliberal policies, right? So it's a funny thing that was mostly branding. Right, but if there's any truth to neoliberalism, right, that these policies, these are right-wing policies, understand. When we say neoliberalism, we're talking about very right-wing economic policies. Even something like Keynesianism, right, which is presented as left-wing economic philosophy, is actually in service not of destroying capitalism or reforming capitalism or changing capitalism, but kind of protecting capitalism, right? And the idea is that, by supporting on some level the working class, they can, the money that, goes to the working class is going to make its way into the pockets of the capitalists, right? And that's going to keep the working class more happy. It's going to make things like revolution or socialism or anything to the left of of capitalism less likely, right? So I mean that's a right wing. What is conservatism? What is conservatism? That which conserves. What does conservatism conserve? Hierarchy. I would say Keynesianism does a pretty good job of conserving hierarchy. It might throw some crumbs to us working people now and then, right? But in general, it keeps the hierarchies in place. So it's a conservative policy. Neoliberalism is like way to the right of that. And the one little area in which neoliberalism can be thought of as like liberalism as people understand it is the idea that in some way they're taking elements of the welfare state and applying them towards the capital class, right? Rather than Keynesianism, which is gonna maybe going to prop up the working class in some way to the benefit of the capital class, right? You've got neoliberalism, which is going to directly put, subsidy money in the pockets of industry, right? It's more complicated than that. That is not, don't take that as my be-all end-all description of neoliberalism, right? But that's the one part of neoliberalism that can kind of like justify itself as like a liberal philosophy, but maybe in a sort of twisted way. And that's what that's what Betsy DeVos is talking about. Like, I'm not against public funding of schools as long as it is the government giving money to subsidize the education of students in private institutions, right? So as long as the private sector gets to wet its beak, so to speak, in the government funds, Betsy DeVos is okay with that.
To private schools, and make no mistake about it, when she says private schools, she means parochial, religious schools. And in fact, any program.
Oh, you sent her conservative videos to show that they aren't actually being suppressed by big tech, but rather funded.
You ever see for vouchers, I guarantee you, I don't have to see any of it to know for a fact the majority, if not the overwhelming majority of that money, is going to a religious school. Period. End of story.
And what makes this like Arizona program so like much more of an escalation is that that $7,200 voucher is available to every student, regardless of wealth, regardless of what school that it's going to go to, essentially private or religious. Like some of these other voucher programs in other states, it's more for, oh, this is for low income people. And I don't agree with that at all. But this is much more large scale and potentially like dangerous if replicated in other states for sure.
And while we talk about this and what its a horrible impact is on public schools, or could be on public schools, and the fact that this...
Yeah, because the other function of what we're talking about is, in terms of government subsidy for private or religious educational institutions, is that it's taking the money that's utilized is taken out of the education budget that should be going to public schools, right? So you're taking schools which, it's very asymmetric what kind of education you get in public schools. It really depends on the tax base of your location, right? So in other words, if you live in a wealthy area, generally the schools will be better funded. If you live in not so wealthy of an area, the schools can really be, suffering from some economic deprivation.
And
so we're taking that and making it potentially worse.
Funding religious schools, and not just a little bit. The main thrust of this is going to religious schools. Again, make no mistake about it. I don't even need to know where it is in the country. If you tell me about this program, I will tell you the majority of the money is going to a religious school. This is, you think about all of the complete straw man arguments about relieving of college debt being a regressive tax, that it was all going to wealthy people, which was total.
So they used the argument against forgiving student loans of students who receive education are wealthy. Because if you're educated, you have a good job. So if you want to forgive their loans, that means you're giving money to people that are wealthy. Like only wealthy people go to school, right? And that's just not true. That's just not true. And in fact, only wealthy people can kind of like afford to can live in a way where they're not required to have like a degree. I'm going to say basically an advanced degree, right? Essentially obtaining meaningful and good employment often involves getting an advanced degree, not just a bachelor's, right? So they've used this idea that students, are wealthy, and therefore forgiving student loans would be giving money to the wealthy, and that the working class are uneducated, right? And therefore, that this is if you take federal funds and use it to use them to forgive student loans, it's a transfer of wealth from the working class to the, wealthy. I mean, it's just not true, right? The difference is the wealthy do not need to take loans, because check this out. If you got the money to pay for your kid's education, it doesn't make sense to have your kid take a loan. That loan is going to be paid back with interest, right? Whereas, if you can pay for school without taking the loan, then you're only paying the tuition rather than like 150% of the tuition, right? So nothing of what they're saying made sense before, but now they're taking, they're almost like forgetting that argument in their argument for subsidizing private and parochial Schools.
BS. Where are all those people now who were complaining about this as an upward redistribution? Where is it now? Because there is no school.
Don't expect consistency, Sam.
In Arizona that costs $7,200 a year. Maybe there's a couple, but the vast majority of them are not. What this is a subsidy to rich people so that they can go to a more expensive private school. Period. End of story. And it is always like that. Since launching last September, the program's gone from 12,000.
Transferring my working class wealth to a PMC streamer. That's right.
Students to more than 59,000, outpacing projections.
Streamers are all wealthy, right? You know, I've got like a small version of Hassan's mansion that I live in.
State education officials estimate enrollment can grow to 100,000 by next year.
Thank you, Paul Squall.
It goes on to talk about this not being, like Emma has said, a low-income program. It is projected to cost $380 million next school year, paid for by the state's general fund. It's already creating a new demand for private schools and sending more public money to middle and upper income families and religious schools. Unlike public schools, including charters in most instances, not every state, but most, private schools and homeschool parents are generally not required to administer state tests or report student outcomes. Now, you think about this, like
and this is huge because essentially public school, and even to a fault, right? Public school, they have to assess everything. They have to assess the learning that the students are doing, and they do this through assessment tests, which many of you might have taken. Most of you have probably taken some kind of assessment test. That is essentially, you know, under the old George W. Bush, you know, rubric of No Child Left Behind. Those tests were used to determine the funding of your school, right? So, you know, if a teacher took inordinate time out of the curriculum in order to instruct you directly on things that would, you know, be applicable towards those tests, right? It was for that reason. It's literally the school fighting for its funds. And that's a problem too, because ideally you wouldn't teach to a test, right? Teaching to a test is like, you know, rote memorization a lot of times. It's not high level learning in the sense that you're learning critical thinking skills and things that you can build on, right? You're just kind of cramming facts into the students in hopes that they'll be able to, you know, reproduce those facts on a, you know, in the context of an academic test, and therefore justify the money that's going to the schools. And you know, it's a huge problem, but it's a problem that the schools that we're talking about that, you know, they're subsidizing through programs like this are not actually assessing.
Huge, the big push that we heard from all of these people who were in favor of school choice was, we need to measure success. The same people who were pushing data-driven outcomes, high stakes testing, are now pushing vouchers where there is no assessment. There's no benchmarks. There's no way whatsoever to know if these people are being educated. And in New York City and state, we see the problem with that because we have kids who are going to religiously funded schools, Orthodox Jewish schools, not all of them, but a significant number of them. And they're coming out of these schools and they cannot do anything. They don't know anything that is important to maintaining life in our society.
And I mean, you can imagine in something like a homeschooling scenario, like it could be decent, it could be adequate, right? I mean, especially, you know, if one of your parents was an educator, had a degree in education, and, you know, really knew what they were doing. That is most of the time not the situation you're going to be in, though. A lot of times, you know, I hesitate to say and to paint too broad of a brush when it comes to homeschools, because like our you know, concept of homeschools is that, like, you know, this is a situation of parents who want to protect their kids from the outside world, right? So in other words, you don't want your kid to know anything about, get any sort of sex ed, right? You don't want them to, you want them to see everything through a religious lens, right? That is oftentimes, what something like homeschool will be utilized for. Not always, though. It could be, utilized by anybody, and you could imagine a situation in which a homeschool, education might at least be good in the academic sense if you had a parent who was capable and motivated to do a good job teaching you, right? That's not a certainty by a long shot, right? But if you don't assess these things, I mean, you are really, because regardless of that, there's always going to be a problem of the social skills that are maybe learned in school, and it's not the best environment for that either, but like, right, these homeschool kids might be missing those social skills and might have to kind of catch up on that. But there's also there's a really good chance that kids coming out of homeschool are gonna be missing something. If there's no assessment, then there's essentially no check on that. My friend was homeschooled, but his parents were educators, and a homeschool was the only option where he grew up. He's one of the smartest people I know. Yeah. So you there's a lot of variety in terms of like what a homeschool situation would be. This is like your yeshiva,
outside of the very narrow confines of their religious sect. It is a real problem. Iowa, which is launching a universal program similar, that means that everybody gets eligible. All but 6 of the state's 183 private schools have a religious or spiritual affiliation. That's according to the Des Moines Register. This story's in Arizona, where it is all, again, same dynamic. It's not quite this crazy, where 177 out of 183 schools getting these voucher monies are religious schools. Arizona, it's a little more few, but check this out. It talks about one particular school, Great Heart Christos School. This is a new way to bring families that never thought they could do private school, said Daniel Scoggin, co-founder of Great Hearts, who said the Christos School will cater to middle and lower income families. To fulfill that mission, tuition was calibrated at $9,700, just above the $7,200 voucher. Okay, but for a tremendous amount of people, an extra $2,500 a year is still out of touch. Mm-hmm. And according to the piece, in a working class neighborhood around Phoenix location, a few $100s a month can be the equivalent of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, said Wayne Winter, a pastor at Redemption Alabama Church, where Christos School will be based. Nearly 15,000 voucher recipients resided in zip codes with a median household income of over $100,000, according to state data from May. Just 60.
I mean, it's funny that they call it Christos School, right? Like the word. The word that combines like that I think of, with Christo is usually a word that starts with F and ends in ism, right? A word that YouTube really doesn't like me to say, so I'm not going to say it, but I think you can think of what F-ism actually is, like Christo F-ism, right? That's what I'm used to here. So the fact that it's Christo School, I don't know, it feels like...
You made it. You finished college. You got good grades.
Wrong. That's coming up next, right? That's the Tim Pool's
400
voice.
or so recipients lived in
Tim
zip codes
Pool there.
with a median household of income of under 50,000.
Yeah,
in other words,
exactly. Christo-fashionistas.
This is a subsidy to people who are
Christo-frisbeeism. Yeah, the philosophy of ultimate frisbee.
Already at the higher end of the income scale. Half the students using vouchers have never been enrolled in a public school. So it's not even a matter of choice. It's just a matter of subsidizing private schools, period. At prestigious schools in the Phoenix area, tuition can exceed $18,000 a year, far more than the average voucher. Private schools tend to be in wealthy areas, making commuting a challenge. This is a giveaway to the rich, with the only sort of like bonus for these Republicans who promote it, that it undercuts public education. This is in a state, Arizona, that already spends the lowest of any state per student, $10,000 per public school student. Hobbs is trying to repeal the universal vouchers, but because of the Republican-dominated legislature and, constituents like it,
Well, yeah.
Because they want to go to Christian schools, or they want to go to religious schools.
Right. Well, I mean, the people.
No, Sam, because they don't want to get stuck in the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up actually in 5 minutes or something like that. No, the bottom of the hour ad break is what I'm really talking about. The ad break that that takes you out of your immersion, that pulls you out of whatever I'm talking about, whatever Sam's talking about. If there's some goofy Tim Pool segment like that I'm watching, like the one I'm going to be watching next, you're gonna miss all that stuff unless you're able to say integrate Amazon Prime, which you might have a membership to into Twitch, and thereby receive a free Prime sub, or you're able to pay for a sub for yourself on Twitch, or possibly you get really lucky and somebody sees your little non-Persona 2 having name on in chat, right? Meaning that you're chatting, meaning that you're active. Oh my god, Vigilante! Vitingale! Wow. The first thing welcome Vigilante Vitingale. Welcome Vitingale's chat. I don't know why. Yeah, I think Vigilante is actually another streamer who I would be very surprised if they rated me. This is Vitingale's community. Welcome to the chat. You have activated my stan. We're right in the middle. Oh my god, thank you, Persephone Mayhem. Thank you for following me on Twitch. Vitingale is definitely not Vigilante. It shows me, like, I've literally got just to keep from getting a hate raid, right? Which is like, if somebody raids me with a name that's like transphobic or racist or something, like, right, their name, and they literally want me to say the thing by reading out their name. I only get like the first letter, and so I see a V, and like, I'm just like, Vitingale, welcome to the chat. You followed me earlier when she mentioned me. Well, thank you. That means a lot. So this is weird. Yeah, look at this. Now I'm getting a 5-minute warning. It's telling me that in 5 minutes there's going to be an ad break. If you're in here and you don't have a little Persona icon by your head, you might get stuck in that ad break too. Like I was saying earlier, you can get rid of that if you got Amazon Prime, you can get a free sub, get out of the ad break that way. If you've got $5, you can pay for a sub, get out of the ad break that way. Or if you're lucky enough to be the recipient of a gift sub. Vitingale, how was your stream, by the way? What did you talk about? Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vitingale. But yeah, we're right in the middle of a Sam Seder clip talking about Ron DeSantis and how he has integrated PragerU, of all things, into Florida's curriculum. You might have heard of some of the things that Ron DeSantis is trying to take out of the curriculum, like, right, things like basic history, like, anything that is in history that might make a white kid feel guilty about the past, right? We got to get rid of that stuff because we can't have those white kids feeling guilty in school. And this is what he's maybe putting in as a substitute. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gift sub to Persephone Mayhem. You just got out of the ad break, coming at you in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It was great. Thank you for asking. We played music today, even went a little long. Sinead O'Connor. Oh no, really? Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I know the song you're talking about. You played Nothing Compares to You. That's like a Prince cover, and it's a really really beautiful one. And Sinead did a cover of Nothing Compares to You that it makes me cry whenever I hear it. So it's cool that you sang that today. She was a badass. I think I've seen a clip before where she went on Saturday Night Live. This was like in the 80s or something. She went on Saturday Night Live, right? So she got booked. That's a big gig if you're a musician, right? Or at least it was back in the day. I feel like Saturday Night Live is not really that it's not really that influential anymore, but like, right, so she went on Saturday Night Live in its prime, and actually in the midst of singing a Bob Marley song, tore up a picture of the Pope in protest, right? And got, I think, basically blacklisted for that. People people thought that was too bold of a statement. But yeah, she was very much a badass. She very much said yeah, she ended up getting blacklisted. She couldn't work in a lot of places because of that. She recently sang the Outlander theme song on the latest. Oh, Outlander, yeah. I don't know that show, but I'll check it out. But yeah, thank you, Veneth Astria. Thank you for the follow. And again, sorry for confusing. Like when you rated, I said thank you, Vigilante, and like yes, Vigilante is another streamer, very different than Vidingale. Like couldn't find a more different streamer, a streamer that very likely would not be rating me, but her name is a derivative of the Irish name I was supposed to have. Oh my god. Listen to Zombie now and then. Very moving. Wait, did she do a cover of Zombie? I am Batwoman. I'm behind on Outlander. Yeah, now I gotta catch up on that, right? But yeah, if you're not already following Vidingale, I would highly suggest giving Vidingale a follow. And now you got the ability to, with that shout out, I think you can just click the little heart. If you scroll over the heart and you see the heart start to break, that means that you're already following, right? So don't press it then, because that'll make you unfollow. And I feel like people, I have seen people like unfollowing through that accidentally. So I don't want you to fall victim to that. But if you scroll over it and it's like the heart is filled, then that means that you are not following, and you should press that heart. Just check up on it. Make sure that you're actually, following and not unfollowing, because like it's Veneth, kind of like Vendetta, Ven and Vendetta. So Veneth. Okay, I said Veneth. It's actually Veneth Astrea. God, I'm pronouncing everything wrong today. Yeah, no, it's always good to have you, Vidingale, and even when I'm covering this depressing stuff, like we're talking about how they're giving, tax money earmarked for public education away to these private and religious schools, and impoverishing an already impoverished school system that's even more impoverished depending on where you live, because the way that education works in the United States is it's very much the amount that gets spent on a student very much depends on the district the student is in. So okay, so that means the ad is going on right now, and I guess like if you're getting the ad break, you're getting the ad break. And
that aren't using the voucher aren't going to really be paying attention, but the people that want to send their kids to a religious or a private school will be.
Exactly.
And so like then it'll be 10 years from now and public schools in Arizona will be completely gutted, and then it'll be too late.
Exactly. 100%. This type of stuff is incredibly toxic.
People who use the vouchers also get a tax break?
To not just public schools, but really to democracy. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you think back in Reconstruction, when the fundamental building blocks of American society as we know it now, and there was a genuine attempt by the radical Republicans to create a genuine democracy in this country.
So does everybody know who we mean when we say the radical Republicans, right? Because this is a very different, do not think of the Republican Party. Do not think of the modern Republican Party, right? This was in the latter half of the 19th century, so the 1800s, and it was after the Civil War, and there was a policy called Reconstruction, which aimed to put black citizens in the South on parity with white citizens. Unfortunately, this is very much an unfulfilled promise. And PJ Fry, thank you for the follow. And it's are there non-radical Republicans? Well, yeah. So these are different Republicans, right? Now you wouldn't think of them as exactly like Democrats either, but essentially the radical Republicans were probably the only contingent that wanted to really force the South to integrate black citizens in a meaningful way. We had a chud come in with transphobia. No, yeah, mods are essential. Mods are gods. Thank you to our mods as well. They were based Republicans. I mean, we think of them now as, like in terms of what made them radical, right? Because there's like, I'm sure there's a lot of different policies that they that they got behind, but what made them radical is, very much a good thing, and that they were the only ones who really had even attempted to fulfill that promise that, like I said, got unfulfilled. You had essentially you had like Lincoln, who Lincoln wanted to go easy on the South. You had the radical Republicans. The radical Republicans wanted to go hard on the South, and that meant doing something for black people in the South. And then obviously Lincoln was unalived in Ford Theater, and his vice president went in and very much fought against the policies of the radical Republicans, to the point where they did, I think, impeach the guy. And it's a whole thing. But the sad thing is that Reconstruction in the South did not really happen. Like was ultimately was ultimately done away with, right? So that's just to put what Sam's saying into a little bit better context.
Allow for voting. Obviously,
you put a layer of tape on your eyeliner pencils that make a tighter fit in the sharpener. Wait, a layer of tape, okay. Prevent the tips from breaking off. Allow for finishing with a sharper point. Wow, you are way behind, but you're giving me good advice. If I can implement that advice, I think I'll be good. Like, that's what I need. If I can figure out how to utilize tape to. We were talking earlier. If you notice, my eyeliner today is a mess. It looks like I put it on with a crayon, and I basically did. And it's because this eyeliner pencil sharpener, it just what it does most of the time is the tip breaks off. Right. I put it in to sharpen it. I try to get it nice and down to a point. And I just end up with the tip being broken off, and so it makes me do this. Lincoln was Robloxed in Ford's Theater, and JFK was Robloxed. That's right. In a Ford Lincoln. Yo, coincidence? No, there's all these weird little conspiracy theories around like Kennedy and Lincoln. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard a theory that like Kennedy had a advisor named Lincoln, and Lincoln had an advisor named Kennedy, and they both told them like not to go to the respective places. I don't know if that's true. That kind of sounds like a made up story. What's up, Adrian? Oh my god, wait, this is Tofu. This is Tofu Ghosts emotes. When I see those though, it looks like the cameraman from Skibbity Toilets. I'm like, oh cool, we got the cameraman. We're gonna sing Tears for Fears here. Some of you will get that reference. Even because even after kicking their ass in the war, we would let them bully us. Yeah, and basically do terrorism, and gave in to most of the demands, and let them do shit like dismantle the mostly black state house in one state, not let black people run for office anymore. Yeah, we're talking about failed Reconstruction here, and just what, like 50 years after the Civil War, you had the President of the United States showing the most racist film possibly ever made in the White House, right? Birth of a Nation is what this, ironically, Birth of a Nation tries to portray Reconstruction as an attack on the South. And, like God, it's the lost cause, right? It's the idea that, oh God, the South was so noble and they just wanted to protect their homeland, and like, right? And you had Northerners, right, being like, oh gosh, the South is so romantic. I want to, this is what Birth of a Nation was about. In some ways, this is like, so Birth of the Nation, that's the first blockbuster, the first big movie, right? And then the second one is Gone with the Wind, not quite as explicitly, but still in a big way, kind of fomenting this romanticism about the Old South, about the antebellum South, right? A Birth of a Nation, a movie is so racist, it revived the white hood. That's right. There was a second wave of the white hood wearing gang, if you know what I mean. It's a word, an organization that YouTube very much does not want me to mention, so I won't mention them, but they do have 3 Ks in their name, if that helps. Set the tone that we are still fighting now, Dems winning and still giving into the GOP. Yeah, and so we talked also about the realignment, right? The realignment happened more in the 60s. It was, after civil rights legislation got passed under Kennedy and Johnson. Johnson famously said, "We've lost the South for a generation," right? And, what happened is that you had a contingent within the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party was the pro-slavery, pro-South party, right? And up until, Johnson, really. And in Johnson, you got this breakaway faction called the Dixiecrats that are Democrats but Southern. And they eventually gravitated to the right wing. So if you ever hear Dinesh D'Souza or somebody like that bringing up the idea that actually the Democrats were the pro-slavery party, yeah, that's the institution, the party, yeah, that's true. The people, the zeitgeist, the ideas of that Democratic Party are very much what motivates the Republican Party, and they've even admitted it. You had Republicans apologizing for the Southern strategy, which was essentially a strategy to to utilize the disaffected Southerners who were mad about the civil rights agenda having been passed in service of the Republican Party.
And integrate the freed slaves into the body politic and to give them some power. It was short-lived, without a doubt. But one of the fundamental building blocks of that was a public school education system that was really widely set up during that era.
Yeah, why are they the ones carrying the Confederate flags? Dragon Princess, I couldn't have said it better myself. If you want to share links, the best place to do that is streaming suggestions. I will try to get to them, but it's going to be kind of hit or miss because there's always more content that comes in than I'm ever able to cover. And but yeah, your best bet is to put it in stream suggestions in the Discord.
And this is a direct assault on it. A direct assault. And also it's just funding religious schools.
And a direct assault on teachers unions, we should say. They're in staunch opposition to this. In part because this is a way to get around teachers unions. They don't have to deal with teachers unions if at many of these private schools.
Okay, so let's take a look at the recent. Apparently, there's a Tim Pool video. Tim Pool made a PragerU video. This was 2 months ago. Work, keep working, then work harder. That's the Tim Pool way? Okay, that's kind of wild. Let's take a look at this. And then the other thing I want to do here is... I guess we're kind of talking about education today. All right, what is this? 5-minute Tim Pool video. We talked earlier.
Congrats.
That PragerU, gets by on the fact that a lot of people don't realize who they are, what they are, how much kind of corporate support that they have. And, they pass around these propaganda videos that really do present themselves as being educational and informative.
You made it. You finished college. You got good grades. Okay, passing grades. Now you're gonna get a good job. Okay, a job. In 20 years, maybe you'll pay off your student loans. After working for another 30 years, you may finally be able to retire and take that cruise to Aruba you always talk about. And then, you die. What a joke. Is this really
Tim, you unalive. Come on, get it right.
what God or the universe or your mother had in mind for you? Who decided this is the path to success? The woke colleges that teach you almost nothing of real value?
It's the woke colleges, Tim.
The corporations that need well-behaved worker bees to reach their quarterly targets? The government that takes half your income and then wastes it?
Yo, this is wild. This is wild, right? Those woke corporations, those liberal corporations, those Marxist what? What kind of garbage is coming out of this man's mouth? Is he a skibbity toilet?
I'm here to tell you that there is another way. I know, because I'm living it. I dropped out of high school at 14.
Oh my God, Tim. Do you realize what you're saying? Do you realize what you're saying, right? Tim didn't finish high school? Okay, I don't know anything about his actual... What is this boomer bullshit, right? Yeah, you could be like me. You can be... You can have your own skate mansion, your own compound, right? All you have to do is what? Work at... Let me get this right. Did he work at BuzzFeed? He definitely worked at Vice, right? So, you know, get a job at Vice. You might as well tell them, like, listen, like, this might as well be, like, some rock star being like, you don't need an education. Just get good at guitar, and then you could be in a band like I was and make all this money, right? Just never mind the fact that, like, that's not really a path that's open to a lot of people. There just aren't, there's not room for a lot of temp pools. The corporations only need one temp pool. Wow.
I worked minimum wage jobs when minimum meant something. As in, next to nothing. I live...
What? No, it still means next to nothing. Tim, our minimum wage nationally is $7.25. That is next to nothing.
out of my car and camped in parks. And yet here I am.
We're gonna make a virtue out of suffering and tell everybody that, like, all they gotta do is work hard and then they can be a millionaire like Tim.
One of the most watched personalities on the internet. I employ a bunch of people, and I make more than the minimum wage. How did
Yo, I wish this would somehow come back to bite him in the ass. Like, I wish that what he was saying was real and that any conservative asshole out there could just get a job, you know, get a little bit of money from some right-wing organization and have their little social media empire. Because if they did, they'd cut into your social media empire, and at least Tim Pool maybe at some point would have to sell his compound. It's not going to happen, though. This is complete cope. There's no way.
I get here without a college degree?
We got some major bootstraps. Can we get some? Do we have bootstraps? Does anybody have bootstraps emotes? It needs to be at least $30. Yeah, exactly. If you want to adjust it for inflation. So yeah, this is something I haven't talked about in a really long time. He pulled so hard on those bootstraps, right? We haven't talked about this in a long time, right? But and I can't. I don't know if I can find you the graph to give you the visual, right? But you got a concept called productivity, and it is, generally speaking, how much value do you as a worker add to your employer, right? That's what productivity, like how much money is your work making for your employer, right? And they measure it, they quantify it, right? And they put it on a graph, and in general, this graph it's like a, you know, it's a slope. It goes up. It goes like that, right? That the productivity, as technology improves and as, you know, capitalism proceeds into later and later stage capitalism, we are making more value per person for our employees. Another way that you could look at this is like downsizing, right? You have 3 co-workers that, you know, like not that you just have 3 coworkers, but you know, out of you and 3 of your coworkers, like 2 of them get fired, right? And now instead of hiring 2 new people, and some of you have probably experienced this, right? You're doing the work of those 2 people. So now you're literally, you know, your productivity is like times 3. Now, in general, in the past, under the New Deal, right, which was, you know, capitalism's promise to reform itself under FDR, right? You had a, you know, you were never getting your value, right? Because that's what surplus value is, right? They're extracting it. They need to take your surplus value, right? You're going to lose that, right? But as the company is making more money from you, you're also getting paid more money, and it tracks, like, right? The same slope that's on this like graph of like, you know, how much productivity you're putting forward, you're also your pay, your real take-home pay is increasing. That correlation between these 2 numbers ended in the late 70s, right? And what you see now is that productivity has not ceased in its upward trajectory, but your real take-home pay, you know, adjusted for inflation, has flatlined, right? So yeah, I mean, this is just, your description drew me today. What a nightmare world. Yeah, Prager, right?
As someone once said, I never let my school...
Capitalism always devalues human worth. Well, I mean, there's 2 schools of thought in capitalism, right? And like don't get this wrong, okay? Because, you know, Democratic and Republican Party, they both work for capitalism, but in a different way. Does that mean that I think you're just as good or bad off under like Trump as you are under Biden? No, I don't think that. Does that mean that, like, you know, DeSantis becoming president wouldn't have any bad effects, right? That like, you know, no. Does that mean that you shouldn't ever take a strategic vote to prevent a worse president or a worse elected official from getting the office versus one that you're just kind of like, you know, they're not doing a lot for me, but they're not horrible? No, absolutely not, right? But do understand that there are 2 different schools of thought in conserving capitalism, conserving mostly the hierarchy, because when we talk about what is conservatism, that which conserves, what does conservatism conserve? It conserves hierarchy, right? And you've got 2 different schools of thought. The Republicans tend to be in favor of maximum extraction, like, right? Make the workers expect less, bust their unions, you know, put them in a worse position where they're both worse off materially and also at a disadvantage as far as leverage, right? Whereas the Democratic Party, like we talked about neoliberalism and Keynesianism earlier, that's one example, although not the best, because we've seen both parties embrace neoliberalism to a greater or lesser extent. But in general, like the Democrats tend to have a softer approach. You look at somebody like FDR, right, and his reforms, his New Deal, you know, in terms of creating programs like Social Security, like these are things that did increase that made the material conditions of the working class better, right? But what they didn't do was arrest the aggregation of capital, also the aggregation of power, leverage by the wealthy class. So, right, there's 2 different ways of conserving that hierarchy. Either we're going to throw the poor some crumbs, make them feel all right, especially if we've got like a geopolitical enemy like the Soviet Union, which is promising communism, which is you know, says that it's striving for, you know, a moneyless, classless society, right? If you've got competition like that, then you're going to want to make the workers feel okay. You don't want them to start feeling like, I'm getting screwed over by capitalism. Every year after year is harder and harder, right? So you got that kind of approach, you know, that essentially was in place from, let's say, the 40s to the 80s, roughly, right? And then you have Ronald Reagan, and everything kind of turns around. And what we have is the recuperation of all that was given under the New Deal regime by the ascendant more conservative version of this. So imagine not having that money, but needing the boots to work. Buy cheaper boots that fall apart, and then they buy the cheap boots again.
Willing interfere with my
there's all kinds of ways that they...
my education. My parents owned a coffee house in Chicago. I did a little bit of everything. And while I was cleaning, cooking, or cashiering, I was...
Again, this is not a situation that a lot of people, as humble as like a family business can be, right? And it's a vastly different situation than, working at Starbucks, right?
was also soaking up the banter, learning about culture, politics, and why Jason hated the Republican Party. That was my education. I didn't have some grand plan for my life. Actually, I didn't have any plan. I just worked hard. Whether I was handing out extra crispy fries at the drive-thru window or freezing my ass off hauling luggage at O'Hare, I was always excited about what I was doing because I knew my next job. And
you were a good little worker bee, Tim. Look at that. He's a good little worker bee.
the one after that would be better.
Yeah, his parents own the business. That's a very, kind of unique situation, or not unique, but it's a rare situation. Anything, the opposition between the USSR and the US, which led to the New Deal, only proves the MLM Maoist understanding that China is a capitalist imperialist country after Dengism, Deng's return to the capitalist road. Yeah, under the...
In my early 20s, I began a career in activism. I fundraised...
the difference, Shakespeare, I think, if you want to talk about the power dynamic, is that the USSR was considered a rival geopolitical power, right? Whereas China in this day and age is considered a near peer. So you had a difference in the kind of power dynamic there.
On behalf of Greenpeace and other
Just say nepotism.
environmental nonprofits, and I was damn good at it. In fact, I was always one of their top fundraisers.
Okay, so here's what I will say, because I've done this work too. As far as, this can be community organizing, but oftentimes, we're talking about an NGO here, and we're talking about the top of the hour ad break. We talked about the bottom of the hour ad break before. That is an ad break that comes along that takes you out of your, listening to what I'm saying, out of hearing what's going on in the show, and puts you in an ad, right? For 1 minute and 30 seconds, you'll be watching an ad, and I have no control over that, and you have no control. Oh, wait, except for the fact that you could possibly, if you have Amazon Prime, use that to get a free sub and get yourself out of the ad break. You could possibly, if you had $5 that you can spare, pay for a sub for yourself, help me out some, help yourself out some, and get out of the ad break that way. And you could, and this is less likely, but still possible, if you're active in chat, you could possibly receive a gift sub from somebody that is just, really awesome and that wants to save you from that ad break. So those are the 3 possibilities of not having to see the ad break. Other than that, it's the ad break for you. If you get a sub whilst in ads, just refresh. Oh yeah, that happened the other day. Somebody gave a gift sub to somebody while the ad break was playing. Oh my god! Sassy Cat Slaps, thank you for subscribing within Amazon Prime, and I appreciate those Amazon Primes especially because I know you only have one of those to give. So if you give it to me, that means something, right? I know you only have one of those at all to give. Paul Squall, thank you for the gift sub to Spectrophonic, and I think there's one more. Hype Train is closing in, so we're close to a hype train situation. I feel like did one other sub happen? What's up, Nabil? Today is a crappy day. I'm sorry.
I walked away when I discovered that the green these organizations claimed to care about was not the environment. Around that time, Rumors began circulating on the internet
Well,
about
now in general, like there can be problems with NGOs, right? Sometimes the money that you give to NGOs, it isn't going where you want it to go, isn't benefiting the people that you want it to benefit. Like I said, I've done the work that Tim is talking about, which is going door to door, raising funds for a cause. Whether it be a cause to, whether it's targeted at lobbying the legislative branch of the government, or whether it's targeted at doing things in the real world. I did some of that too, and what I will say about that job, because I don't do that job anymore, and there's a reason for that, the people who were good at that job were the people, like, here's the problem, right? You're going door to door, you're asking for money. In general, the person that's going to give you money isn't, and this is something I worry about in chat too, right? The people that are the most generous, oftentimes they're not the people that have a lot of a surplus income to be able to give, right? A lot of times it's not that kind of person. The prototypical donor to the organizations that I canvassed for was a little lady on a fixed income who honestly I felt bad about taking money from, even though it was for a good cause, right? And the person who trained me was somebody that was able to lean on people really hard, was able to basically imply to these people that we were going door to door asking for money that they're a bad person if they don't donate. I don't want anybody in my chat to ever feel like that. If you need your money for yourself, keep your money for yourself, because the tendency often is the most generosity comes from people that maybe need to put that money towards themselves rather than towards me. But like, here's my thing, right? Tim is telling you that he's a good salesman, that he's good at getting people to part with their money, right? I don't know. This is like, I mean, look, there are NGOs out there that do good work. There are causes that deserve to have money donated towards them. But God,
something called
this just kind of fills out my profile of Tim Pool. Like, this makes me think that Tim Pool like leaned on people extra hard, because those were the people who were most success. If he was the most successful person in that org, right? I don't know.
Called Occupy Wall Street. The plan was for thousands of people to storm the streets of New York because they felt that the rich were being bailed out during an economic crisis they caused. Meanwhile, the middle class and the poor were being crushed. It seemed interesting, so I thought it was worth checking out. I bought a round-trip bus ticket to New York, planning to stay there for...
I mean, this is part of Tim's bona fides when he calls himself a centrist, when he calls himself a liberal, right? He did when he was very young. He was at Occupy Wall Street
for a week. I stayed 6 years.
I don't especially trust NGOs in general, especially with the whole spent 95% of the donation on salaries. That's the problem. Is that the NGOs can definitely have that kind of administrative bloat to them. Hey, Canadian Brunch, I appreciate Nabil too. So
multiple times a day, I would live stream and post photos of what was happening.
He's like Caleb Maupin. Was Caleb Maupin at Occupy?
When the epicenter of the protest at Zuccotti Park was raided by the police, I began what became a 22-hour straight live stream. Time magazine picked up my story. My career in media had officially begun. I was receiving phone calls, emails, book offers from every media organization you can probably...
Look, I mean, I don't know how to characterize like Tim Pool's involvement in Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street was a very large tent operation. There was no sort of like litmus test of ideology. I mean, obviously, if you come in there and you're like, actually, I think the banks did nothing wrong, and we should be happy to have the banks. They're what makes the economy, right? You're not going to be very popular at Occupy Wall Street, but I mean, you would get up and you would say mic check, and people would be like, mic check, and you'd say something and they repeat it, and that's the people's mic, right? They would listen to everybody there, regardless of ideology, regardless if you didn't really know what was going on or what this was about, right? You can take revolutionary energy and you can put it towards something that is actually revolutionary. In other words, something that claws back some of that leverage, like I said, from the capital class and returns it to the people, to the working class. Or you can do something very differently that takes a scapegoat and blames it all on a marginalized group and takes that revolutionary energy and uses it to hurt people instead of to uplift us all, right? So
think of. But I had already learned my lesson. I did not trust that they knew what they were doing, especially with new technology. So I went independent. I worked my ass off. I reported on anything I thought was interesting, always posting. Now that I had built a foundation, I had leverage. I went to Vice. I didn't ask them for a job.
Am I debating something? Does it sound like I am?
I told them the job they would make for me. They agreed.
Does chat want me to debate someone?
But as corporate media began to change and embrace the cult-like ideology of wokeness, I realized I could.
Corporate media began to change and embrace the cult-like ideology of wokeness. Now, look, corporations, right, and capitalism in general, there is a phenomenon called recuperation, right? So what that is when an idea is revolutionary, a way to nullify and neutralize that revolutionary energy is for corporate culture to adopt it and essentially change it, right? Utilize it, advertise with it. One of my teachers once put this in, and I think the best way possible. He was talking about in the 60s, people would sew the U.S. flag onto the butt of their jeans, right? And the symbolism is pretty obvious there, right? It's during the Vietnam War, they're sewing a U.S. flag to the butt of their jeans. And that means that, the flag is on their ass, right? They're sitting on the flag, right? That's pretty clear. There was a company that started adding little American flags to their jeans. So if you thought that, those people look really cool with the American flag on their jeans, I want to be like them. Maybe instead of buying a patch or an iron-on or whatever like that, right? You could just buy these jeans that already had the American flag on it, and at some point, like, you can see how quickly, like, the symbolism of, like, I am sitting on the United States flag, right, turns into I'm rocking that flag on my ass, right? That's recuperation. And the corporations that do, like, the Pride Month, like, they'll add the rainbow flag to their logo, or they'll sort of drape themselves in pride, they'll drape themselves in the symbolism of different movements, right? They're doing that for good press. They're not doing that because they care about the issue, and they're certainly not doing something that will undermine their bottom line. And they're definitely not trying to promote leftist economic policy, right? But if you listen to Tim Pool, wokeness is just basically cultural social Marxism. So it's all just like, the corporations, these big evil companies, they're like, yeah, what we're going to do? We're big evil corporations and we want to make a moneyless, classless society. Yeah, that'll really stick it to the working class. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Come on. Do a little logic check before, the upside down American flag. I think that's how they would sew it on, is upside down, right? In the 60s.
Didn't stay there. If I wanted to tell the truth, I had to do it myself. Fast forward 6 years and I now have my own media empire. The Timcast Network has over 4 million subscribers.
You have an owned media empire. You are very useful to the corporations that you pretend to be against, Tim. And, like, you're successful because, to the extent that there was any revolutionary energy at all in you, you have sold out, right? You are the embodiment of recuperation, my dude. Quick question. Do you think Tim already had these reactionary views before coming to Occupy, and the right wing grift bought them out? Yeah, I'm gonna say the latter. Or or not the latter, of the former, yeah. Or did he just fall into it because anti-establishment? Oh God, well, I don't think he really understood much of anything, right? I think he got attention, and that attention gave him some value, and whether he realizes it or not, that value was purchased, and that value is now being used for conservatism, to conserve hierarchy, and any sort of claim to fighting the power. And like, look, he's not this is the ridiculous thing about it. He's not just claiming that like, he fought the power and that's how he's successful and you should fight the power too, right? He's claiming that that this is a model for success, right? So in other words, this is like a justification for not pursuing a higher education, right? And honestly, that is one of the things that will keep you from gaining the critical thinking skills to be able to kind of unwind this stuff and realize what is the difference between Occupy Wall Street, right, which the corporations were very much afraid of, and what Tim does now, which is very much beneficial towards those same corporations.
Over 1 billion views and 2 songs on Apple's top 10 list. And yeah, I'm still working my ass off.
Are we back to this? Are we back to this? Are we really back? You're working your ass off. Yo, that's his vanity project, right? Do we remember Tim's music? This became a subject of controversy. I'm still trying to get you out that Tim Pool video about Sam Seder. I've been moving, right? And I'm still kind of moving. But I do intend to get you that video because I feel like it shows so much. You're going to understand the business of political content creation so much better after watching that video essay once I finally get it done, right? But Tim Pool essentially, financed a vanity project off of his earnings and utilized his platform as, his social media empire, as he said, to make that song, to give that song an audience. The audience is a subset of his political audience. They're listening to the song because it's Tim Pool, not because it's a good song. And this is the one that he accused the Majority Report of having put a filter on it to make it sound bad. That like the song sounds good, actually, it's a really good song, but they put the yucky filter on it and they made it sound like it's a bad song with this filter, right? And all it is like it's not gonna right. If anything, putting a filter over music is gonna make you more interested in like, what does the song actually sound like, right? This is a big vanity project for him. He thinks that there is such a thing as, and like he's acting like the song is making him money. Also, can I say something about iTunes? iTunes top 10. Who in here has bought music on iTunes in the last 30 days? One in chat. If you've bought music on iTunes in the last 30 days. Anybody? iTunes still exists? Exactly. Anybody buy music on iTunes? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about sales on iTunes, right? Top 10 in sales on iTunes. Is it Apple Music? Yeah, I don't even know. I haven't, not in years. People buy music? I don't think I ever did. Bought music. If anything, they pay for like Spotify or something like that. If they want to have access to stuff online, usually it's by something like paying for Spotify. I haven't bought music since 2001 when got Napster. Boots Ryder, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Cat Cult. Only with a gift card that a scammer tricked my dad. Tricked your dad into buying. Proud believer in sailing the high seas. Oh, the high seas. That's right. So him bragging about like, and in fact, you'll hear like Forgiato Blow. Do we all know Forgiato Blow? Famous MAGA rapper Forgiato Blow also brags about #1 songs on iTunes, on Apple Music, right? And it's just not, it's not really a flex. It's not the flex that they think. I mean, I guess if you're not really listening, it sounds good. Also, I mean, the right wingers have been known to do things like buy large quantities of a right wing book. Like, in other words, this isn't a whole bunch of people like, I want to read that book, let me buy that. This is like a right wing organization being like, yes, give me 10,000 copies of the, give me 100,000 copies of this book in order to be able to say this is a New York Times bestseller. So kind of doesn't mean a lot. And I would say that this whole iTunes thing that he's bragging about means even less. Had to buy a certain Janelle Monáe album on CD because the album on Spotify does not have certain songs. That's right, Prince. Prince is a whole. Prince's estate guards his music tightly. They bought the first printing of Don Jr.'s book, Triggered. Okay, so yeah, this is how they. Bread Bro, what's up? Also the first printing of Jared Kushner's book as well.
In short, I trusted myself more than I trusted my teachers or my managers or the people running the companies I worked for.
I mean, definitely don't trust the CEOs of your company or the manager that I mean, you know that these people are trying to exploit you. But Tim, do you realize that, like, you're almost making an argument for socialism there? But I guess if you deny people certain knowledge, they're never going to put it together. And they'll take things like a corporation trying to make money, trying to improve their PR off of attaching their brand to some sort of social cause as the corporation's endorsement of that social cause. Like, the corporation, the soulless, inhuman corporation has values, is woke, believes in trans rights. No, that's not true. They're for the most part, if they're publicly traded corporations, they're bound to put the fiduciary responsibility to the stockholders and stakeholders of the company. I shouldn't even say stakeholders, because a stakeholder could technically be an employee, and we know they don't care about their employees, right? But to put the maximization of the value of the company first and foremost. So that if they're doing something like pretending to support trans rights, they're doing it to make money. They're not doing it to but based on any sort of ideological concerns.
Whatever value they assigned me, represented by a report card or a title or a paycheck,
It's the buildings that are woke, right, Shakespeare?
Wouldn't have an impact on my success. How about you? Do you believe in yourself enough to chart your own course so that you can one day do what you really want to do?
Tim, I don't think that this is like a freaking pawn saying this, right? Like, I don't think you're fully conscious of what you're doing. Now, I mean, I'm not going to put that all on college, because I think there are other ways to there's a lot of smart people that never go to college, and there's a lot of people that have good critical thinking skills that don't go to college. But if you want to make somebody's critical thinking skills worse, deprive them of an education, right? Does he sell essential oils or something? What does he sell? I'm sure he sells some random stuff on in terms of his isn't he a high school dropout? I guess so.
For me, it's working for myself. For you, it could be
You are not working for yourself. You're on PragerU, dude. You're not in charge of your agenda. You're not aware of God.
getting to the C-suite of a Fortune 500 corporation, or staying at home and raising a family, or becoming a cattle rancher. There are a million good options. I'm not going to make any judgments about what you want to do. My life-changing advice? Well, sorry, I don't have any, except maybe this. Work, keep working, and then work harder. I figured it out.
Provide value to the machine. By acting as controlled opposition. That's his advice. That's what he's telling you to do. And it's weird because it's like he's standing on top of a pyramid that there's only a little bit of room, right? Only so many angels can dance on the tip of a pin, right? And he's telling you, just get on my level, get on my level. And literally, Tim, if they did that, they'd be pushing you off, and there's no room on your level, and there's only they only need one Tim Pool. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Out. Your turn. I'm Tim Pool, host of Timcast for Prager University.
Good little worker bee too. Congratulations, Tim Pool. Like, you like all my illusions? Yeah, some Thomas Aquinas. Yeah, God, that is depressing. That is very, very depressing. But not as depressing as the bottom of the hour ad break, which is coming up for you in about 10 minutes. In about 10 minutes, you may be subjected to another ad break. If you don't have a little Persona 2 icon by your name, right, you'll be sucked right out into that ad break for a minute and 30 seconds, and there won't be anything that I can do for you, and there won't be anything that you can do about it. So something that you can do, if you get there ahead of time, if you have a Amazon Prime, you can integrate that into Twitch. You can receive a free Prime sub, which works just as well as any other sub. You can pay $5 if you've got it to buy a Twitch sub for yourself and get out of it that way. And or if you're lucky enough, you might, and if you're visible in chat, that's the real secret. If you're active in chat enough, you might be given a gift sub. It does happen. It can happen. It's a possibility. And if you don't have any way to either get an Amazon Prime sub or to pay for your own sub, that might be the thing for you. And if generally, if you're active in chat for long enough, eventually you might get a gift sub. So thank you, Tim. That was very good. Now come here and lick my boot, says Dennis Prager. Yeah. Oh my God, this is going to get more depressing. This is going to get more depressing, isn't it? Like, as it goes on. So if Tim didn't convince you that you don't need a college education, you don't need a woke college education, we've got Matt Walsh. I feel like there was one other, we have like a Charlie Kirk video? Yeah, somewhere. What? Oh no, this isn't what I thought it was. But it actually does sound... Charlie Kirk apparently in this video is talking about low testosterone. I've seen this a lot, right? And not just from right wingers, also from nutritional grifters, right? That want to tell you that certain foods could absolutely tank your T and possibly cause you to become a homosexual. But if you eat the foods that I tell you and you stay away from the soy, right, then maybe there's hope for your T levels after all.
Most people are just unwilling to consider or take seriously the one single thing that could actually address and finally solve the student loan crisis.
Not going to college! Yo! Yeah, wait, actually, iTunes, maybe the one area of relevance that iTunes probably has is podcasts, right? The funniest thing about Matt Walsh is that he lives in a subpar Tennessee suburb. His house is worth less than your parents' house. Wow. You should tell them that the bleach is... No, the bleach is full of tea. Oh my God. Kappa.
The real answer is obvious. It's what I already said. It's for fewer people.
Don't go to college. And that makes your job so much easier, right? so much easier if people don't have any sort of critical thinking skills. That that's the best hope for college. Like, look, tons of people, I'm sure, go through college and they get degrees that they'll get you a job, but they're not really teaching you, you know, like how to think, right? But you might actually learn that. You might actually, Harriet made a video discussing her disappointment with people pursuing anti-intellectualism, putting down college education, and how anti-intellectualism is dominated by guys and white people. Matt Walsh also did not go to college. But it makes it so, look, I mean, in certain fields, you will learn how to evaluate competing sources of information, right? And that's definitely detrimental to a grifter like Matt Walsh. He's relying on people's ignorance. He's relying on people's lack of critical thinking in order to do what he does. If people are educated, there's a better chance. Yeah, it's ironic, right? Because what he's trying to convince you is that education is indoctrination. And sure, like the root word, you know, in indoctrination is the same word that means teaching, right? But ironically, like he's trying to downplay one of the only places that you can learn to evaluate competing streams of information critically, and that you might be able to catch him in his lies.
To go to college. Universities have no incentive to drive down the costs of their tuition if everybody's going to keep going regardless. I made the analogy in my piece yesterday where I talked about, imagine that you're a denim company.
Imagine that you're advocating for a less educated society. Imagine if you look at our society and you say, you know what would really help everything? If people had access to less information, if people had less critical thinking skills, right?
Selling jeans. And
Roman Catholicism has historically been known for its education, especially by the Jesuits, who run many colleges and universities in the U.S., etc. So it's a weird aspect to this, especially since he is SSPX.
Imagine that you've discovered that everybody will buy your jeans.
Yeah, the ad break is coming at you in less than 5 minutes now.
No matter how much they cost. You raise the cost to $90, everyone's still buying them. In fact, more people are buying them. You raise them to 300, people are still buying them. So what are you going to do? Are you going to...
I don't know. Here's my idea, Matt. Since we live in a society, we theoretically have a government that's of, for, and by the people. What if we use the government as like a single payer for education, right? And we subsidize colleges to make them free at the point of service, right? So in other words, if you want to go to college, you go to college. Some countries will even pay you to go to college because they want an educated, they want educated citizens, right? But I guess if you're trying to trick people all the time, you're trying to lie to people, you're trying to pull one over on people, you might not like that so much.
Are you going to drop down the prices back down to $30 just to be nice? Or are you going to...
Like, so your whole conception of college is a private sector conception, right? I think he's unwittingly pointing out one of the problems with our educational system is that higher education is implemented in this like free market framework rather than being implemented as, a public service.
Keep raising those prices because people are willing to buy it. Well, if you're a really nice person or a terrible businessman or both, you'll drop the prices just for the heck of it, just to be nice. But if you are focused on the bottom line, then you're going to have, if people want to mortgage their homes to buy a pair of pants, then you're going to be perfectly willing and happy to have them do that if it puts money in your pockets. And that's how colleges operate. So if you're thinking that colleges are run by really nice, generous, philanthropists, they're not. They're run by business people who want to make money. That's what it's about. College will become less expensive.
The people running the colleges making money are not making money off of tuition paid. They're making money off of salary paid.
The moment that a preponderance of potential students start showing a willingness to not go, start showing a little bit of...
we'll show those colleges that are charging us too much for education. We just won't go. That'll teach them. Oh no, I clicked on
Most
Daily
people
Wire.
are run by really nice, generous, that's what it's about. College.
Look, they could be, right? If we change that, like, that is what a public institution, that is what a state school is supposed to be, right? The state has an interest in educating its citizenry.
I'm not saying that everybody should avoid college because the prices are so high. If you want to be an architect or an engineer or a doctor or a lawyer or something, then obviously in those cases the cost of college, even as
Walsh, obviously, yeah, I think he literally did boycott education. I think you're right,
it might be worth it. But if you know that you want to get into a line of work where the degree isn't necessary, then obviously you shouldn't go. And most importantly, if you have no idea what you want to do with your life, if you have no clue what your skills are, your passions, your interests, if you have no real 5 or 10 year plan at all at this point, then
30 seconds to the next ad break.
the last thing you should do is
go to school, right? Like, let's say a liberal arts college where the first credits that you need to take care of are general graduation requirements, right? Basic courses like English 101, learn about writing, learn about composition, learn skills that will be good in any field that you're going into. And through those courses that you're going to have to take, no matter what your major ends up being, maybe find out a field that you're more interested in. Test it out by taking a few courses from that field that also fulfill your general graduation requirements. And then once you're locked onto something that you're sure you like and you're sure you enjoy and you want to go into, becoming a major in that subject, right? This is like not stuff that this is stuff that like liberal arts colleges, for all their faults, for the fact that they are way too expensive, and that we run this whole thing in sort of a more as a business than as a public service, right? These are things that liberal arts schools, ironically enough, do pretty well at, right? Exposing you to a lot of different subjects that you might be interested in going into more depth with.
Is sign up for this massive loan to buy a thing that you aren't even sure if you're going to use. And even if you do use it, you don't at this point know how you're going to use it. In no other situation would we ever recommend that somebody buy something for $100,000 without knowing whether or not they're even going to use it. We would never say, yeah, just go buy the thing for 6 figures and then, at some point you'll figure out what to do with it. We would never say that. In any other situation, we should...
Like, he himself, like, I feel like he's kind of admitted that you're not, like, paying for the cost of your education, right? That you're being charged for more than the services, the payment of the professors, the payment of the faculty and staff of the college, and the administration too. Like, right, he's pretty much acknowledged that the cost of education isn't really as high as you're being charged for. What if it was all just done kind of in-house, within a public higher education system, like what the land grant colleges, like what the state universities were supposed to be, and instead of having to take out loans for this, this was provided for you because the society that you live in has a vested interest in you being a more educated person.
Stop saying with a college education, it is absurd. So that's my whole case. I think it's a really reasonable case. It's just, if you know that you're going to use this education and that ultimately it will pay off financially, then go do it. If you don't know that yet, then don't go to college right now. It doesn't mean never go. It just means don't go right now until you figured it out.
It just means get locked into a situation where you're living hand to mouth, right? Where you don't have any real money in the bank because you've got a job that's minimum wage. You're making $7.25 an hour, and just wait until the time where you literally can't go to college because you won't be able to support yourself. You don't remember the stuff that you learned in high school well enough to be able to just go, to not have to do like remedial math and English courses. Just wait until it's more onerous on you to be able to go to college.
Really reasonable point of view.
Walsh's Wikipedia page says that he describes himself in his Twitter bio as a theocratic fascist. He apparently did not go to college. What's up, Ronald O'Donnell? If you don't know the future, do nothing ever. Wow, sound advice. Yeah, you just get locked into, you accrue some credit card debt and get locked into a cycle where you really have no choice but to fulfill the role of working harder than anyone else and getting paid less than anyone else. That's great advice.
And this is I don't know why I just did this with it. I'm doing the Donald Trump. I'm developing Donald Trump.
I wonder why.
Hand mannerisms for some reason. I think it's a really reasonable point of view.
Okay, I gotta say that even for a right-winger who doesn't have a lot of good things to say, that is a lazy video. That is an extraordinarily low effort video that he made. C. Zerkley, thank you for the follow. He's slowly turning into Donald Trump. True. Fascism is largely anti-intellectual, so it tracks. Yeah. No, this is if he wants to keep a large enough audience that's not going to be skeptical of the things that he says, right? A lot of what he says relies on ignorance. A lot is an appeal to ignorance. And if that ignorance doesn't exist in the wild, in other words, if somebody's learned critical thinking skills, if somebody's learned to evaluate critically different sources of information, then they're going to scratch the paint on that, and they're going to realize that Matt Walsh is trying to pull a fast one on them. Okay, so speaking of the Daily Wire, wait, do we want to watch this? Let's watch this for a second. I don't know if this is going to be any good. I don't know if you all are tired of hearing about the low testosterone, the epidemic of low testosterone in the male population, and
Charlie Kirk, bizarro stuff. Kirk
it's making everyone gay.
is responding to reporting from MSNBC. This is from 2022. Not the
clip is not from
not the
2022.
clip,
Reporting
but the report is. So I don't. He's trying to make some point here. It is. Let's just play this clip.
Okay.
I know that Charlie Kirk said something about colleges recently. I couldn't find the clip for that. Much in line with what Tim Pool and Matt Walsh were saying of just stay ignorant.
Who's obsessed with the male body? People.
Men. I don't know. Right? What answer are you looking for?
That want to get fit, or the gay mafia? I think the gay mafia is
The gay mafia. There we go. There we go.
more obsessed with the male body. By definition, the U.S. is comparatively
Wait a minute. Like, what are you talking about? Like, who do you think the gay mafia is? Wait, this is literally like a Simpsons meme. Kavernacle made a video about how conservatives are turning on Ben and the Daily Wire for not being sufficiently anti-vax. Oh, is that what that video? I saw that video. Yeah. What? Oh, so yeah. Another TYT refugee. Well, welcome in.
far behind.
Well, pause it for 1 second. By definition, the gay mafia is more obsessed with the male body than people who want to get fit.
Yo, like, come on. Who's obsessed with the male body? Wait, do I have to find this again?
I mean, what if? Okay.
But okay, also just note the use of gay mafia. So when someone says trans activist, just substitute gay mafia.
Well, it's weird because like I've heard it mentioned on like Twitter and stuff as like referring to like Peter Thiel and stuff. Like, so it's weird to see this be. I don't quite understand the lexicon.
I mean, they're trying to make gender ideology or being gay. It's just essentially a militant activist group as opposed to just like a immutable characteristic.
The gay mafia would be like a good comic. Like a good comic book.
Honestly, or a band name.
There we go.
Okay. Who's obsessed with the male body? People that want to get fit or the gay mafia? I think the gay mafia is more obsessed with the male body. By definition. The U.S. is comparatively far behind because they are establishing fight clubs of MAGA far-right extremists. Continues to say, again, this article should be shocking, but it makes
Pause it. I mean, this is an article he's citing from over a year ago. This is March 2nd, 2022. It appears the right has taken advantage of pandemic at-home fitness trends to expand its decade-plus radicalization of physical mixed martial arts and combat sports spaces. Now, that's not like they're not.
So, like, I mean, this is a trend that's actually fed into the street thuggery of far-right groups. There's a group called the Rise Above movement. I always want to call it the Rise Against movement. Rise Against is a band that did nothing wrong. It's actually the Rise Above movement, RAM, which is essentially like an MMA fight club for far-right extremists, right? Here's what I wanted to find. This is who's obsessed with masculinity, who's obsessed with the male body. Oh no, okay, we cannot listen to the music. This is a Tucker Carlson original, right? Okay, so strongman throws a javelin, it turns into a rocket. We're doing calisthenics. We got the male body. We're shooting. We're milking cows. We're doing some grappling. Right now, the music that's playing here is YMCA, just so you know, right? It's not Tucker's music, but this is a Tucker documentary. Yeah, they're sunning the scrot. You got to make sure that the scrot gets a suntan. I don't know why they're blocking some of these dudes faces out. Not that dude though. We got to see his face. What is this, hydrotherapy? Yeah, that's like hydrotherapy. What are you drinking? Is that eggs? Are you drinking eggs? You're drinking eggs. Is he drinking eggs? He's drinking eggs like Rocky. Yo, dude, who is obsessed with the male body? Tucker Carlson, apparently. What does conservatism conserve? Masculinity, apparently. Toxic masculinity. All right, so there we have it as far as who's obsessed with the male body.
Not talking about Zumba classes. They're talking about
men.
fighting and like literally just like combat sports.
Remember the guy from UTR going to the gym? I carry a gun. I'm trying to make myself more dangerous. I don't remember that. UTR?
Spaces. This is
and this is evident to anybody. There's a great show, a podcast called Guy.
Sometime I want to watch some Behind the Bastards with you because they have so much good stuff. There's so much in that podcast where they go in depth on things like the Rise Above movement and explain, you know, what's behind that. For years, I kept confusing Charlie Kirk with that one guy who was on Star Trek. Oh, Captain Kirk. Turns out Charlie Kirk has never been on Star Trek and is wow. Really? How old is Charlie Kirk?
And they did an episode on Karate Guys, and
he looks like he's in his 40s.
And the people said, like, when we were kids, I wasn't in karate, but it was more of like a if you're getting bullied, you join these martial arts to like defend yourself. And now it's completely flipped. It's like you learn this shit so you can kick the piss out of somebody who you want to dominate.
To the extent that we have any encroachment from like sports into the political cultural sphere, like online, right? Like, wasn't that guy the guy who's like the child trafficking? Wasn't he like one of those fighter guys?
Andrew Tate. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Joe Rogan.
Yep,
And
Rogan, yeah.
What's the guy that the UFC guy? Dana
White.
Dana White.
I mean, all of these, like, it's not. I mean, this is almost like obvious.
Yes, like sporting organizations that are more centered around traditional masculinity and like traditional presentations of masculinity trend right. Wow.
All right, and so here is Charlie Kirk going back 18 months essentially to get this article from MSNBC.
Basically, because Elon noticed it on Twitter.
Oh, is that what it was?
They want men to become metrosexual betas of low testosterone that are androgynous consumers.
It's kind of old school. Like, nobody talks about metrosexual. That's such a throwback to the, like, what, early 2010s or something like that. Like, metrosexual was just like, I don't know, men, but they wanted to look attractive. Like, they you know, that's just like, you know, anybody that, like, you know, like, what do you call it? Like, when the beard thing, it's not like they call it manscaping, right? But, you know, anybody that like is like, you know, taking care of their beard or anything like that, you know, trying to dress nice, like that's what that was called metrosexual, because like, I guess it is in contrast with like old school masculinity where men aren't supposed to, like, you know, not care how they look. I don't know. I don't know if you know, grooming themselves. Yeah, trimming their beards. Is there like a name for this? Will Wheaton or William Shatner trying to think of who Charlie Kirk looks like.
That sit on their tail all day long.
Using deodorant, yeah. Washing their balls.
That have no muscle mass, no desire, no purpose. They want you depressed, they want you weak, and they want you easily controlled. They don't want you to ask questions when they make bad decisions.
Pause it for 1 second. Just so you know, speaking as a weak metrosexual who rarely gets off the couch, I mean, I professionally ask questions.
Yeah.
There's not a one-to-one
I mean, some people have been annoyed by how much Sam asks questions.
relationship between that.
Well, I mean, maybe have you been taking your tea? That might be offsetting it. That makes you more inquisitive and manly.
I'm not
Have you been taking your creatine, Sam?
quite sure about my T levels, but I'd be shocked if they're higher than average for someone my age. I'll tell you that right now. But go ahead. I mean, it's weird. It's like, this is like a sort of the Jordan Peterson space. Maybe there's a sense that like Jordan Peterson has sort of,
Left the building
a little bit. Maybe there's some space in this space. I don't know. Because I feel like I just saw Alex Jones do this has also sort of been his beat a little bit too, right? Like,
yes,
they're trying to make the frogs gay and go ahead.
of low testosterone that are androgynous consumers that sit on their tail all day long, that have no muscle mass, no desire, no purpose. They want you depressed, they want you weak, and they want you easily controlled. They don't want you to ask questions when they make bad decisions. They don't want you to rebel against their
Boss.
authoritarianism.
Oh.
They don't want a disagreeable society. The Great Reset relies upon the masculine firewall, the masculine bulwark to be obedient or abolished. So they label it as toxic masculinity. And God only knows the parabens and the crap in our food. By the way, a story came out last week. 50% of our water supply is poisoned, toxic. You can find it. This was in the Wall Street.
That's what happens when you deregulate. That's what happens when the Supreme Court, the conservative Supreme Court, just basically neutralized the Clean Water Act, right? Yeah, if there's chemicals in the water, that's pollution. How do you fight pollution other than through regulation? And how do you get regulation passed? Not with Charlie Kirk's candidates, right?
Street Journal, by the way, 50% of our water supply is toxic.
Government do that?
Somebody has to
I mean, yeah, the government did do that by deregulating, right? But that's a conservative,
explain why
horse.
testosterone rates are down 500 points
Can
over
you?
the last 30
I'm
years.
sorry. Can you just pause it for a second? First of all, those testosterone rate things. I think there's been some stuff called into question about that, but that was a
I have never seen. I've heard that claim so often. Like I said, sometimes it's from fitness grifters, right? And sometimes it's from right-wing grifters. But it has never come with here's the study that shows the testosterone rate used to be this much and now it's this much, right? And that's
about PFAS.
Yeah.
Well, he's talking about the
50%.
50% of PFAS.
That's true.
And we should be clear. This is something that has been public knowledge as far as I know.
And also, the thing is, there's always a grain of truth, just like the Alex Jones thing. There's a grain of truth that stuff like atrazine are endocrine disruptors, right? But that's an endocrine disruptor. It's not it's not what he's claiming it is.
For a long time. We've talked about PFAS. I have been covering this for probably close to 8 years.
So not to be confused with unsaturated fatty acids, right? This is not PUFAs, right? This is PFAs, PFAs.
Via the tort proceedings that have been going on, the C8 case, one of the biggest ones. But to be clear, the water supply is full of PFAS because of corporate malfeasance and
because it makes somebody more money to not have those regulations in place. They create waste through their industrial activities, and it's cheaper for them to be able to dump their waste rather than for them to have to handle their waste, right? In some way that doesn't impact the environment negatively, right? You get these pollutants through lack of regulations. You get lack of regulations sometimes by Democrats who are bought by the corporations, but more often by Republicans who are paid much more by those corporations because it's officially in their policy to deregulate.
a lack of stringent.
Oh God, Charlie Kirk's date of birth is October 14th, 1993. It makes him 29. Yeah, he does not look 29. He does not look 29. Considering that he owns a show and group already, he's definitely a super and he does oh God, this is so weird because Charlie Kirk's movement kind of we're talking about Turning Point USA, which the idea of Turning Point USA is to try to astroturf a concept of young people deciding that the Democratic Party is not good, right? They want to fight the narrative, which is like the true narrative that the younger you are, the more progressive that you tend to be, and that's what like all the data shows us. But if you can kind of imply that there's this change happening, right, that the times they are changing and they're changing in a more conservative direction, then maybe you could get some people to jump along with that, right? Turning Point USA though has kind of what I'd call like a parasite on it, and that parasite is America First. Like there's this weird territorial pissing between Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk in terms of Fuentes implying that Kirk's conservatism isn't conservative enough, and they're really serving the status quo, and if you really want to white Christian nation, you gotta groip the fuck up. So feel like there's a lot of more reactionary you know what, there YS, there's not, but those people get handed the mic. All right, those people get attention, they get astroturfed, right? There's an effort being made to promote the vision that is happening. I mean, you saw it like in 2016 in terms of like the 4chan Kekistan crowd, right? That was never really that big, but really did have a spotlight on them, really did have like a microphone on them to make them seem more influential than they actually were. And you're seeing it now, with the groypers, with this movement being made to look larger than it actually is. And like if you've got that perception, YS, that's not on accident. Right? That's AstroTurf. That is somebody putting money in to promote the image that somehow, like, not only is like, because it's a lie. The truth of the matter is that Zoomers are the most progressive generation ever, right? Even beyond like and if you look at like millennials, they are becoming conservative at a lower rate than Generation X at a lower rate than the boomers, right? They're losing the demographic war, but obviously their propaganda is going to say that they're winning that. They're going to show you essentially what is a man bites dog story, which is like, oh, look at this, a young person who's absolutely reactionary. And that's both going to get more attention because it is a man bites dog story. It is not what you're expecting to see. And in fact, it's not representative of what's going on by and large. And it's also being like sort of boosted with AstroTurf. So yeah, I mean, like they're very much invested in portraying that as the reality.
Regulation on these things. Every other segment Charlie Kirk probably did that day and maybe that week or the month runs completely contrary.
Yeah, Turning Point USA is a great example of this, as Metley is pointing out here, in that their actual boosters are, they promote themselves as as a campus organization, right, for young people, but in actuality their membership is very, very old. It is older than Charlie Kirk.
To solving or preventing such a...
You just now subscribed? Well, thank you for that, Donald, and also versus Donald. I shouldn't call you Donald. Like it's Donald Trump in my chat. Just became a NCC sub. No, this is versus Donald Trump here. But yeah, thank you for leaving a like, and thank you for subscribing.
Problem. Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Oh, and also, if you're on Twitch, you're 3 minutes and 20 seconds right now at this very moment away from an ad, right? That means an ad break is coming up. You're going to be caught up in that ad break unless you can find a way to get a little Persona 2 icon by your head. You can see some people have them in chat, right? The way that you get that, if you have Amazon Prime, you can get it for free. You can get a free Twitch sub by integrating your Amazon Prime with Twitch, giving you a free Prime sub. That's one way to do it. Do it for free, right? You can pay $5 if you've got $5. Again, I don't want anybody that needs that money for something else to be paying. But if you do have it, that is one way to take care of it. Pretty simply, is to just buy a Twitch sub and then not have to think about it for another month. And then the last possibility is if you can't do that, just being an active in chat will sometimes get you a gift sub. Somebody might see you, they might take pity on you, and they might actually want to get you out of that ad break. So those are the three ways, that you can get out of the ad break. That's starting in about 2 minutes here.
And if you want to keep parabens out of food, I have another suggestion. Let's fund the FDA and the USDA, and let's have greater regulation about our food supply. Or is that the nanny state? I mean, it's one or the other.
Yeah. Well,
Just to respond to the control thing, like there are. My response would be what Charlie Kirk wants, and the reason he was celebrating, say, the rise of interest rates and making the people who don't want to work have to go to work, is he wants you to be controlled by a boss. So like this sort of nefarious, they want to control you by
the
making
Great
you
Reset,
lethargic and all that.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk wants you immiserated financially, so you have to go serve any area capitalist.
Yeah, I mean, the Great Reset is a right-wing, essentially, conspiracy theory at this point that came out of COVID. But I mean,
to help obscure like things we're talking about with the Harold Meyerson piece, which is like actually like there were first of all, there's a lot of corporate giveables during COVID and stuff like that, but actually certain things we did toward stimulating the economy was actually really good and had good effects. We just need to follow up on it.
But like this is how it really melds into what we were talking about yesterday about trans people, is that when he talks about lowering testosterone rates, this is why the transphobia towards trans women in particular is so interconnected with misogyny. If you have a penis or were born assigned male at birth, essentially, and you're transitioning to female, that's not your identity, according to these freaks. It's essentially a part of a grand conspiracy by the globalists, Jews, whatever, to weaken America, to make you more docile, because the strong men are all transitioning and they don't have the levels of testosterone in their bodies. And so everything that butts up against the gender binary, and particularly traditional representation of masculinity, that is a part of a globalist conspiracy to weaken everybody, as opposed to it's just we're challenging traditional power structures, and that's good.
Let's continue here.
50% of our water supply is toxic. Somebody has to explain why testosterone rates are down 500 points over the last 30 years. Average testosterone rate of our grandparents' generation, around 800. Average testosterone rate of a male now, 230. What has changed?
Well, I can tell you one thing off the top of my head. I mean, I haven't even looked into this, but how long people live.
Oh, yeah.
So Sam is pointing to one of possibly many. I mean, what you might call this a extraneous variable, right? That when you do any kind of study, you need to take into account things that might change your data and present an image that's false. So if there's something else that's changed in the background, like let's say lifespans in the two numbers that you're measuring, which I guess grandparents' generation. Okay, so what is grandparents' generation? We're talking about the 50s. Is that's am I approaching that? Is that where grandparents' generation would be? Right? So you're talking about numbers that are not going to be as reliable because they were taken 50 years ago. And Sam's also pointing to the fact that the average age of like living was the lifespan, it was lower at that time. So in other words, you've got more older people. Now that we do know that that's one thing that changes testosterone is that in general, there is less of it at an older age. So if you've got more older age people in the population, especially because look at it, they call it the baby boom for a reason. The reason for that is that there was a boom in babies after World War II, right? That's the grandparents' generation. There are a higher percentage of old people. I'm sorry, I don't want to put this in the wrong way, right? Because I'm sure I have people that watch me that are from this generation, and I'm not trying to hate on you or call you old or anything like that. You're only as old as you feel. So, but so you got a greater percentage of older people in your population. So if you average out all the males that are alive, at the time, you're going to have a larger percentage of older people in that cohort now than you would in the 1950s. And if you assume that there's going to be a lower level of testosterone in older people, then there's your answer right there. Now, that's just a hypothetical, right? Like Sam said, he hasn't looked into it. I haven't looked into this. But I know right-wingers, and I know that they will absolutely not account for, variables like this.
When people live, when men live longer, they're going to have less testosterone. But I haven't even looked into it. But that's just even if it was to believe that they were measuring average testosterone rates in the same way 40 years ago and the way they are today. But continue.
What has changed? Does anyone have a theory? Can't even say it. The crime of noticing that makes you a ultra right-wing white supremacist. But yes, this article on the surface is warranted of mockery. But it's actually Cynthia Miller.
It doesn't, but it shows a certain degree of insecurity. And that's what they're going for here. That's what they're targeting, right? They're targeting male insecurity.
Idris is an author and expert on extremism. Yeah, I'm sure she's a wonderful wife. She looks like a feminazi on steroids. Holy moly!
I'm sure she's a wonderful wife.
Not affiliated with any religion, percentage is the highest it's ever been in the U.S. Our godliness is arguably godlessness is arguably the reason.
He's being sarcastic because he's saying that maybe she might not have a traditional white presentation of her gender. I don't know. I don't know who that person is.
No idea. She's a wonderful wife. That's not my first thought about a woman.
I mean, you can't win, right? I feel I present in a more traditionally, my appearance is more traditionally feminine, and I still get constant spam about how I'm also going to be unmarried. I'm unmarried and have a bunch of cats.
Oh,
so
yeah. They'll give you the cat thing.
I don't have any cats.
I don't have any cats either, but I would like to.
I don't have any cats.
And honestly, any guy that would choose to not, be interested in me because I've got cats is that's a pretty good filter there, right? Even if I do not have cats going forward, right? I would rather be with a guy that was cool with that rather than a guy that's not. That's a pretty good. Cats are a pretty good filter, honestly. Does anybody else have this? Where I don't want to push this too far, right? Because I'm sure there's exceptions to those. Some people just aren't cat people, but in general, if if my pets don't like a person that I'm just meeting, that's not a good sign.
It is interesting, though. This is, I don't know. I'm not.
You watched the Behind the Bastards on Rush. It was weird, but Paul F. Tompkins. Paul F. Tompkins. Wait, who's Paul F. Tompkins? Wait, who's the main dude on Behind the Bastards? I just started watching that.
quite clear on what
Emma bragging about not having cats is an L. I don't know if she's bragging about it. Like,
this is about. I mean,
cat people versus dog people is so dumb. Yeah, I like both, honestly. I love cats and dogs. Another reason for higher testosterone. Like, look, and here, like, understand, right? We haven't been shown these studies that Charlie Kirk is citing. We know that right wing Robert Evans, thank you so much. That's the name I was searching for. Yeah, Robert Evans is just doing some good work over there on Behind the Bastards. Could have been that a lot of people did steroids in the 50s and 60s. I don't know. It's also like we're not looking at the they never show you. They never cite the data that they're talking about.
some of it is.
And you know, with these people, all they need to do is find like one study that suggests that, or even like one study from the 50s that they won't evaluate critically or at all, and one study from more recently that they won't evaluate, and you know, they're cherry picking essentially.
Is he lifted
Paul F. Tompkins is a comedian.
from Rush Limbaugh.
The guest from last week.
The feminazi term was coined by Rush Limbaugh, and this is his desire. But I don't know. I get super sus when guys really start talking about, their the need to have more masculinity, and they're worried about other people's masculinity.
Yeah.
And
I wonder if Sam knows that, like, because like he's from a certain generation, right? So I'm guessing when he says sus, he just means it's suspicious, right? It's curious, right? But the way that a lot of people use the term sus, there's a connotation of like maybe closeted, right? That's I wonder if he realizes that's what he's. I don't think he's trying to signal this.
I'm not quite clear. Like, there's something completely incoherent about
Mr. Peanut Butter on BoJack Horseman. That was one of my favorite characters.
what he's been saying here. He starts off by saying, I think it's the gay mafia that's obsessed about.
They love to talk about the male body, and conservatives never talk about the male body at all, except for all the freaking time when they're trying to cross-pollinate with the fitness industry, right?
Male body.
But the common thread between both of those is they're playing on masculine insecurity, right? They're kind of targeting people in the same way.
And then goes on to basically talk about how we need to really have the
pollution,
like we need to have like the male body rejuvenated in some fashion or something. I'm not.
This is their way to connect conspiracy theories about COVID and trans people and the Great Reset essentially being a mass, like, conspiracy theory about pharmaceuticals being a part of some sort of globalist plot to feminize everybody, or to make people weaker. It's anti-expertise, it's anti-medicine, and it's all about
I think it's
inject
also
yourself with tea and go to the gym and
pro testosterone replacement therapy is what I get. It is, but I mean, it's odd. It's just an odd. It will be fun to watch where this goes. Charlie Kirk. Also, to be clear, every time they argue stuff like this, they are reinforcing the concept, I think unwittingly, that gender, what is a man, what is a woman, is a social construct. If men can be, as he's saying, like made less masculine, less manly, then he is acknowledging that this is a social construct.
Yep.
The Great Reset is a dog whistle for great replacement.
If he thinks, and
close.
we've gone through this
Sounds
with
like
Matt Walsh talking about hockey's not a manly sport, or when all of these guys say she's not particularly womanly, they are acknowledging that they also perceive gender as a social construct. Because if you fail to, if you can be a female but not womanly, and you can be a male but not manly, then you are conceding that.
So in other words, the whole like schema of gender and sex, right? You know, presentation versus physiology and whatever, right? They will deny this. They will say there is no separation between these two things. XY equals balls equals man equals masculine. XX equals ovaries equals female equals womanly, right? On one hand, but then on the other hand, they'll question that you essentially utilize masculine insecurity about their male insecurity about masculinity and vice versa, like, right? Then they're basically trying to have it both ways, right? It is a social construct, and people do recognize that on some level. And they're willing to sort of switch in and out of these framings to when it's useful.
Gender is a social construct, and it's just that they don't want it to be what they don't want it to be. That's what their issue is, not that they know that gender is fluid. They just have an issue with its fluidity.
And on that note, I didn't plan to watch this, but I kind of want to see it anyway. Lauren has a new video about, I guess you'd say, like, insecurity. I mean, this is, male, like right, the thumbnail, we got like the concept of sus, the concept of no homo, like, right, when guys will say, give a guy a compliment and they'll say, yeah, no homo, but like, I think that's a really awesome shirt that you're wearing. It looks great on you. They have to put that in there, that like, not to be homosexual or anything right there. So Warren's done a video on this, and I wanted to check in and take a look at it, especially considering that some of the people in the Vosh network have implied that Foreign is somehow homophobic. I don't even know what they're hanging this on, but I feel like quite to the contrary. Foreign does a great job on issues like this. So let's take a look at his latest video here.
This video is brought to you by my streaming service, Nebula.
I've kind of been wanting to do a charity stream, right? I was on a charity stream last week and had a lot of fun talking to some pretty cool people. And there's something that's kind of concerned me, and I just wanted, before we get started here with Foreign, I wanted to talk about this, right? And it's this. I feel that I love the concept of mutual aid. I love that so many people on the left are trying to do that mutual aid. But I've noticed that there are certain people that are getting missed by our mutual aid networks again and again and again. And I've never done a charity stream before. Obviously the easy way to do is to just like for instance, I could do a Trevor Project charity stream right now, and that would mean that all the subs and all the donations that I got would go to the Trevor Project, which does do good work for LGBT youth. But what I'm kind of more interested in, and this would be a heavier lift, right, is trying to fundraise for marginalized people. I see a lot of POC that have real immediate needs. Like, we're talking about like rent money, we're talking about like money for food, we're talking about like they need money to, you know, kind of to make ends meet, to keep their lives together in a really basic way. And time after time, their requests on Twitter go unmet. And I try to, you know, retweet and do what I can to support people that are in that space, especially when I see that they're not being like helped by, you know, some of the larger, mutual aid efforts. Right. And it just seems like they're getting ignored time and time again. So like I said, I have never looked into how to do this. I know that it's more complicated. Like obviously the basic way to do it is Tiltify. That's I think the platform that Twitch uses. Twitch, I think YouTube, you can also, there's a really easy, like, you know, to give to an organization like the Trevor Project or something. But you know, I'd be interested in trying to direct some of that. Like if we the more direct, in other words, the funding, the better, right? So if anybody has any ideas about that, it's probably a good time to throw out my Discord link. We've got a lot of channels on Discord that are geared towards you being able to give suggestions. And like I said, if you want to suggest some content to me, the best place is generally the stream suggestions. Here we go. I'm gonna throw out my charity stream. Would be great. Yeah, I had a lot of fun on the one that I was on, and I'd like to do, especially just to meeting some of that need that I just see like time after time of not getting met, and it works like this, right? The more marginalized you are, the more intersections that you're at, the less likely that you are to be, you know, plugged into the larger social networks. I feel like, I mean, and you can see it at work in terms of something like the Vosh network, right? You can see, you know, POC not really being given a welcoming space there, right? And you know, not being prioritized as far as their needs. And you can see at the same time, you know, people whose needs might be a little bit less immediate, just getting, you know, all the mutual aid that they need, right? And that's kind of concerning to me. So there's the Discord in Twitch chat. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to open up YouTube
I
chat
die
here.
every night when I ruminate on what I've done. Think of a 13-year-old Ashy Bahamian boy. And when I say Ashy, I mean both my knees look like they've been in attendance of Ash Wednesday every day for the last 13 years. And 13 is an odd age. Not only literally, I mean, it's 13, but because it was when my family's hugs turned into handshakes. The words of affirmation turned into bugles of duty from my daddy. And when my cute chubby charm morphed into an awkward liability. As an only child, my deepest desire was someone, anyone, to navigate this mutual misunderstanding of everything. To give me the wrong answers as to why my nuts smell like dandelion. Or, more importantly, why after I dream about Miss Johnson in 6th grade math class, do I wake up with a damp spot on my blanket and a simper of satisfaction? I didn't have the language to advertise what I was looking for, but I'm glad they found me. That was until this happened. Have you ever noticed this scar on my arm? I sometimes forget it's there, but I never forgot why I got it. 6th grade, and my friend Zeke was, well, me. We finished each other's sentences and sandwiches, had sleepovers playing Pokemon Stadium on a Nintendo 64, and absolutely demolishing my childhood bathroom. No joke, poop behind the toilet seat.
I was like wondering what the demolishing of the bathroom was going to be about.
All on the wall, looking like a scene.
Voshites feel threatened by Foreign. That's why they're trying to accuse him. Also, I feel like, you know, Vosh is always on about how the left doesn't address like men's issues, and I feel like Foreign, you know, actually addresses them better than Vosh does, right? Which is to say that, you know, he's addressing them in an intersectional way, not in a way that is just like male grievance, like with Vosh, which is pretty much what he's asking for.
From Dexter, and I did wonder if my cock was cockeyed sometimes, because I could never aim straight into the toilet bowl. Anyway, you know, this tangent is why I am positive that I have ADHD. Like I was saying, right? Me and Zeke were thick as thieves, quite literally. You know, your boy Foreign got more arse than an asylum. But we would soon become enemies.
I actually didn't, but I do now.
Sharing so much of our miserable tween years together. We were in art class. Miss Lightburn gave us a prompt to draw our dream families. Everyone made stick figure renditions of what we've been taught to think of when we think of family or romance. Miss Lightburn gone round and asked everyone to present their paintings. Now y'all know I'm ragging me, right? Don't drag me in the comment section, please. Because keep in mind, I's a 13-year-old boy. What you expect from me? Miss Lightburn hold up my painting to the class, like Mufasa. And she say to me, big body, big body Foreign. Yes, they call me that, even at that age. Big body Foreign. Away I deal with. Which is patois for, what in the butt is this? The class erupted in the laughter. And I hear a boy say, I surprised to see you with so much gal, big body Foreign. And with my young, pubescent, bruised, and frangible masculinity, I shouted back to him in anger. Y'all always is pulsing when y'all see me with gal, cause y'all is like so much man. Y'all like to drive behind man. Y'all is be in the car, park up with man.
Even Noah Samson does a better job than Vosh dissecting masculinity. Everyone on, is it so neat, yeah.
Y'all is be sitting on the porch with 7, 8 man. First thing in the morning, man. Last thing at night, man. Y'all with this y'all gal to go hang out with man. Just man, and more man. Go to jail, rub up, sleep up, get feel up by man. I convinced that y'all love man. My homophobic monologue was met with gut-wrenching, busting laughter. And even at that age, I felt an innate error in speaking about gayness so negatively in the presence of gay people. But to my shallow knowledge, nobody around me was gay. So this was fine, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things that the closet reinforces, right? The idea that homophobia can be expressed, that it's like a victimless crime, right?
No injured party.
But you know what's not a victimless crime is the bottom of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So I need to remind you again that you can use an Amazon Prime to get a free sub to get out of that ad break. You can pay $5 to get out of that ad break. Or if you're lucky enough and you're active in chat, which I'm not seeing quite as much, it looks like YouTube has like taken over the active chat from Twitch for a little bit. But if you are active in chat, you might actually get a gift sub as a result of that. So RBJ Riverboat Jack, sorry, I was like Ruth Bader Ginsburg? No, Riverboat Jack mentioned Foreign on her stream the other night. She pulled up the thumbnail and title of this video, which was very weird, while her chat said that he was racist and other are we talking about anti-white racism? Was that what was going on? Was that what was the specter of anti-white racism? I'm glad that the Vosh network is on lookout for us white people, you know, always suffering from Let me tell you, the anti-white racism on the left, it's so bad. It's so bad. I feel so beleaguered at all times by anti-white racism. Yeah.
It's the raucous laughter from my peers. Zeke sat silently, so much so that
I got some food. I'm gonna go grab it, and I'll be
despite
right
the
back.
laughs around me.
But leaving for an
I saw him ball
or
up his drawing
all
and
y'all.
asked to go to the bathroom. When I noticed that Zeke hadn't come back from the bathroom, I figured that
This is some
either
good
this
story
boy
time,
was doing
though.
to the school bathroom what he did to mine, or something
Destroying the
else
bathroom?
happened.
Oh,
As class let out, I went out to the rubbish bin and I unballed Zeke's painting. I must have looked at that picture from every angle, upside down, right side up, trying to find any reality that wasn't real. Then the door opened,
be right back.
and there he was. Zeke. He told me to put it down. And I look at my best friend through tear-tinted eyes. This was the angriest that I have ever seen him. He rended that picture from my hands and ripped it beyond recognition. And I asked him, what was this painting supposed to be? And holding back tears, Zeke say, if I tell anyone, I'll regret it. I was confused. This was my best friend threatening me over something we had no words to describe. I asked Zeke, who was in this picture? Was it a bald woman or something? Because this stick figure looked like a man. Zeke tell me shut up as he ran to the art station. I ran behind him. And before I could even ask him if it was a man in the picture, Zeke lunged around and all I felt was this burning sensation on my hand. Horror was all over Zeke's face as I stretch out my arm and see hot glue sinking into my skin. I run around the room like my whole body on fire till I settle by the faucet to douse my arm with cool water. When I finally stopped panicking, Zeke was nowhere to be found. The burn began to swell up like a shrimp. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I snitched on Zeke like 6ix9ine and Gunna combined. That was the last day we spoke. I felt an anguish, a deep darkness that I wouldn't know again until my first breakup. I was mourning the death of a friendship. More than that, I never said this out loud, but I loved Zeke. I didn't know how to articulate that in a healthy way, but I felt shame for feeling this bad over a friend, especially a male friend, because we've been taught and we've been socialized to scorn male affection, and that extends beyond homosexuality. Just look at how men are hardwired to feel disgust and shame in situations such as these. Which is something that I spoke with Soulsome about, who shared some light on an otherwise very dark and dour topic.
It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart because physical contact is as essential to human flourishing as food and air and water. So many like cisgender heterosexual men in particular just rely so heavily on the women in their lives for emotional intimacy. And then as soon as they're in a relationship, particularly if they're monogamous, they're in a monogamous relationship. And then they need that physical contact with their female partners. They need it so much because they're starving for it. They just don't have it.
In that moment, I also wondered why I felt safer to discuss this topic with Soulsome and not the men in mask in my immediate life.
Let's be real. Like, from a black person perspective, I was just, white people are just softer. That's why I felt more comfortable. I'm just not scared of white people. The research that Neil B. Wade did in her book, Deep Studies, and they talked about how when they looked at white males, they had the most violent and homophobic rhetoric towards one another. But when you talk to them, they actually felt the most distant from their friends than their African American and Puerto Rican and Dominican counterparts. And I feel like something about that is that white men are allowed to like, they are allowed to show more emotion because like they are the default. So everyone else gets demonized from that point on. But that's kind of how strict masculinity is, or how strict white masculinity is.
I found that I've always had an easier time discussing my softer side with white men as opposed to black men.
Maybe it's because I'm transmasc. Maybe it's because I'm bi. Maybe it's because I'm a white dude. And as far as like me being a white guy, you can connect with me as a Bahamian, but you don't have to prove your masculinity as a black man to me. So you get a break from that cultural performance that is expected of you in other circumstances, right?
I asked my token white chocolate brethren, Noah Sampson, about this situation as well. And he was at a loss trying to empathize with my questions.
I feel like right now when I'm like trying to reflect on it, I feel like there's some repression going on because I'm like, it's not, the memory I know is there, but it's inaccessible. I have almost never reflected on it in the context of those friendships. And that it itself is like an argument that this is something that is subconscious and experienced without active. It's like so socialized that you don't even know it's going on.
It soon became clear that there was something uniquely intriguing about black cishet male relationships and the homoerotic. What place does these no homo and sus jokes have in these relationships? What is a homosexual?
What are we supposed to do now? This guy gonna be here in an hour. Oh no, we can't with this song now. I mean, if everyone, think he a homo, when we get on the track with him, we gonna be homo.
And pause, no pun intended, but we first need to address the homosexual and what it is not in order to delve into what it is. The first instinct that folks go to when analyzing a departure from the traditional masculine strips between bros is that the transgressor is actually gay.
I am real. I am here, and nothing can push me aside. Nothing can change what goes on in this world. This world is for me too, honey. And they have to understand that. I have a right to be here just like everybody else. See, their problem is they don't want you to know about me. Because first of all, I get too many dicks hard. Simple as that. Our whole world is being run by perverted undercover that run around talking about how straight they are. You got big-time celebrities that go around in their cars picking up trans, having sex with them, and then getting on national TV making fun of them. Everything you do in life is like a boomerang.
We see this especially when folks critique hip-hop legends like Diddy. Rather than pretending his straightness, people claim he's pretending his straightness. That he's actually a gay predator that turns out his male rapper catalog in exchange for fame. Despite his very visible performances of hetero hegemony in his rap lyrics, aesthetic, or old school playboy promiscuity.
Oh my god, anonymous gifter, thank you for the gift sub to Live Laughed Louis. Yeah, awesome. You saved another person from you stumbled. We're watching Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. This is his latest video. I had to miss a little bit of this because I was going down to get my delicious dinner. Yeah, we got zucchini, we got rice, we got lentils, we got kale, and we got a little bit of, did I say tahini? There's tahini in here too. No, he didn't call, I think he said that people were calling Diddy a predator, but now I'm like, okay, chat, should I roll it back? Remember to eat food. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. Do we have another what the dog?
It soon became clear that there was something uniquely intriguing about black cishet male relationships and the homoerotic. What place does these no homo and sus jokes have in these relationships? What is a homosexual?
What are we supposed to do
The homosexual?
now? This guy gonna be here in an hour. Oh no, we can't with this song now. I mean, if everyone, think he a homo, when we get on the track with him, we gonna be homo.
And pause, no pun intended, but we first need to address the homosexual and what it is not in order to delve into what
Wait, he's saying the homosexual
is. The first instinct that folks go to when analyzing a departure from the traditional masculine strips between bros is that the transgressor is actually gay.
I am real. I am here, and nothing can push me aside. Nothing can change what goes on in this world. This world is for me too, honey. And they have to understand that. I have a right to be here just like everybody else. See, their problem is they don't want you to know about me. Because first of all, I get too many dicks hard. Simple as that. Our whole world is
bye-bye monetization.
Being run by perverted undercover that run around talking
Oh my
about
God.
how straight they are. You got big-time celebrities that go around in their cars picking up trans, having sex with them, and then getting on national TV making fun of them. Everything you do in life is like a boomerang.
We see this especially when folks critique hip-hop legends like Diddy.
Oh my God, this is actually really good.
Rather than pretending his straightness, people claim he's pretending his straightness. That he's actually a gay predator that turns out his male rapper catalog in exchange for fame. Despite his very visible performances of hetero hegemony in his rap lyrics, aesthetic, or old school playboy promiscuity, the undercover brother lover stigma shadows Diddy like the protagonist of You, which is something that, in the Black community especially, is incessantly invested in, as evinced by the numerous op-eds and subreddits dedicated to unearthing Diddy's latent homosexuality.
Glad we get to see this clip again. Yeah, I didn't even...
And rather than raking him over the coals for his black capitalist antics, or even more conspiratorial pursuits like what really happened to Biggie, we would instead make epistles detailing Diddy's gay comments. It's an obsession of the down-low black men, the closeted black man, the black man that is scorned more than Satan himself.
A lot of men are on the DL, down low, doing a lot of shit behind people's back and not being honest about it. Big reason is because they're not given a safe space to be who they are. When you got a woman who will let you know she's been with the woman before, or, you know, she's into women every now and again, they not judged like that. It's looked at in society, it's like, it's cool, it's accepted. When a man say that, he gay, he got a disease, he this, he that, and I wonder why. I want to know why is it a double standard like that?
Any indication that a man has or...
Wait, I caught your Noah Samson joke. I didn't... Did Foreign mention Noah Samson?
...is involved with any other man confines him to queerness, no matter what. Great example is his pivotal scene from Issa Rae's Insecure.
I messed around with a guy before.
Wait, you do what?
I mean, it was like a long time ago.
Oh, so you're like bi?
No. No, definitely not.
One time.
Wait, it was in the intro to this video?
Other guys? Or just...
Molly, one guy.
Mm-hmm.
One time. That's it.
Black men in masks are not granted the sexual liberty to engage in ephemeral recreational arrangements, which is something that even black women and femmes are given countenance to engage in, despite their social status being lower than roach dick in the caste of society due to misogynoir, which puts the bisexual black man in a precarious position. They do not know what to do with you. I take that back. They do. They will default you as gay. It's like the one-drop rule. You suck a little bit of dick, just a tip. You know, a drunk college moment, you're like, man, fire and brimstone, Sodom and Gomorrah. So attributing this analysis to Diddy, whether he is bisexual or down low, it's a no. But my question after all of this discourse is, why is this a question to begin with?
I think the only thing that they're in the closet about is their craving for human contact. It's like an old, like Freudian style thinking, which is that heterosexual men engage in violence with other men to satisfy their desire for physical contact, right?
Oh
like
my God,
this
is like fighting in the age of loneliness.
There's that style of thinking. And how much of that is true? Because like I regard anyone should regard Freud with like a teaspoon of salt. I think that the problem
Oh yeah, God, like more than a teaspoon of salt.
is when people are saying like, men engage in violence towards other men because of repressed homosexual urges. That's just feeding the problem. That's feeding this idea that male interest in contact is inherently sexual. It's not. Maybe they engage in violence with other men just because they're satisfying their desire for closeness. I like to ask men, particularly cishet men, at what point did you notice that the world stopped giving you physical affection? Like, did your mom stop
So
hugging
yeah,
you?
this is early on in the video. This is what Foreign said about like at age 13, right? That there was plenty of hugs and affection up until age 13, and at age 13 that kind of stops, and any sort of closeness, I guess, to another man is considered gay.
You and when? Did men in your family ever hug you? And when did it switch from hugs to handshakes when you saw
The hugs to handshakes.
them
That's
at
what
family parties? Like, when did that happen? How old were you? And were you experienced enough to make sense of it?
Even if Diddy was on his way to fame, and he has undercover parties where hip hop goes homo, even if this was the case, why does it matter so much to us? That's not rhetorical. I need an answer. Why is homophobia so endemic to hip hop?
Because it's the idea that if you see a person like Biggie say something that is in our culture so on its face, if you don't hear what you just hear in the line for the first time, so emasculating, that is surprising because, well, Black men are supposed to be this hyper masculine ideal. So why would he not why is he talking about dicks, one, but also why is he also like imagining himself in the submissive role of a sexual act? All that implicitly is funny because it's taboo. So it's like, haha, and then you're like, and he saves himself, right? Because what he's really saying on the meta narrative of all of it is that this woman that I'm objectifying.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like a lot. I mean, like I'm sure Jung had contributions to the body of knowledge, but yeah, people that still kind of rely like directly on Jung as a source, like a lot of times that leads down a very Jordan Petersonian road.
Is so bad that I gotta give my compliments to the chef. Which like is messed up, but also that's a hard one. That bar did not do anything for the fight against homophobia. Like, it did nothing for gay rights, right? Like in a different
Freud is super yikes.
Whitewashed tale is like Christopher Smalls rapped this line, and all of a sudden niggas were like, you know what? Maybe I can't suck a little dick if like my girl is bad enough. The bar itself reinforces like that cultural stigma because it's going to provoke a response because Biggie is portraying himself to be submissive when he's supposed to be dominant, and that's anti-patriarchal. And
so the conceit being that like she's so hot, I would do X, and like if like it's reinforcing the pejorative against gayness. Yeah.
The thing we don't like is challenging the patriarchy. Nothing about rap needs to be homophobic. Like it literally is just it literally comes out of the need to speak from the voices of the oppressed.
And ergo, given that hip hop and blackness is inextricably linked, why is homophobia so inveterate to Black culture? Now, of course, I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but I need to obligatorily mention that we did not come up with homophobia. We were endowed with homophobia.
Among the many myths that have been created about Africa, the myth
okay, here we go. I'm glad you mentioned this.
that homosexuality is un-African is one of the oldest and most persistent ones. Many of us have heard the claim that homosexuality is an imported Western evil or a white disease. So much so that of the 72 countries worldwide that criminalize homosexuality, 32 of them are in Africa. However, claiming that any one thing really is un-African completely reduces the whole continent to one homogenous entity, and it's also not true. Homophobia, not homosexuality, is a vestige of colonial rule, and where people like to say that colonialists brought homosexuality to Africa, they actually imported the intolerance of it.
Yeah.
Heck, they're the ones who introduced penal codes to outlaw and
Yeah, Zara pointed out something that while the UK was instituting anti-sodomy laws, Uganda, I believe, had a gay king, right? So yeah, it's kind of backwards, right? This idea, yeah.
Press queer identities on the continent and then repackage those.
And talking about the more recent Uganda laws, anti-gay laws in Uganda, right? A lot of those can be traced back to American evangelical movements targeting Uganda, spreading their homophobia in Uganda because they were not able to spread that message in the United States. The United States had decided that gay people should be able to get married, and that was, that was a threshold, right? That there I mean, I want to say there's no coming back from, but that would be naive, right? Any gain that has been made in terms of any liberatory structure or struggle can be undone and will be undone if we don't have solidarity. A foreign man in a foreign land, yeah. Really? Oh, yeah. So if you're not here, let me go ahead and copy this link and give you. This is Foreign's channel. If you are not already subscribed, I feel like there's some really good videos. I'm always inspired by Foreign's editing. I think the editing is on point. My streaming endurance is amazing, right? Really? Really?
Those laws as centuries-old traditional African customs. Keep in mind, a lot of what is known today about traditional African cultures was written by the same colonial system that seriously disrupted them. In fact, pre-colonization, life in African communities was just as fluid and gradually changing as it was in any other part of the world. African societies had much more relaxed attitudes towards sexual orientation and gender identity, and even in cases where such things were frowned upon, they didn't have systems of surveillance and regulation to outlaw same-sex relationships.
Now that I have that out of the way, let's talk about it. Women have always lamented that the emotional constipation of men en masse and their inability to open up is a hindrance on the relationships. Hundreds of years of Eurocentric toxic masculinity and machismo has stunted the growth and the psychological framework of men en masse.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad that he kind of tore down this myth, right? Because there is a line of thinking that looks at I've seen it be applied to the Black community in the United States, and I'm sure it can be applied to Blackness in general. That reinforces a projection of primitivism and brutality onto Black culture, when in this case, right, and in many cases, that if you want to call it that, it's coming from Western culture. It's coming from these Eurocentric ideas imposed on Black people, rather than being like I mean you see what this does, right? There are a lot of people that like if you ask the average America to think of Africa, they're gonna more often give you a picture of sub-Saharan wilderness than they will of any of the many cities, many urban areas that exist in Africa. There's a certain way in which Americans' visions of Africa are locked in the past, and this kind of cultural conservatism is projected onto people that it was imposed on. And so, yeah,
I've been in those stints where I really haven't talked to anyone for a long period of time, even though I know I have people to reach out to. I mean, I've been like, yeah, let's call on the phone. And then I just go AWOL for a few months. And it's not only is a dick move, but it's like, I know if I were to call, it would be sick, like for both parties involved. But there's just something about that like it's like the lone wolf mentality.
Only in recent times has the analysis of men expanded to include how absolutely enamored many of them are with other men, and how men don't actually like women at all, but rather see them as sexual conquests and trophies for the approval of other men.
Compulsory heterosexuality and like how the pursuit of girls, there's a dynamic of like homophobia that happens where someone's either trying to spit game or someone never spits game and never like hooks up or pursues girls, that it's like that is inherently sus, and that has like an element of emasculation, I guess.
At the risk of sounding redundant, I want to be abundantly clear. Your average dude, especially black men, get women. And I put that in quotation mark. They get gals. Not because they want to have sex with them for pleasure, satisfaction, but because they want approval from their other men. Depictions of male friendships and bonding in media, the unspoken codes and rituals of manhood portrayed by both those we know and by fictional characters, and their externalization all contribute to hegemonic masculinity by producing new, hard-to-follow expectations while reinforcing existing social norms. You may recall the phrase bromance, the skillful art of prioritizing your bro over hoes, even when it defies logic and gravity itself. It's the tendency to unquestioningly follow the bro code, to uplift and respect other men or masculine figures above women. TikTok creators have attempted to ironically use this term and its praxis as a means of engaging, farming with videos tagged homosexuals. I mean, just look at it. It pulls up more than 40 million results. Others have begun monetizing the trend with sweatshirts and
I feel like I need
crewnecks
to
with it's
dial this back just so everybody can see the captions.
not gay, it's homosexual. But I quibble with that. I renounce the phrase homosexual being associated with this term, given that historical prominence of the word homie in history has particular connotations. Beyond it being bond to blackness itself, homie refers to a particular black man. He's from around your hometown. There's an urban connotation with it that connotes a particular gangster euphemism, which is why homosexual, as a play on the homoeroticism in cishet friendships between the homies, this is why it's so interesting. Everything about gangster culture is to bolster the hyper-patriarchal essence associated with black men in masks. The masculine mystique has been bred over centuries of slave labor, being ascribed to the brutish back of a black man through the rapacious avarice and appetite that white women should fear. And later, the so smooth that we're unctuous cocoa butter lubricant that ushers us between the legs of women. That is the avatar of the hyper-masculine black man. So when we combine that with the inference of homoerotic banter being between the bros, you now have the paradox. You now have the homosexual.
Wait, gay shit in which sense?
Like, no, like legit gay shit. Like, going to say, damn, bro, you fine as
Right.
It's, I'm trying I don't know, like, maybe I just outed all of my friends and, like, maybe nobody else does that.
You had me, then you didn't have me, but like I ain't finna judge. You might see your man dressed like super well, like you might really like the outfit that he got, and you be like, "Damn, bro, that shit fine. I might have to suck your dick for real." And like you just laugh because you're like, "Wow, that's a wild thing to say," but it's only wild because it's gay, and I've been taught that gay is funny.
And I think I'm supposed to laugh at that too. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I think like if I hadn't laughed,
that the laughter is becomes like a shield, sort of.
laughed, and we just like straight up like awkward silence dead that like you say, oh yeah, that's just it. Like we would have to have a different conversation altogether.
Now we have to have a conversation. There's a lot of exploration that happens.
Chat, right now we have to have a conversation about the top of the hour ad break, because that's coming at you in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. In 3 minutes and 30 seconds, if you don't have a little avatar by your name, you will be part of that ad break, and it's not fun, right? You know, you say what you want about this video if you're enjoying it or you're not enjoying it. Believe me, it's gonna be whatever the ads have in store for you is gonna be a lot less enjoyable. So if you don't want to get stuck in that bad scene that is the top of the hour ad break, you can get out of it with an Amazon Prime if you have one. You can hook up your, you can integrate, if you have Prime, you can integrate that into your Twitch, and you can get a free sub to the streamer of your choice. If that's it means a lot, because I know you only have one to give, right? You can also pay money to Twitch. Yeah, I think it's $5, as someone famously said. It's just $5 to get yourself out of that ad break, or you're lucky enough, you're in the right place at the right time, and I mean if you're in the right place with a comment, right? So in other words, if you're active in chat, right, you might actually get a gift sub by the grace of somebody that just doesn't want to see you suffer, right? So that's a possibility too. The best way to take advantage of that is to be active, is to be seen in chat. So the more chats you the more you contribute to chat, the more likely you are to be gifted with a free sub. So that can happen too. And once again, the ad break is coming at you in exactly 1 minute and 50 seconds. So get ready.
Between boys in their gender expression, we joke around in the ways that we can, because when we joke around, we can push boundaries and figure out like what we can and can't do, or what it feels like to do other things, right? You can't really slap like your friend's butt in physics class, but you can like at basketball practice. So if you kind of want to do that, because like for whatever reason you're like, man, that's an experience that I'd like to have, but I know I can't do that because like I'm gonna get roasted, or like I'm gonna be emasculated, and that's gonna be into my identity. Then I guess like fine, I'm gonna go hoop, and like I might instigate more feelings of camaraderie through slapping a nigga ass every once in a while.
Bromances, a blend of the word brother and romance. Bromances are formally defined, yes, seriously, formally defined by Merriam-Webster Dictionary.
For some reason, whenever I think about bromances, the first thing that comes to mind is Scrubs. I don't know. I watched that because my ex was like a huge fan of Scrubs, and at first I didn't like it, but it's like you kind of get into it, right? I don't know.
As a close, non-sexual friendship between men. They're normally characterized in media between two male protagonists, like in the hit series How I Met Your Mother. But
another
romance
example.
also explores male social norms and mores, which is why the character...
And again, it's like another one of these terms that was like way more popular at the onset of the 2010s.
Barney uses kindness and misogyny.
What?
Of women, using those very same dictions. Pop culture is both impacted by and impacts what we consider masculine, thereby creating a
what's up with Barney and misogyny?
Negative feedback loop. For example, the reinforcement of gender roles can be traced through the representation in popular film and television. And because of the waves of feminism and intersectionality, Western masculinity is experiencing yet another identity crisis. When people challenge
Scrubs is the best sitcom.
The normative cis-hetero assumption.
Like, there were certain things I really liked about Scrubs, right? Like Knife Wrench was epic. Like, right, there will never be another Knife Wrench. And also the world's most gigantic doctor, I think, was pretty cool too.
The patriarchal structures around us begin to shake in fear, quiver, which is why homosexuality is tied to the manosphere.
Oh no.
Activism, feminism, the civil rights movement, all of these things pose a threat to the heterosexual assumptions of masculinity, with whiteness on the top.
What's in the back? It's like the No Girls Allowed Club.
So homosexuality, which is, yes, focusing on bros and maintaining male relationships also means that it makes men stick together to prevent power being removed from the growing social and cultural influence of women and people of color. Accusations of bromances and whatnot are tossed around like confetti. Those moments when a guy is called out for showing too much compassion or support of his guy friends as if it was some forbidden fruit. That's it. That's what makes a bromance different from a homosexual romance. Homosexual. Anyway, bromance in my mind is the white counterpart to homosexuality. Homosexuality. I know throughout this whole video, there's probably going to be all kind of different connotations and different describings in the subtitles. Homosexuality. I'm talking about homosexuality, not homosexuality. Lord, bly the accent, please.
That's the thing that I was trying to bring out is that, like, yeah, there's a slightly different word there.
Romances allow for the softer and more homoerotic moments of masculinity, but white men are so powerful in their branding that it does not ding their patriarchal credit score. A bromance still saves room for misogyny. They can be endearing with their bro in 1 second and then degrade these females in the next.
The femoid.
It considers women as lesser beings, whilst also dictating that they should be close to men, never the other way around. And now, despite hip-hop evolving to discuss the socioeconomic challenges that Black people in particular face through rhymes and reason, it's unfortunately, rightfully, stereotyped and critiqued for its misogynistic views towards Black women and femmes, as sexually deviant objects and trophies for the attention and praise of other Black men en masse. Ironically now, male bonding from homosexuals, even in the pursuit of sex with women, notes that homoeroticism in sex with women for the male gaze is essential to rap. Like what MC Ren says, 5 niggas in the bucket with the neighborhood hoe. And Snoop Dogg's iconic, it ain't no fun if the homies can't have none.
Like, obviously there's an element of violence in like no homo, as in if someone's in the closet and you're doing that there's like violence done there. Obviously the butt of the joke being none of us are gay. So, because if we were, that'd be weird, right? Like, I'm gonna say some weird gay because we'll think it's funny because there's no possibility I would ever be gay because that would be bad.
Now, I'm sure those who frequent social media have heard of the famous excerpt by Marilyn Frye's Politics of Reality, Essays in Feminist Theory. To say that straight men are heterosexual is to only say that they engage in sex, exclusively with the other sex, i.e. women. All or almost all of that which pertains to love, most straight men reserve exclusively for other men. The people whom they admire, respect, adore, revere, honor, whom they imitate, idolize, and form profound attachments to, whom they are willing to teach, and from whom they are willing to learn, and whose respect, admiration, recognition, honor, reverence, and love they desire, those are overwhelmingly other men. In their relations with women, what passes for respect is kindness, generosity, paternalism. What passes for honor is removal to the pedestal. From women, they want devotion, service, and sex. Heterosexual male culture is homoerotic. It is man-loving. Coincidentally, though, while hip-hop is associated with negative displays of Black women, research concluded that men in rap desire love, affection, and sensitive displays, but only within the parameters of male dominance and heterosexuality. We've said this before, pop culture endlessly portrays Black masculine figures as having no concept of sensitivity or emotional regulation. Remember that feedback loop I mentioned? Well, research conducted by sociologist Christy Ford in 2011 noted that society's perception of Black men as thuggish, bolstered by music videos and songs consumed by Black boys and men, influenced them to display the characteristics consistent with their depictions. The historic obsession with maintaining an emotionally constipated state isn't doing any favors for heterosexual cis men. From cradle to coffin, men and masks are taught that displays of emotion are signs of weakness. And nearly every member of society, from their parents to their guardians, to their peers and teachers, play a part in their discouragement. It's very difficult to talk about this because, yet again, I want to be clear, this is a safe space especially for dark-skinned black femmes and black women. However, at some point we really got to go and have a meeting about how black mothers, especially, contribute to grooming black men and masks to perform the very constipated masculinity that they claim to hate.
How are y'all protecting and defending queer black men, but then y'all be the ones that give birth to the men that kill trans women? Y'all literally create the homophobic and biphobic people in our community because you raise them.
Now, refusal to address one's emotions leads to a host of consequences. The S word, I think we all know what that is, isolation, aggressive, and the perpetuation of toxic masculinity. And it's time to unclog the emotional pipes. Sociologist Robert A. Lewis noted that the majority of men's stolid disposition results from the absence of emotional intimacy from male figures and traditional gender roles, such as avoidance of sensitivity and vulnerability. And these conventions then make achieving intimacy with women more difficult. This doesn't mean that black men and masks don't develop alternative means of expressing themselves and their masculinity. As Clive Franklin offered the hypothesis that black men developed themselves and altered their personality based upon interactions with three groups: the primary group, their peers, and mainstream society. Participants of a qualitative study comparing masculinity and the risk of HIV in black men between the ages of 19 and 51 expressed the belief that black men should always have sex with multiple women. Convictions nearly identical to a 2011 study of black men on a college campus, where their expressions of masculinity were associated with engaging in sexist and constrained relationships with women, or pursuit of relationships with numerous women, as well as emotionless impassivity. So how can we deprogram toxic masculinity and navigate the treacherous path of emotional intimacy? Well, it starts by identifying and processing emotions before building deeper, healthier friendships, which requires vulnerability, emotional intimacy, and providing support beyond, I'm sorry to hear that, bro, and the man up mantra. Society makes this hard, but it's not impossible. It means that we need to cultivate an atmosphere of vulnerability with our boys and show them what it means to be a man. It's time to break free from the chains of toxic masculinity and embrace the homosexual. Let's listen to the women and femmes around us, challenge our problematic behaviors, and open ourselves and our minds to the possibility of transforming ourselves into the men we were denied to become as boys. And with that note, I want to get real with you real quick. Last month, I received death threats, pictures of my family members attached to emails with things that I personally would be demonetized for repeating on this platform, and attacks on my colleagues.
Okay, so here we go. Now, I think that we're talking about, at this point, we're talking about what happened to Justy Gender. This is also, harassment that Foreign was subject to. We're talking about the horror that dare not speak its name, the horror that is the Vosh Clout Network or White Leaf Network, right? We're in it now. We're right in the middle of it, right? I'm pretty sure that's what Foreign's talking about here in terms of the death threats. Foreign made a video pointing out the tendency to utilize one's identity as a fig leaf against real harm that one had done to another marginalized community, right? Specifically with people like Keffels and Vosh. And oh my God, did he ever get blowback? Jesse Gender, I think, might have like retweeted Foreign, or there was something that she did where she like mentioned his video, and she got pulled into that too, to the point where she had to go off of Twitter. She had to shut down her Twitter to get away from the harassment. So I've actually, you know, I'm aware of, you know, what Jesse dealt with. I'm not aware of what Foreign dealt with.
Of whom I love.
So let's check this out.
So without going into specifics, I do not blame these malefactors. I blame the institutions that they are agents of. White supremacy is so pernicious that it can adorn the aesthetic of your friends and comrades. It can say all the buzzwords that make you feel safe, but the thin veneer is gossamer and thread-like. And speaking of threads, that's what my next video is about. And you can watch it on Nebula
Threads. Okay, so we just got a little bit of acknowledgement of that. I mean, it's kind of a complicated question of, when you get harassment, like, how much do you want to go into it? How much do you want to talk about it, right? And sometimes it's just not possible to really, like, you know, that even talking about it is gonna, you know, kind of promote more harassment. So speaking of masculinity, we've got a Ben Shapiro review of the Barbie movie to watch.
And Oppenheimer. I'm about to review both.
Okay, I get it. That's why he's holding those two. Okay. Also, notice that the Barbie that he's holding kind of has, seems to have kind of like Spider-Gwen hair.
Of them, I'm going to tell you which one of these is the best blockbuster of 2023 and which one is maybe the worst.
I bet he loved our movie, right, Ken?
For those of you
Wait a minute. That was from Drive. Wait, is there a meme that I'm missing here? Right. That was like Night Call by Kavinsky. It's from, like, I know look, I haven't even seen Drive, okay? I haven't even seen the movie Drive, but I know about that soundtrack. And yeah, I know that song mainly because Hatsune Miku has covered it.
who can't wait that long, I'm going to give my review of the Barbie movie in the most Oppenheimer fashion.
What the Ryan?
Wait, is it because Ryan Gosling played the love? Ryan Gosling was in that movie and also played Ken. Is that why? Okay. Yeah, he's Ken. Okay, so that's the reference. I thought so. I just wasn't sure.
So the things I do for my audience, my producers dragged me to go see Barbie the movie. And I have thoughts. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Let me begin with my generalized assessment of the movie. This movie is not just a piece of shit. This movie is a flaming piece of dog shit piled atop an entire dumpster on fire, piled atop
Got the whole crew laughing with this one.
a landfill filled with dog.
He's trying to be a Zoomer video essayist. He probably has like a he's probably getting advice, right? It's funny. He's got like with Daily Wire money, you got to have a consultant, right? Like if you're not young enough to be able to make that meme, you got somebody that you're consulting with that's gonna whisper it in your ear. It was targeted at 18 to 34 year olds. Are we talking about Drive or are we talking about Barbie? It's funny seeing Ben get mad at the Barbie movie, knowing that it's Gina Carano. Oh, right. Movie Terror on the Prairie made $804. That's not $804,000. That's $804, right? That's how much Gina Carano's movie made for him.
It is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. On every possible level, it is a horrific movie. The only thing that can be said for this film is production design. The production design's really nice. The costumes are really nice. Also, it's really hard to screw that up. It's really hard to screw that up because you literally have this to model after. All you have to do is this, but big. Okay, it's really not tough. But put aside all of the beautiful costumes, which is there for the ladies, and all of the production design and the Barbie
Brett Cooper apparently liked Barbie
universe and all of that. Every joke that happens in this film happens basically within the first 45 seconds of the film. So, for example, Barbie turns on the water and there's no water. Ooh, because, like in Barbie house, there's no actual water.
There's not, no, wait, you can get a version. Isn't there some kind of Barbie toy where there is water? Like, I remember like a Barbie water slide.
Do you get it? And then she drinks, but there's no actual liquid in the actual cup. Oh my God, because she's a Barbie doll. Oh, I get it. Okay, that's all the jokes. There are no more jokes for the rest of the film. The movie's a shit show. Okay, so conceptually, the movie is a shit show. I want to ask this. Who is the intended audience for this film? Who's the intended audience for this film? So I'll tell you who the intended audience for this film is. And I can tell two ways. One, the previews on the film, and two, the people in the audience. So the intended audience for this film is moms and their 8-year-old daughters. That's the intended audience for the film. I know because the previews for the film were all kids' movies. I'm talking like G or PG rated kids.
We're talking about the Barbie movie targeted at 18 to 34 and is actually PG-13.
Films. We're talking like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or Trolls 4 or whatever it is. Those were all the previews, right? All the previews are actually directed at what the audience is supposed to be for this film. And if you look in the audience, it's a bunch of moms, like youngish moms, middle-aged moms with their like 6, 7, 8-year-old girls. That's the entire crew. This movie is not made for any of those people. In fact, this movie is made for no one. This movie is going to make a bunch of money week one because the marketing effort has been extraordinary. I mean, whoever's the marketing team over at Warner Brothers is doing an amazing job. Week one, this thing is going to clean up at the domestic box office.
Thank you for the 300 biddies, Nabil.
My prediction is going to just absolutely fall off a cliff after that. The repeat business on this movie is going to be non-existent.
I don't think he's right about this. Like, why is he so mad at Barbie?
By two people who are so smug and self-satisfied, and Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach, that they have no audience. I mean, like,
they're so
who
smug.
thought
Yo, Ben Shapiro! Who's calling people smug and self-satisfied? Seriously. Ben Shapiro calling other people smug and self-satisfied. That is your brand, dude. That is your brand.
Great idea. Let's bring on the people who wrote Lady Bird and Marriage Story to make a movie about a plastic doll that is generally played with by 5 to 9-year-old young girls. So the basic idea of the film, they really have no basic idea of the film. They don't know whether they hate Barbie or that we're supposed to kind of like Barbie.
Yeah, Nabil, we didn't really get to talk about JoJo, did we? Like a little bit, but not really.
It seems they kind of despise Barbie as a fascist emblem, as we'll get to. The basic sort of premise of the film.
Oh my God. What do you think about that? I don't think, look, I haven't seen this movie yet, but I don't know where he's getting the idea that the people that made the movie despise Barbie as a symbol. It's only, oh my God. Could Barbie be used as that kind of symbol? Sure, right? She's, in terms of, but I don't know. I feel like Barbie's, malleable. Literally, there's more than one Barbie. There's many Barbies, and there's other dolls associated with Barbie, right? Barbie's not one thing. Is there a trans person in a scene? Yeah. Wait, there is, right? There is. JoJo could take up a whole stream. I know, right? JoJo could take up, I don't know, I feel like 6 streams or more at this point, right? Given that there's 6 animes. There are I haven't even checked. Nabil, have you been keeping up with JoJo Lands? I think I watched the first 4 or 5 what am I talking about? Read the first 4 or 5 chapters of the manga of JoJo Lands, but I feel like there's at least one out that I haven't seen yet. Some girls say she's a fascist, but it's a joke. Yeah, I mean, only if you take Barbie as being the ideal that you should live up to, and any degree to which you fall short of Barbie, you are a failure, right? Then yeah, she could be used as she's a You haven't? Yeah, soon. Yeah, it's really cool. They actually do. Now I don't know how this is gonna go, right? Because Araki is so hard to pin down, but he does have a trans character, right? There is a technically, I think at least two trans characters. I'm trying to remember, like somebody in, I feel like somebody in the new JoJo is like non-binary, but the one of the main characters is seems to be a trans girl, and there's like issues with that too, because like in Japan, gendering isn't as straightforward, right? It's like done with oh my god, what are those called? Honorifics, right? But and with the words that somebody speaks, and like gender is indicated in like a vastly different way than it is in American English. Barbie better open the doors for real cultural phenomenon. Tamagotchi. I meant a trans character in the Barbie movie. Yeah, no, there is one in one of the Barbies. I can't remember. Somebody look, I haven't seen it yet, right? The people that I'm staying with have seen it, right? And they loved it. So it's apparently really good. But I have not seen Barbie yet. But yeah, but Dragona in JoJo Lands is she seems to be a trans character.
Politically speaking, is that men and women are on two sides of the divide, and they hate each other. And literally the only way you can have a happy world is if the women ignore the men and the men ignore the women. That seems to be the final outcome of this film. I was trying to separate this into problems with plot and problems with character and problems with the politics of the film, but they're all intertwined.
There's supposedly a trans Barbie. Hey, has anybody seen the latest Jessie Gender? No, it's not the latest video. Jessie Gender puts out so many videos that it's no longer the latest video. But she recently did a video about the Spider-Verse. And it was really talking about like representation versus coding. That sometimes when a identity isn't represented in a movie, it can still be coded into the movie. And the idea being that Spider-Gwen, although not represented explicitly as trans, is definitely coded that way. That is her latest video? Yeah, I don't know. I just know that like Jessie puts out a lot of videos. Calling her Dragona isn't a good start though. Unless I'm wrong. Well, here's the thing. Look, Araki is hard to pin down, like I said. There are conservative JoJo fans, reactionary 4chan JoJo fans, let's just say, that will claim to you that there is nothing gay in JoJo. And if you've seen JoJo, you know that that's not true, right? I mean, like, you can say there's kind of like a homophobic joke in JoJo Part 3, and there's some like not great moments that you could find, right? But yeah, Part 5 has got like a gay couple. Now they're villains, right? So I don't know, but there's just so much in JoJo, right? I feel like the worst point of JoJo politically was in Part 2, which Part 2 was really like Part 2 was in the 80s, right? When he was writing Part 2. In Part 2, he actually he uses like I mean like so Part 2 is taking place during World War II, right? And there are Nazis in the show, and they're seen as like as bad, right? But there's one character who is like in the German army who keeps on coming in and saving Joseph's ass, like at just the perfect moment. And there's some stuff that's not great, right, in Part 2 for sure. Yeah, the whole world and art style is so flamboyant. Araki is like huge into fashion, right? And like you feel like the intersection between fashion and like queerness in his work. But yeah, it's hard. Like I said, it's hard to pin him down. But you know what's not hard to pin down is the bottom of the hour ad break. It's going to happen every bottom of the hour, including this one, and it's coming up in about 4 minutes here, less than 4 minutes now. There's going to be another ad break. You're going to be stuck in that ad break unless you got a little icon next to your name. You're going to be forced to watch an ad. To watch multiple ads, because you don't just have the bottom of the hour ad break, you also have the top of the hour ad break, and you have the next bottom of the hour ad break. So, you know, the way to take care of that, if you have a Twitch Prime, is to, if you have a Amazon Prime account, is to use that to get a Twitch Prime for free, and to get out of the ad break for free, to pay $5 to get out of the ad break. That's another way another thing that'll take care of it. Or if you're lucky, somebody might take pity on you and, you know, take care of that for you. And it's mostly going to happen if you are, it happens more often to people that are active in chat. So that's why I always say be active in chat, especially if you are not in the position to get yourself a sub and get out of the ads, because that's basically the only way to get out of it. But I think the best JoJo character is Bucciarati. Big time good guy energy. Yeah. And like, look, one of my favorite moments was when Bucciarati sneaks up behind Jojo, sneaks up behind Giorno, right? And licks his face and says, Giorno Giovanna, this is the taste of a liar. Like, he can tell he's lying by tasting him. That's what's so cool. I mean, like, you know, right? Like right there, that moment was beautiful. Yeah, Bucciarati is freaking cool. His stand is cool. His outfit is cool. His hair is cool. The clips that go in his hair are cool. They kind of remind me of Evangelion a little bit. Anybody else get that? Yeah, and like, you know, like, oh my God. Like, talk about feels. Talk about feels.
Because the thing is just a mess. It doesn't make any sense. Plot-wise, it makes no sense. Character-wise, it makes no sense. So let's just go through it from the beginning. There's going to be lots of spoilers.
Did anybody see this movie? Because I feel like there's probably people in chat that could contradict Ben Shapiro here. Like when he tries to go by himself to fight the boss. Yeah, oh my God. He doesn't expect anyone to follow him.
But believe you me, I'm about to save you so much time. Because this movie is 2 hours.
The first time when he fights Diavolo?
It feels like it is longer than the Wagnerian.
Try not to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen. We're talking about part 5 here. So confused by this Ben Shapiro stubble. Isn't this against the dress code of every young Republican club? I don't know.
Cycle. It does not end.
You might have a point there, BPCL.
Every scene is at least 2 minutes too long. Every single scene, every beat is 2 minutes too long.
I feel like every Ben Shapiro segment is more than 2 minutes too long. I feel like so much of this criticism that Ben Shapiro is throwing out there at the Barbie movie could apply to Ben Shapiro himself.
It is a bad film. Put aside the politics. Like, really. I was sitting there.
I'm watching a Ben Shapiro video. Don't tell me it's a bad film. You're a bad film.
There with a bunch of my producers. I'm a little bit more political than my producers. My producers were watching this, putting the politics aside. It is a bad movie. So why is it getting 91% on Rotten Tomatoes? Because
what if you and your producers are not the target audience? You said before that the target audience was moms with little girls. Are you a mom with a little girl? Maybe Ben. And honestly, I don't even believe that. I know so many different kinds of people that enjoyed the Barbie movie. I don't believe a word that's coming out of his mouth.
The way that it works for the reviewers is if you have the right politics, and those politics are sufficiently sly.
He's a bad film, and he inspires some great short films, such as this one that you might be watching on YouTube. If so, give it a like. Make sure to hit it with a like button.
Inserted, then it will get
and leave a subscription while you're here, bestie.
91% on Rotten Tomatoes, even if the thing is just Drek. And I mean, boy, is this Drek.
You want to talk about movies that are Drek that are going to get like 91 or 100% on Rotten Tomatoes? Let's talk about what is that movie called? The Sound of Freedom? People basically, right-wingers think that if you don't go to Rotten Tomatoes and give that like a top score, that you yourself are a child trafficker, right? That's literally the way that they're. Anybody who doesn't love that movie is a child trafficker.
This is a Death Star sized piece of Drek. It is like, that's no moon. That's a Drek station.
Wait, is he trying to say that he doesn't care about Drek station? Is that what Drek means to you, Ben?
That this movie. Okay, so let's jump into it. I have like pages and pages of notes on this horrific piece of.
And we're in the ad break.
I mean, my goodness. Okay, so let's start right at the beginning. So it's from the beginning, you know what this movie is going to be, and it's going to be a very cynical take on what Barbie is, which is so weird. I don't know why Mattel would turn over its IP to filmmakers.
So is it breaking down the fourth wall? Like, what's it doing? What is he so mad about? All I know about The Sound of Freedom is that it made 100 million according to people who pay Facebook to show me their posts. And wait, does Facebook have that too and don't like Bud Light? Yeah, here's the deal. You want me to tell you about the money that film made? Here's the deal. A lot of these chuds, okay, they're buying tickets on the website, right? And if you go to the website, it says, want to buy tickets, click here. You buy tickets and it's like, hey, bestie, how about if you paid it forward and not only do you buy yourself a ticket, but you also buy another ticket for us to give away to people who can't pay. Like, so in other words, they are getting gift subs, like, right? They're getting gift subs for their movie. People are paying for the movie. Some of them probably not going and watching it. Some of them just probably paying like what they think is a tithe to the Church of Save the Children, to the Church of the this weird organization that's behind it, right? Is called I think they took the name Underground Railroad, which is sus in and of itself, right? But yeah, they're paying this indulgence to show that they are very much not a groomer or whatever. And that anybody who dislikes it is, and they're, I mean that's where the money is coming from, because I've talked to so many people who work at theaters, and what they're seeing is sold out screenings of the movie with like next to nobody in the audience. So in other words, all the tickets are paid for, people aren't watching the movie, right? Because it's I don't know how to describe it, right? It's contrived. It's a contrived virtue signal fig leaf of a movie that really isn't offering anybody much of anything. Aren't brown kids dying every day at the border? And the movie and those politics are trying to shut down the border. Yeah, no, we're not talking about just dying, Nabil. We're talking about barrels. Okay, steel barrels being wrapped with razor wire and floated on the rivers, right? And people getting caught up in that, right? We're talking about the elderly, and we're talking about children being kicked back into the river when they climb out, right? Yeah, no, there's so much wrong with that movie. Yeah, the feeling that you get from that movie is like, God, if we could just really shut down the border, then there'd be no more of this human trafficking. And it's not true. It's not true.
Because you clearly hate the IP. It's as though you were going to make Toy Story, except that toys are all evil. They're all bad, and you're supposed to hate them, and you should burn them. Because that's kind of the message of the film, is that the Barbies are bad for the world. Okay, so it begins by trying to uphold the original vision of Barbie. What was
BPCL? It's basically it's QAnon as a movie, right? The people that are behind this movie, the people that are pushing this movie, are the people that they want to point to numbers like, right, here's a statistic, all right? 350,000 children go missing in the United States every day, right? That sounds pretty bad, because when you say that, it sounds like, right, did you hear me say that 350 children are like 350,000 children are unaccounted for? Sounds bad. That sounds really bad. And the fact that the media and the government wouldn't be up in arms about this kind of like indicates like some sort of conspiracy. Like they want this to happen, right? No, every year. Sorry, this is like every year, right? So that statistic is like, wow, that's horrible. Maybe there's something really up, maybe like, wow, like, I mean, I know the wealthy are evil, maybe they're, kidnapping the children or something like that, right? It turns out that that's the number of children who get reported as missing persons, right? And then like 99 point whatever % of those children turn up, and it's something like the non-custodial parent picked them up after school. Oh, there they are. Non-custodial parent, got them, right? That's, and they're back with their parents, right? They don't give you the second number, which is like, out of that number of children who go missing, how many of them get found, right? They just make you think that there's all these children missing. And look, this supports their theory. This supports the Pizzagate theory. I mean, I hope I don't have to go over this disgusting theory again. Like, right, the Pizzagate theory is like this theory that the children are being like harvested for their adrenochrome, right, by like Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin, right? It's been debunked a million times, and it still survives. It still keeps on going, right? They're still pushing this conspiracy theory, right? And they want you to think that the left doesn't want you to know about the children that are being, right? So this movie kind of feeds into that, right? Without explicitly doing so, this movie is feeding that narrative. And you look, human trafficking happens. It happens to children. Children get exploited, in the workplace, and children get exploited in more, in more horrible ways, as well, right? That does happen. But actually, groups like this shadowy group behind the film, kind of commandeering hashtags like Save the Children, it actually gets in the way of the actual groups that are trying to stop this child trafficking, while presenting the specter of like, it's Hillary Clinton, it's Huma Abedin, it's the Democrats, it's the Hollywood elite or whatever, right? When in actuality, a lot of times it's Republicans.
The original magical vision of Barbie, we have Helen Mirren here to tell us,
we all know
in the
what
form of a
happened
narrator,
at
apparently
Pizzagate.
played by Ruth
We
Bader
all know
Ginsburg,
what totally happened at Pizza.
who's speaking from heaven.
The left wants you to think that they don't have a basement. Yeah, I know. And obviously, if the ping pong and pizza, they're going to have a basement.
And
And obviously, if they have a basement, there's going to be little kids getting turned into pepperoni down there.
A 2001 A Space Odyssey flashback. Which again, who's the audience for this? Right, the reference points in this film,
Who's
it
the
references
audience? Okay, here's the deal. It's one of these movies that the parent they grab the parents, and the idea is that the parents want to share their thing that they were into when they were little with the kids, right? So that's why it's a 2001 reference, right? It's like the person with the money, the person with the purse strings, the person that is controlling whether the family goes to see the movie or not. That's the parent. That's, like maybe oftentimes the mom, but yeah. I mean, like, that's, he kind of already explained it. It's you. They made this movie just for you. Just so you could burn Barbies in a trash can.
Obviously, Marcel Proust. It references Robert Evans and the cinematography of The Godfather. It references 2001 A Space Odyssey. This is a movie made for moms and their 7-year-old girls. Well, folks, wasting
is he just pretending he doesn't know how this works, or does he really not know how this works?
2 hours of my precious time, 2 hours I will never get back. 2 hours where on my deathbed, I will wish that I had not spent that time doing. Makes me viscerally angry. But I'm going to talk to you about something that makes me much happier. And that...
Oh, we got a burned in ad, don't we? We got a burned in ad. Before we get burned in, I want to skip this ad. Let's skip Ben's ad.
Okay, so it starts with Helen Mirren explaining.
Shapiro, worst mom.
Back in the day, girls would only play with dolls that looked like babies. And then she says that this could be fun, at least for a while anyway. Ask your mother, because your mother actually hates you and doesn't like being a mom, you see. So if you ask your mom, she wants to play at not being a mom sometimes. Okay, so the basic premise is Barbie is supposed to be the independent woman who liberates all womanhood, but she fails. And she fails for 2 reasons. 1, she's actually a tool of the patriarchal capitalist system. And 2, the real world has rejected the message of Barbie, which is that women should run everything. Okay, so this is all not implicit. This is explicitly said. At the beginning, the monologue, you have Helen Mirren saying, because Barbie can be anything, women can be anything. At least that's what the Barbies think. See, in the real world, women can't be anything. And that's one of the messages of the film. In the real world, men...
Is that Jamie Presley? I really don't know. I don't know anything about
run
this movie.
Pretty much everything.
Other than Ben Shapiro's... Then Ben Shapiro hates it.
Which is weird. Who greenlit this piece of shit? I mean, Greta Gerwig is a lady. She's making a good living off of this. Margot Robbie is playing the lead. In fact, the entire cast, aside from basically Ryan Gosling, is women. So
yeah, Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling are the leads.
It seems like women are doing okay, but
because they're wait. Because women are the lead in a movie about a woman, right? Women must be doing okay. Okay, Ben. Okay.
Again, put aside the meta logic of it. I'm going to go through like a lot of beats here. So it starts off with the idea that mommy dolls are bad and insufficient. But then they criticize Mattel for
two women made money from this movie. So obviously the whole gender, yeah, exactly.
Continuing a mommy doll named Midge. Right? Midge is the pregnant doll and it was discontinued. They're like, that's bad. But hold on, you just said that dolls about motherhood are bad. But then this one, don't look for any sort of logical coherence. There is a Citizens United reference. They say all of the members of the Barbie.
Yo. We all know who Citizens United is, right? We're talking about the Supreme Court decision that held up corporations as having the same rights as people. And the main right being the right to free speech. And what does free speech mean for a corporation? It means they should be able to spend as much money as they want buying the government.
Supreme Court are women.
He better keep Ryan Gosling's name out of his mouth if that man is a Canadian, treasurer, and he can do no wrong.
And then they are speaking out about Citizens United, that corporations are not people. It's literally a Citizens United reference. Who is the audience for this? Who is the 7-year-old girl who's like, yes, I too have a very informed perspective on the Citizens United decision. And then they say that logic and feeling at the same time.
Okay, does he not know how this works, right? These are the kind of movies that work on two different levels. There's one level that's for little kids, and there's another level that's for the parents because Ben, and this might break your brain, but you said it earlier, right? This movie is designed for parents to see with their children, right? The parents have the nostalgia for the Barbie. Barbie's probably not as popular as she was at her very height. Barbie's probably not the most popular toy like out there, right? But a lot of moms and maybe some dads remember Barbie being a pretty cool toy and they want to just like the same way that when there's like any kind of like movie, like, right, the She-Ra cartoon, like the same reason they do any of these reboots, right? This is not that it's not that deep, Ben.
It doesn't diminish us. It proves that we are more than, right? It's all propagandistic. And then it sets up the dichotomy. The dichotomy is that
all 7-year-old girls know that Citizens United was BS.
Men and women are in complete and utter contradistinction in terms of their roles. So women...
Yo, listen, it doesn't have to be that way, Ben. But when you're saying return to tradition, and tradition is women as property, then yeah, that is an inherent contradiction in interest, right? If men's interests, if men, to the extent that men and conservative men do think that it's in their interest to be able to treat women like objects, and that's obviously not in women's interest, then yeah, you have an inherent contradiction. I don't know what else to tell you.
Only exist.
Tons of dudes are seeing this, yeah. And they're usually not, it doesn't make them mad like it does Ben. Like they laugh, they enjoy it.
They are completely free of men. And men only exist if they are completely free of women. And the problem is set up for Ken, is that Ken is dependent on Barbie, right? Because Ken is kind of secondary. And we also set up at the very beginning that Barbie doesn't like Ken. She finds Ken annoying.
Wait, contradistinction?
She finds Ken ridiculous, which, again, is sort of against the concept of Ken and Barbie. But the basic idea is...
You can play with concepts, Ben.
That Barbie is an independent woman and Ken is completely superfluous. We then go to the beach, and there's a scene on the beach where the Kens are supposed to be the lifeguards, and the ladies are playing on the beach, and we get a series of gay masturbation jokes. Again.
Really? Wait, are you sure? See, I don't trust him to ascertain, like, what is a gay masturbation joke versus what is just a masturbation joke.
Is an audience for children. They're talking about beaching each other off, right?
Beaching?
There's a line where Ken...
Oh, I get it.
Ken says to another one of the Kens, I'm going to beat you off. Get it? You get it? Because it's like beat you off, but beach you off. And then they repeat that no less than 4 or 5 times. in the span of 45 seconds.
If I wasn't severely injured, I would beat you off right now, Ken.
I'll beat you off with you any day, Ken. Anyone who wants to beat him off has to beat me off first. I will beat both of you off at the same time.
See, this is the essence of that kind of joke, right? It like, look, if there's any criticism to make of this joke, it's that maybe it slightly reinforces the pejorative against, like, you know, homosexuality, but only slightly, and
beats both of us off. Nobody's gonna beat anyone off.
it wouldn't see. In other words, it wouldn't be funny as a joke if there wasn't like a pejorative again. If there wasn't a thought that, like, you know, these men are supposed to be performing heterosexuality here, and yet they're talking about beaching each other off.
Jesse Waters is still on that revisionist
what did I just do?
history running.
What did I just do?
Off. Get it? You get it? Because it's like beat you off, but beach you off. And then they repeat.
I think it's, I don't know. I mean, if you take the, you know, homophobia out of it, I think it's a pretty funny joke.
That.
And it's perfect because no little kid's going to get that, right? No little kid's going to get that. They're just going to be like, oh, they're doing a beach off because they're on the beach. They're competing with each other. And it's like a dance off, but with beach stuff, right? It's a perfect joke that works on two levels.
No less than 4 or 5 times in the span of 45 seconds.
If I wasn't severely injured, I would beat you off right now, Ken.
I'll beat you off with you any day, Ken. Anyone who wants to beat him off has to beat me off first. I will beat both of you off at the same time.
Beats both of us off. Nobody's gonna beat anyone off.
Bazinga.
Yo, he's trying the Zoomer humor. Oh my God. With freaking... No, they're doing the clipping. He's trying to do, like, I don't know.
Because it's just such a great.
Here we go. We gotta have the
gay masturbation joke. You got to go for it. I mean, what else will the 7-year-old girls in the audience think if you don't go for the gay
I
masturbation?
think Ben is a Zoomer. He was 17 years old when he became famous. I don't know. I was surprised that Charlie Kirk is 29 years old. Right? Honestly, I would have thought that Charlie Kirk is like almost like an elder millennial or something, right? And it turns out, no, he's right there in the... Actually, doesn't that make him like a younger millennial?
Age, clearly.
I don't
clearly.
I don't, the right can't...
We get black female president Barbie because this is, of course, the greatest of all possible worlds. So Kamala Harris, the Barbie version, is the president of the United States. And then we get the break, right? Then we get the actual plot point. Plot point number 1. Barbie has irrepressible thoughts of death. So again, at this point, you might be thinking to yourself, wait a second, isn't this a kid's movie? Isn't this supposed to be made for 7-year-old girls? Nope. It's about existential angst over mortality. That's what this film is about. Now, again,
the joke is that she's a doll and she's not alive, but we ascribe and project life and emotions onto her. So wouldn't it be funny if a doll was like, had thoughts of mortality? Ben, like, really, it's not this deep.
Placed through all of this is just more and more and more politics, right? One of the Barbies is a trans Barbie, and this is treated totally normally, as though this is a female Barbie with a voice, again, deeper than my own. So Barbie starts to have these...
Like, Ben, I mean, that's not exactly the lowest/highest bar that you could, I don't know.
Irrepressible thoughts of death. And this comes along with physical symptoms, like, for example, her feet flatten out. Again, this is one of the few cute jokes in the movie, is that Barbie walks around, and just like a normal Barbie doll, when you take off the shoes, the feet are shaped like the shoe, like the high heel. But now...
Oh, yeah, that's true.
She is turning into like a real world person, and so her feet collapse, right? And so she goes to see Weird Barbie.
Wait, what? Why is that a criticism? How is that a criticism?
So Weird Barbie is a Barbie that has been played with too hard and has all the knowledge, not only about Barbie Land, but also...
Listen. Honestly, Weird Barbies are the best. Weird Barbies are the best. My sister had a Weird Barbie.
About the real world, and apparently there's a connection between the people playing with the Barbies.
It never clicked with you. So you saw the movie, right, Bread Bro? Who in here has seen the movie? One, if you've seen the movie.
The Barbies. So if the people playing with Barbies are sad, then the Barbies also get sad. Weird that this has only happened to Barbie, because it turns out that lots of people are sad and have played with Barbies for a very long time. But that's the plot point. Fine. And again, the concept of like a Barbie that was played with too hard is very funny because everybody has seen that before. And they somehow blow this. Somehow they make this into a not funny thing. So Weird Barbie is ugly and she has bad makeup and all the rest of it. And she informs Barbie she has to go to the real world and she has to find the person who is
I mean, I wouldn't say bad makeup. I'd say interesting.
playing with her, and she has to make that person feel better because that will heal the problem that she's having in Barbie Land. Okay, so we have our plot point, right? We have the thing that's going to launch us off into the rest of the movie. And then it's just a complete mess from here on in. At least to this point, it's kind of dumb but coherent. From here on in, it makes no sense at all. Again, Kate McKinnon sets up the dichotomy that pretty much the makers of the film hate Barbie by suggesting that you can live in Fantasyland with Barbie and you can take the Barbie shoe, or you can take Birkenstocks, right? You can become like
The comfortable shoe. Oh my God, is that like it's supposed to be a This is like a very antiquated lesbian joke, I think.
Portland lesbian, and you can learn about reality. That's going to be the choice that you have to make.
Or you could just be comfortable with look, I mean, can we just move the Birkenstock thing past being like a sign of lesbianism? Like, really, come on. Also, who wears does anybody wear Birkenstocks? Like this is such a
But not before she makes a joke.
If anything, that's an antiquated joke
about Ken and wanting to see the nude blob he is packing under those pants.
That's somebody said that?
Perfect for 8-year-old girls, ladies, mothers.
What is it?
Be
What's going to
warned.
happen? What's the concern, Ben? What are you worried about? They're going to think that they're going to kick some dude there to see if there's a nude I don't know. What is he?
Ken and Barbie head off to the real world to try to find the person who is playing with Barbie. And immediately upon arriving in the real world, Barbie is hit with an overwhelming tsunami of sexism, like right away.
I gotta know, when they go to the real world, do they meet Lightning from Final Fantasy 13? Because I would like to think that in the real world, that like this, in the same way that Lightning ends up in the real world, in the same way that I don't think Sora actually ends up in the real world. I think that's gonna like not end up being the real world. But I know that Lightning canonically ended up in the real world. I wear purple Birkenstock. Okay, so people do wear, but it's not like, I don't know, like it's like a 90s joke or something to say that like women who wear Birkenstocks, it means that they're gay, right? That all other women would be wearing high heels, but the lesbians get comfortable shoes because they don't have to impress. I don't know. It's an antiquated joke. They just meet MTV producers.
Boom. She walks in, and a bunch of men just leer at her and say, "Give us a smile, Blondie," which is something that no one under the age of 70 has said to a woman in the recent past. Give us a smile.
No, I mean, like if you're just talking about the smile thing, yeah, I get told, like lots of women get told, "You look pretty when you smile. Why don't you do it more often?"
Seriously? We get Barbie explaining that all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Look, yeah, the Birkenstocks are just Birkenstocks, right? You don't need to read any more into them.
Men who are leering at her and gazing at her, they have an undertone of violence. Everything's she's threatened. She's physically threatened because this is the real world. The real world is not like Barbie Land. In the real world, all women
they get arrested?
are victims. They are deep and abiding victims of the system, as we'll learn by the use of the word patriarchy no less than 10 times in this film. She gets arrested like twice for various crimes. Even the police officer.
I wasn't aware that people actually wore Birkenstocks. I haven't seen the I mean, I feel like I remember the people in my high school that wore Birkenstocks, like they also played hacky sack. So like the only thing I ever associated it with maybe was like, being kind of a hippie, I guess.
Are rabid, raging sexists. The police officers are hitting on Barbie. They're making observations about her appearance. Ken, meanwhile, is getting super happy because Ken, who's been sort of an underling in Barbie Land, now he's realizing he's part of the patriarchy, and the patriarchy is awesome. Ken is loving the patriarchy.
It's now, red pill Ken.
You might imagine at this point that the way the film is going to go is that Ken and Barbie are going to have to some sort of agreement about seeing each other as equal human beings. You might imagine that's where it's wrong. That's not where the film is going to go. You might have thought that what you were going to get was Ken gets treated with respect as a person, and Barbie gets treated with respect as a person.
He wanted. Oh my god. So Ben would have, if he had written this, it would have been to show that men are victimized not by the patriarchy, not by like expectations of not by like masculine essentialism, right? Men are victimized by feminism and that Barbie needs to get over the chip that she's got on her shoulder because actually Ken is really a victim, whereas she just thinks she's a victim. That's how Ben Shapiro would have written this.
And that's a better, nope, wrong. In the end,
he has no idea.
Not to skip ahead, Barbie Land just gets restored and the men are still subservient. That's the best version of the world. Okay, so Ken is walking around and he's really enjoying the patriarchy and all of this. And he explains that men rule this world. And he goes to Mattel and all the members of the board are men. By the way, I'd like to see a corporate breakdown of the Mattel board. I'll bet I can find it. Like the CEO of Mattel for 30 years was a woman. So there's that. They pretend that like Mattel is all run by men. So I just, now I want to know who's on the board. Okay, chairman and CEO is a dude. The board includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It includes 5 women. So it's 6 men and 5 women.
All working under one man.
Clearly patriarchal domination.
Oh my God. So if we can find an anecdote that you know what I mean? We can forget about statistics if we can find an anecdote that contradicts those statistics.
Patriarchal domination. Just wanted to look that up just for the sake of, accuracy. Whenever I do these reviews, like, oh, you're taking the movie too seriously. The movie takes itself too seriously, guys.
You take the movie too seriously.
It pretends to be a comedy, but it's taking itself super seriously. Fine. So it's all men at the top of Mattel, and they realize that Barbie and Ken have escaped Barbie Land. And this presents some sort of threat. What kind of threat? Because the writers are shitty. They don't bother explaining. They're just like, a threat. And Will Ferrell acts all weird and goofy, like Will Ferrell, and he's funny.
Wait, no, because there's Barbie Land, and then there's the Mattel, and obviously, like, Barbie is a thing within Mattel, so if Barbie goes to the real world, instead of being like Barbie Land, I mean, do you really need it spelled out for you?
Because it's Will Ferrell acting weird and goofy, but he's not funny because it's just Will Ferrell with no actual plot or dialogue to speak of, just being weird.
He's like way angry about this. Also, ouch. Have you ever gotten hit with a basketball? One in chat if you've ever been hit with a basketball. That actually hurts. Well, like sometimes a kickball hurts, right? Sometimes a kickball actually really hurts, but a basketball, ow. Like, God, the few times I've been hit by a basketball, like...
Fill that in later. There's so many places in the script where it's basically like the writers they left a gap and they're like...
Yeah, exactly, Dragon Princess. It's a fucking Barbie, dude.
Leave a couple asterisks, we'll fill it in later, and then later they got there and they're like, nah.
Will Ferrell being Will Ferrell. I mean, Will Ferrell's hit or miss. He's not always funny.
We'll just skip right over it. Fine. So they figured they got to track down Barbie and Ken. And meanwhile, Barbie is trying to track down the
Will Ferrell movies ever have a plot? Yeah, do they need one?
Girl who's playing with her. And she mistakenly thinks that it is a teenage girl who is playing with her and who is unhappy.
Turns out it's a mom.
And at this point, she receives a lecture from the teenage girl about how Barbie has ruined the world and actually is fascist. How Barbie is a sexualized capitalistic emblem. How Barbie has created...
So I wasn't going to say this before, but I mentioned that I thought that Barbie could be like a symbol of oppression, right? And what I'm talking about is Eurocentric, heteronormative beauty standards. So what? I mean, that
created unattainable feminine ideals. How Barbie is ruining the planet with rampant consumerism. You get like this full lecture right in the middle of the film. It's truly awful.
The mom doesn't see that way, but the daughter does.
It's truly awful. She's called a fascist. By the way, it only sets up the only good line of the film. Truly, in my opinion, there's one good line in the film. And that is where Barbie is trying to contemplate whether she's a fascist or not. And she says, I don't control the railways or the flow of commerce. Now, there's only one problem with that line, as with the entire movie. There is no character consistency.
She should have said something about the trains or like to, glom onto the Mussolini quote.
Barbie is supposed to be an idiot bubblehead piece of plastic from Barbie Land. How does she know what a fascist is? How does she know about the flow of commerce? Like, again, just in terms of character consistency, like characters who actually are the characters.
I don't think that's like no
sense whatsoever. So, meanwhile,
look, if she really was what you're saying, that would be a boring movie, right? If that's how you portray Barbie, head empty, full of plastic, right? It wouldn't be a fun movie.
Well, Ken is wandering around, enjoying the patriarchy more and more and more. And he keeps asking men about the patriarchy. And at one point, he asks a dude about the patriarchy. And the guy says, well, that's not really the way that it works here anymore. He says, really? He says, no, it still works that way. We just hide it really well.
You're really mad about this, aren't you?
Again, you can't even.
It's just literally the truth, and he gets all mad.
You can't even present the mild other side of the film. And this sort of nonsense continues. The first third of the film is about how Mattel is kind of bad.
Yeah, Barbie has done so many different jobs.
Creating this fancy land. Second third of the film is about the real world evils of the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Culminating in an idiotic line where one of the low-level members of Mattel is with the board, and Barbie is looking for a woman at the board. And the low-level man says, "I'm a man with no power. Does that make me a woman?" No, you can't parallel park. That's what makes you a woman. Okay? And in any case, we get here a few obscure jokes about Proust Barbie, because again, Noah Baumbach has to show that.
I gotta mention, and I should have mentioned it minutes ago, but in 48 seconds, we're gonna have another ad break. This is a top of the hour ad break. I don't know if they're any different than the bottom of the hour ad breaks in substance, but regardless, it's still bad, because regardless of whether it's the top of the hour or the bottom of the hour, you will be subject to 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads. If you want to avoid those ads, you can do it with Amazon Prime. You can, hook up your Amazon Prime to Twitch, get a Twitch Prime sub, and get out of it that way. You can pay $5 to get out of it, or if you're lucky and if you're active in chat, that's the important thing. That's what I've noticed, is that the people that are more active in chat tend to be the ones that get the gift subs. You might actually get a gift sub if you're active in chat. It all depends on somebody that is feeling very generous, seeing you, contributing to chat. That's generally the, so wait, Proust Barbie? Wait, what's up with Proust Barbie?
He wrote some of the script. He made a reference to Proust. Doesn't that make him clever? Ooh. Next, he will make a reference, I would assume, to Victor Hugo. Wow. Proust.
Another author that I haven't read. Oh. Ooh.
Idiots who think they're smart. It's total.
Those damn idiots in their Proust.
Then Barbie escapes the Mattel building. They were going to package her up and they were going to send her back to Barbie Land. And she instead runs and she escapes the Mattel building. And she hooks up with America Ferrera. So America Ferrera is the actual one who's playing with Barbie as a youth. And it's her daughter who Barbie had originally approached. Twist! Okay, and she decides that in order to escape the Mattel executives, she's going to have to bring both of them back to Barbie Land. Why did she bring both of them back to Barbie Land? No one knows. There's no actual, there's no explanation as to why she's supposed to bring both of them back to Barbie Land. Supposedly.
Anonymous gifter just gave BPCL a gift sub. Somebody tell BPCL, because I think the ad has started already. Tell BPCL to reload, to hit F5, to reload the Twitch tab, because I think that you stay in the ad until you reload it. But BPCL does have a gift sub now, so shouldn't have to watch these next set of ads. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter.
It's because she needs to escape back to Barbie Land, but she can do that without the two of them.
Subs.
But she decides she's going to bring them back. So she brings them back to Barbie Land. Meanwhile, the Mattel executives are chasing her. Now, question, why are they chasing her? They achieved their goal. Barbie's back in Barbie Land. Why are they still chasing her? No one knows. It doesn't make any sense. They literally say there will be consequences you can't even imagine. And then,
well, I mean, there's not consequences if she just gets to go back into Barbie world and they don't chase her, right? That's, I don't know.
They're like, what consequences? And like, fill in the blank. And some dude says something about a podcast with two trees. You're like, that's the laziest shitty writing. God.
Wait. That's a reference to what is it called?
Okay. Anyway, so Ken, in the meantime, he has already headed, while she was, futzing around over at Mattel, Ken has already headed back to to Barbie Land, where he has immediately established the patriarchy. So just to
Oh, that's great. That's actually pretty funny.
Just to point out here, the point of the film is that the matriarchy is amazing. Right? Women are amazing at everything. Ken walks in, and within 2 seconds, he has taken over all of Barbie Land.
Here's what's amazing. Ben thinks that the matriarchy, in other words, misandry, is like a real concern. Like we're partway there already. It's a real danger. We might get there. It would be bad. Matriarchy, it would be horrible. It would be horrible, and we need to protect against it. And, it's unnatural. It's a reversal of the order that God intended, right? This is like he's really worried about this in the same way that Vosh is worried about anti-white racism taking hold and the literal power structure, the racialized power structure around whiteness being reversed, right? These are both ridiculous fears to have. And yet, I mean, it's at the very core of white supremacy, and that kind of fear is at the very core of white supremacy. That kind of fear is at the very core of masculine fragility, right?
And he has turned it into the Kendom within 2 seconds. So apparently the women are so unbelievably competent.
So wait, you don't find that funny?
And brilliant and great at everything over in Barbie Land that an idiot man walks in and takes over the whole place inside of 2 seconds. Fine. So he takes over the entire place. We later learn that's because the
so
women...
much for your matriarchy.
They didn't know what was coming. We later learned they didn't have immunity. And the way that they get immunity is by learning to hate the men. That's the way that they have to learn to hate the men. Okay, so Ken decides he's going to go back and he's going to establish his patriarchal system.
Yo, I want to see this now. I really want to see this now, right? Does Ken try to go in and like, is he like red pilling people? Is he trying to, is he pulling some kind of like red pill PUA grift or something?
We learned this when Barbie heads back with America Ferrera and Random Daughter. And Ken immediately starts acting like the jerks in the patriarchy, right? He calls her baby. Oh no. He calls her baby. The greatest of all insults. He calls her baby. And then America Ferrera is trying to explain to Barbie what exactly is going on. And she's like, it's just like the indigenous people and smallpox. They had no immunity. Howard Zinn wrote the script. So the ladies in Barbie Land had no immunity to the magic of the patriarchy, the magic. Women were seduced into... So just to point out here, the actual argument the movie is making is that if women enjoy men, it's because they have been brainwashed by the patriarchy. They make this message explicit in just a few minutes in the film. And when I say a few minutes, I mean several years, because this film took years off my life. It is long, it is boring, and it's terrible.
I mean,
okay, so
look, we can only hope, Ben. We can only hope that the world will be spared a few years of Bem Shapiro thanks to this movie. Like, right? We can only hope.
The Kens are about to perform. None of this makes any damn sense.
One in chat again if you've seen this. I want to know who in chat has seen this movie.
Okay, the Kens are about to have a vote to change the Constitution. Why? Why? Ken literally just seized power. He's a fascist. What the f*** is he gonna vote for? Why are they voting?
Only
like he seized power.
Only one person has seen this. I thought it was like the only one who hasn't seen this.
Also, what is the breakdown demographically of the Kens and the Barbies? Are there as many Kens as Barbies? Because why would they hold a vote? The Kens appear to be in a minority in Barbie Land. There are a lot more Barbies than Kens. So if that's the case, why even do the democratic vote thing? Why not just seize the power? Because then you wouldn't have the rest of the dumb plot of this stupid film. So they decide they're going to hold the vote. And not only are they going to hold the vote, they're going to be very fair about it. They're going to hold it in 48 hours. They're going to hold it in a couple of days to make sure that the Barbies have time to actually form a counter plan. Why would they do that? No reason. Asterisk, we'll fill it in later. Okay, so they decide they're going to hold this dumbass vote. And the Barbies learn about this, and Barbie is very depressed because Barbie realizes that all the other Barbies have been taken in by the patriarchy, and this is extremely bad. Now, here's one place where you have a serious continuity error in the film. So, Margot Robbie.
You saw it in bad quality, though?
Who plays Barbie at the beginning. Half the time she plays Barbie is kind of stiff like a doll, and half the time she plays Barbie is just kind of normal. And so now she plays it super stiff like a doll. She sits down, in kind of 90-degree position like a Barbie would, and she keels over in the 90-degree position. And it would be funny, except she hasn't been doing it the whole film. Again, the level of inconsistency and bad filmmaking here is just off the charts. They needed somebody to actually sit down with them and be an adult in the room, and no one was there. So at this point, America Ferrera and daughter decide they've given up on Barbie because Barbie won't fight for herself. And so they take off. And Michael Cera, for no reason, is in this film. And he's in the back of the car, and we don't know why.
Yeah, I'm confused about that.
And he serves no purpose other than to have a random fight scene. And also so that they can make a Trump building the wall reference. Right? They're apparently the Kens are going to build a wall to keep people from getting in or getting out. Now, here's the weird part. No one has ever entered or exited Barbie Land before. Why are you building a wall?
What are you talking about? Didn't Barbie just left and went to the real world and then came back, right? Brought people with or what? Okay.
Necessity for a wall. No one explains. It's just a dumb Trump reference so that everybody who is friends with Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig can laugh and nod like the morons they are.
No, Ben. What you're missing, okay, is that it's like everybody who's not a chud, right? Everybody who doesn't have a weird, creepy, parasocial relationship where that they think that Trump is their dad or their grandpa or their uncle or something, right? That's who's laughing, okay? That's who doesn't like Trump. It's not like the rare person. At this point, look, Trump has like just narrowcasted himself into the hearts of chuds. Like, don't get me wrong, they love him, but there's not that many of them. There is enough to win the Republican nomination. There is not enough to win a national election. If Trump, by some horrible twist of fate, is reelected, it's going to be from people voting against Biden and not from people. In fact, his win, was mostly his original win in 2016 was mostly people voting against Hillary Clinton, both because of the kind of weird sexist hate campaign that they've run against her since the 90s, and because she is a phenomenally uncharismatic politician, right? So
the daughter and the mom,
like 2016 is the worst year to possibly run an establishment candidate like Hillary.
They decide, no, we have to go back and we have to save Barbie Land. They're going to save Barbie Land.
Yeah, he
and who do they go
Margot.
to? They go to wise, weird lesbian Barbie.
Yes.
They go back to Kate McKinnon.
Yes.
And they ask her about this.
Look,
and they bring.
I'm sorry, Ben, but I'm going to go back to Kate McKinnon time and time and time, and I'm not even that gay. Okay, Kate McKinnon's got something going on that I can't even explain. Kate McKinnon has a weird power over me, is what I'm saying, chat. Strange power. Ben, it's a movie. It's not supposed to be completely legit and logically. Yeah, it's a Barbie movie, okay? It's a movie about a toy. It needs to have this kind of eccentric sense of humor about itself. Kind of love Kate McKinnon now. Yeah, me too. Is Robert DeSantis. Wait, is Ben's dad now not Donald Trump? Oh wait, is that right? I don't know where he's at. We got any Shapiro trackers out there? There was a while that he was off the Donald Trump sauce. There was a short while that he was off the Donald Trump sauce. The sad thing is, and the ironic thing is, that Ron DeSantis has somehow managed to narrowcast himself even more than Donald Trump. Like, we saw the ad yesterday of Ron DeSantis that his social media team made for him that ends in a literal Nazi symbol. Right there, 2 lines of marching troops, of Florida State Guard marching troops and marching into a Sonnenrad with like DeSantis's head in it, right? DeSantis basically went from being possibly the surrogate for Republicans who are anti-woke, but look at Donald Trump and see too much baggage. They don't want to deal with that. They feel they don't want to run that. They know that Trump can't win again, and they don't want to deal with that, right? And DeSantis became their hope, okay? He's lost all of them. And the only people that are left in the Ron DeSantis campaign, specifically because of his ads, I'd say, are people who like Donald Trump, but are a little bit skeeved by the fact that his daughter married a Jewish guy, right? So in other words, if you're too anti-Semitic for Donald Trump, you vote for Ron DeSantis. So I don't know. I mean, I would guess that Ben is back in Camp Trump, but I must admit, I haven't been paying close attention. Trump conservatives are calling Shapiro establishment now. Yeah.
Barbie with
there's a Kavernacle video, right?
And they're going to try to figure out a strategy. How do they stop the Kens from winning the vote? Now, you might say to yourself, wait, aren't the women majority? Do they not have agency, the women? They have no agency, apparently. So apparently the women have no agency, and they are a majority, and yet they have to be deprogrammed. They're going to be deprogrammed by Weird Barbie and her, crazy cadre of feminist heroes.
I love you guys.
And this is when we start getting into the real. You think it's propagandistic so far? Oh man, wait. Here is where we get into like the real meat of it. Okay, so we end up with Barbie complaining She's complaining to.
I said that I would give you Moms for Liberty, but honestly, that Kavernacle video is starting to sound good to me. Anybody else want to watch the Kavernacle video?
Weird Barbie. And she says, oh my God, they've brainwashed all the other Barbies. They've brainwashed all the other Barbies. She says, quote, either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly. There is no in between. And Weird Barbie says, tell me about it. And this is the perspective of the film. Either you're a third wave feminist kook.
Either you're bound by, so here we see it. Here we see that Barbie can be used as a fascist symbol, or Barbie can be liberating, right? And it's all up to you what kind of Barbie girl you are, right? Are you a Barbie girl that is beholden to this Eurocentric, like male gazy vision of beauty, or are you a Barbie that can see beauty in Weird Barbie? That is true. That is true. Which side are you on?
Who hates men, truly hates men. Or you are brainwashed.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken.
There's no in between. There's no actual relationship between men and women. There can't be any sort of fulfilling relationship between men and women. There are no decent males in the entire film. All the men are garbage. The only man who even appears mildly is America Ferrer's husband, who's just kind of a joke. He's there for literally 10 seconds in the film, making jokes about how he can't speak Spanish. That's his whole role in the film. Every other man is a piece of shit in the film. Everyone. And so this is the perspective of the film when you come right down to it. Either you are brainwashed or you are weird and ugly. And Barbie's like,
either you are brainwashed or you are Kate McKinnon pilled. I want to be Kate McKinnon pilled.
That's what Barbie says. I mean, the only decent male is Alan, who apparently wants to wear pink and probably is supposed to be gay. I mean, I think it's supposed to be pretty clear from the film. Although, really, the take of the film is that all the Kens are gay. That's really the take of the film, is that it's all homoerotic kind of stuff.
Let's beach off.
Anyone who wants to beach him off has to beach me.
Ben really likes this beach you off joke.
Off first.
I will beach both of you off at the same time.
They're gonna have a beach off.
In any case, the filmmakers are so insecure with even their own script that they then have.
Yo, tell me about Insecure, Ben Shapiro. Tell me about insecurity.
The narrator
this guy that gets fuming mad about the Barbie movie. Tell me about Insecurity, Ben. Tell me about it.
To say Margot Robbie might not be the best person to make.
His video on why Ben Shapiro has bad taste in movies is good too. Wow. It's not about this one, is it?
At this point, right? Because Barbie's saying, I don't feel beautiful anymore. And they're like, Margot Robbie. They literally jet in to say, Margot Robbie may not be the best person to make this point. Then maybe you shouldn't have written the point.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't believe in this, like, monocultural, like Eurocentric, male gaze vision of beauty anymore, maybe you don't feel beautiful anymore, right? Maybe you need that Kate McKinnon pill. Foreign's video explains all of this. Wait, the video on homosexuality, that one?
Maybe you shouldn't write it like that. Maybe you should not be a writer. Maybe you could do that. Okay, no. Okay, this is when we get the full bore thesis of the film. And guess what, guys? The thesis of the film, made by women, made for women, made starring women, funded by a studio that is largely staffed by men. The take of the film is that it is impossible to be a woman in the modern age. Absolutely impossible.
Yeah, we just watched that one.
We get this long speech of America Ferrera talking about how it's so difficult to be a woman. They want us to be this way, but not that way.
Yo, listen, Ben, it would be so much easier for me to take your point of view here if I didn't have to hear you and the people that emulate you constantly, like literally playing me the tiniest violin in the world about how hard it is to be a man right now. It would be so much easier to hear.
Thin, but they don't want us to say that we're thin. They want us to earn money, but they don't want us to earn money. They want us to do this, and they don't want us to do that. They want us to answer for men's bad behavior, but they don't want us to offend men. They want us to do this, and they don't want us. Oh my God, it's so difficult to be a woman. So the same tried, truistic bullshit that they've been propagating in every new wave feminist film for the last 45 years in the United States is now essentially.
We need to change the title, right? If I could somehow, like, and I'm not suggesting that I compromise Ben Shapiro's password or that anybody do that. But if I did have access to the back end of Ben Shapiro's YouTube account, right? If I had that back end access to Ben Shapiro, I feel like I would log in and I'd change the title to the Barbie movie destroys Ben Shapiro for 43 minutes, because that's really what we're seeing here. Ben Shapiro is not destroying the Barbie movie in 43 minutes. He is getting destroyed by the Barbie movie in 43 minutes.
Scoped into this one speech from America Ferrero, including a few cutaway shots of Margot Robbie looking up adoringly at America Ferrero as she explains that it's super hard.
You'd love to see him attempt to survive as a woman for like just 1 hour in public, or for 43 minutes even.
It's so damn difficult to be a woman. You know why? Because of the patriarchy, because of the men. That's the actual story of the film. And then they make a couple of other dumb references, right? The Zack Snyder cut. The men, they like the Zack Snyder cut. Wow, that's terrible. Okay, fine. Then they say, you know what we need to do? We need to disabuse all of these Barbies of the patriarchy. How are we going to do this? We need to allow them to live with the cognitive dissonance required to be a woman under the patriarchy. That's a line from Barbie. Now again, they keep doing this. They keep having Barbie drop these extremely literate and well-articulated lines, but she's supposed to be a plastic doll.
That's a joke.
Authority should derive from the consent of the governed, not from the threat of force.
It doesn't matter. What is their actual strategy? So they have 48 hours to stop this vote, which shouldn't be happening in the first place because it makes no plot sense. Because the men are fascists.
Wait,
and the women
that was a scene from Toy Story, right?
Are victims. But somehow they've been given 48 hours to stop the vote. So what are they going to do to stop this vote? How are they going to do it? Well, they're going to separate the men and the women.
Barbie!
They're going to turn all the Barbies against the Kens. It's so subtle. The symbolism is so subtle. Turn all the women against the men and you will save society. That's the message that you could be shoveling directly into the brain of your 8-year-old girl, if you so choose, this weekend.
You're gonna make your 8-year-old girl a man-hater, and she'll never get married, and she'll have cats.
Maximum volume.
She'll watch Anita Sarkeesian.
So, they literally say this: get the Barbies away from their Kens. How are they going to achieve this? Well, you're going to make the men complacent and then take their power.
Cats are the best.
This is how women have achieved power. Now, let me just digress briefly here in how women actually achieved power in Western civilization.
My 9-year-old already hates men, though.
The answer is they lobbied men and men gave it to them. That is the actual answer as to how women achieve power in Western civilization. The amendment to the Constitution that allowed women to vote was passed.
Maybe that was, maybe we weren't hard enough on men, right?
Solely by men because women couldn't vote. It turns out there are a lot of good-hearted men out there who like women and who want women to be able to live lives that they...
Unlike you and the rest of the Daily Wire staff who seem to want to roll back women's rights to vote.
They want. It turns out that many of us are husbands and fathers. Many of us have daughters. Many of us love the people we're married to.
But
it turns out
that look at that. It takes you to have if it takes you having a woman in your life to have any sort of empathy whatsoever. That's kind of a sad commentary, Ben.
That actually describes a huge number of Western men, that we are not your enemies. And yet the entire premise of the movie is that what actually happened in the feminist movement is that women seized the power away from the men. I'm sorry to break it to you, ladies, it ain't true.
Seize the memes of production.
It ain't true. This notion that women...
We need a Karl Marx Barbie.
As a block is not true. Married women vote very much like their husbands, actually. Single women.
That's not true either. There's a huge disparity in the only block that really reliably votes for Trump is white men, right? That's more so towards the point of right. That's kind of how it breaks down. Our politics absolutely do break down along gendered lines.
Vote more like a block now than they did before, but it turns out that people are individuals, and some women vote one way, and some men vote another way.
But saying that women vote alongside their husband, that doesn't sound very individualistic.
But again, the idea here is very simplistic: men versus women, battle royale, and that's what this literally turns into, a battle royale between the women and the men. But really, it's about getting the men to fight each other. They bring all the
anti-ASJWs hate Barbie because it's girly media aimed at gals. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is they kind of want a world where the movies are targeted at men and men drag women along to them. Women watch the movie because that's what your man is watching. And if you want to spend time with your man, it's going to be watching this, movie, right?
Barbies one by one. They distract them. They bring the Barbies in one by one and they unbrainwash them. How do they unbrainwash them? Well, they tell them truths like any power you have must be mastered.
They couldn't ruin Disney TLM, Mario, or Elemental, so they're trying to ruin Barbie.
Giggle. I have a question. I mean, I work with a lot of women. Do they feel like the power that they have has to be masked under a giggle? Was this film written in 1943?
They're furious. Yeah, the anti-SJWs, they're furious that this movie is making money, and they're also really happy that the Sound of Freedom is making money, even though it's with empty theaters. It's literally like people are literally just donating to get the movie on the top of the box office.
Who wrote this film? Well, we know who wrote this film. A feminist writer who gets paid millions of dollars to make horse. One of them says, we have to reject men's advances without damaging their ego. Or theoretically, you could just reject men's advances and damage their ego, because what do you care? You have to pretend to be confused about money. Is this a real thing? Like, do women pretend to be confused about money so that men will explain it to them? This is also it's such claptrap. And then my very favorite, do you want some pants? Because that's really what this is about, is women really, really want to wear pants. That demonstrates the power of the patriarchy is that men really don't want women to wear pants, and women really, really want to wear pants.
Love your leg warmers.
Nice ass cut.
And then it's, all the men being victimized, all the Kens being victimized by these various tactics, up to and including Ryan Gosling hitting on a trans woman, meaning a dude who has a voice deeper than Ryan Gosling's, which is an actual scene in the film, which is just great. Okay, so then, final step. Finally, the women have been disabused. So now they're going to play the ultimate prank.
Look, I want to remind you that I will never tell you to report a video for terms of service violation against, like, YouTube, right? But I'd be lying to you if I if I said that these little 3 dots here didn't contain a link for reporting just such a thing, right? But I'm just saying, I'm not going to be the one to make that call and say that this is an actual violation of YouTube terms of service, all right? I am just a simple cat girl, and I cannot make that call for you. I can only tell you that there are several links that might lie beyond these three dots, these particular 3 dots down here, right? And that, I don't know. Do what you may, right? But just know that Daily Wire is receiving more strikes than it ever has before, and that even the obscene amount of ad money that they send YouTube's way may not be enough to stop them from getting more strikes.
The ultimate prank is that they are going to turn the men against each other. How are they going to turn the men against each other? They're going to turn the men against each other by switching partners. They're going to get together, and Barbie is going to be with Ken, classic Barbie and classic Ken. They're going to be together, but then they're going to move on to the other Kens, and the Kens are going to start fighting each other over the ladies because they're going to switch over. Now, not to put too fine a point on this, but this makes no sense at all, because guess what would happen?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the Molly. That is the conventional wisdom there. That is the conventional wisdom, right? But I do know that Matt Walsh got in trouble for the things that he said about Dylan Mulvaney. Jordan Peterson got in trouble for misgendering and dead naming trans people, right? I will say that there does seem to be, I don't know what exactly the line in the sand that YouTube has is, but I do know that there is some line in the sand. There is some degree that's too far, and only you can test that out if you want to, right? Because I would never tell you what to do in this regard, right? Just that I can't lie to you and act like that this doesn't have like a report flag right down here, and like if I were to tell you you couldn't use that to report a video that was violating terms of service, I'd be lying to you, and I won't do that either, right? So
if a bunch of beautiful women decided to
why are these Zoom edits been? Yeah, he's trying to modernize his content, I guess.
Switch to other men simultaneously. You know what the men would do? They would throw a party. So they turn the men against each other, and then we get a 20-minute long segment of the Kens fighting each other using various implements, ranging from like small bows and arrows with sticky cups at the end to tennis rackets.
Oh, wait, they got what is that? They got the thing from the joust thing from TwitchCon, right? One of them has one of those joust stick. You know, the things that it looks kind of like a paddle for a kayak, right? But it's got like padding on the end of it. You know what I'm talking about? They had it at TwitchCon, and in that, I think, that event where people got hurt.
And that turns into a musical number.
Suction cups have a name then.
Where I see love, she sees a friend.
what does any of this have to do with the plot? Nothing. Literally nothing. It is just a 15-minute digression because
maybe people wanted to see Ryan Gosling sing.
They wanted to insert a crappy musical number with not particularly good dancing. And then what are the women doing during this time? The women are voting. The women are voting. So now we know the Democratic turnout strategy. The Democratic turnout strategy in 2024 is going to be to get all of the Republicans to fight with one another using tennis rackets while they go and they do the voting, apparently. So they go and they vote. After they vote, they reestablish exactly basically how it was. The matriarchy.
The
matriarchy
I gotta admit, I am seeing more and more like right-wingers fighting each other. You know, whether it's DeSantis versus Trump or it's Shapiro versus J.K. Rowling. I am seeing more and more of that.
Established.
I want to see him shirtless. I support. Yeah, he's great shirtless. Look, as much as I appreciate Kate McKinnon, I would be lying if I said to you that I don't also appreciate Ryan Gosling.
And Ken, who is now really sad because he's lost his power, and all he wanted in the first place was just to be treated decently by Barbie. Is he treated decently at the end by Barbie? Of course he isn't. That would be silly. At the very end,
we're supporting misandry here.
He is told that he needs to learn to live without Barbie.
I just don't know who I am without you.
You're Ken. He gets his ass kicked in family court.
But it's Barbie and Ken. There is no just Ken.
He, who was literally created as a doll to be with Barbie, he needs to learn to be apart from Barbie, and she needs to learn to be apart from him, because atomistic isolation and loneliness is the best way to find fulfillment, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be best for Ken if he never sees Barbie again. It'll be better for Barbie if she never sees Ken again.
It'd be better if they were to be able to find their own identity without it having to be defined as in a heteronormative framework, maybe? I don't know. That's a weird thought, huh? Ben is not
secular
like the
humanism at its finest. We've reached the apotheosis. Men and women don't belong together. They belong very, very much apart. This is all topped off by Issa Rae calling somebody a motherfucker. Again, perfect for your 7-year-old girl.
Is he really reading like lesbian separatism into this movie? Is that what Ben is getting out of this?
Girl who loves Barbie dolls. Just perfect for her. And so we learn that men and women are supposed to be separate. They are not supposed to be together. And that maybe the matriarchy will allow the men not to be on the Supreme Court of
censored
Barbie land, but maybe they can get some lower circuit court judgeships. This is what we learn. And we learn one day the Kens might have as much power and influence in Barbie world as women have in the real world. Because, of course, women are, again, just absolutely subjugated in the real world. You think that's the end of the movie? Wrong. This thing has more endings than Lord of the Rings. So, ending number 1 is we find out that Ken is going to live apart from Barbie, and he's going to find himself in being Ken.
There it is.
Ugh, the
Find
utter
yourself.
joy of self-exploration.
Yes.
Next, we get an ending in which the CEO of Mattel, who's been completely sidelined. You remember the CEO of Mattel? Remember he was supposed to be chasing them into Barbie Land for no apparent reason? So he's now in Barbie Land. We don't know why he's there or what he's there to do, except that we need Will Ferrell in the movie
Find Barbie
to provide no laughs. He doesn't provide any laughs. So he
sometimes doesn't. He's like I said, he's hit or miss.
Shows up. His motivation throughout this movie has been completely inconsistent. He started off wanting to put Barbie back in Barbie Land so that they could make money. And then he is told at one point that when Kens have taken over Kendom, they will make just as much money. He's like, no, that cannot be. I'm an ideologue on behalf of women. And then he arrives and he is told that America Ferrera wants to make ordinary Barbie, which, by the way, would sell 0. Anyway, that will be profitable. And so now he wants to make ordinary Barbie because he's back to being uber capitalist, evil capitalist. He's making money off of Barbie because, again, Mattel are the bad guys, but they're also the good guys. But they're kind of the bad guys, but they're mostly the good, but they're a little bad. And so that's ending number 2 at this point. So we have the Barbie Ken ending. We have the CEO of Mattel ending, where he says, we'll make ordinary Barbie, and then girls all over the world will know that ordinariness is fine and okay. Because it's not that girls play with Barbie because they think that she's beautiful and it's aspirational. No, it's bad. Okay, so then we have ending number 3.
Maybe they're saying you can change those aspirations, right? That's the whole, he's missing it. It's right there, right? It's right there. Barbie, can be a symbol of liberation. Barbie can be a symbol of oppression, and it all depends on, whether she's used as this hierarchical ideal, whether she is, like I said, I'm going to say it again, a Eurocentric, male-gazy vision of beauty, or whether Barbie is beautiful as herself, however that self is expressed, right?
You think you're done? Wrong. We're now 2 hours deep into this piece of shit. And we have now dug
He's got some bad media literacy. I would agree with that.
Halfway to China, and we are going to keep digging. So we have ending number 3. Rhea Perlman shows up to lecture us all about the patriarchy again. You haven't heard it enough. We got to beat this sucker into the ground. We are going to take an axe, the blunt end.
You may have heard it enough, but you still haven't internalized that message. So yes, I will beat you with this blunt object of ideology.
The axe. And we're just going to beat this thing to death. We're just going to beat it to death. So Rhea Perlman shows up because Barbie, it turns out, she spent too much time in the real world. That was the patriarchy and was terrible. So terrible that she wanted to stop it from happening in Barbie land. But now she wants to go back there because she actually learned some feelings over in the real world. So she decides that after all, this whole story was just Pinocchio, that she just wants to be a real boy. And in what can only be termed a sort of bait and switch, at the very end of the film, just to please the core audience, which is moms and daughters, they insert a bunch of footage, I kid you not, like home video footage of moms and daughters playing. That's what it is, like people living their lives in female ways. Because Rhea Perlman is going to show Barbie what it's like to be a human, and then Barbie is going to say that she really wants to be a human just like you, just like you. And so they hit you with the nostalgia play. At the very end, the whole movie, which should have been nostalgia and about moms and daughters, instead, the entire movie is not that. The entire movie is instead about how men are evil and terrible. And also Mattel is evil and terrible. And then at the very end, they shove in this little nostalgia play in the hope that they can buy back the audience at the very end of the film. And Barbie decides that she is going to be a real woman now. Now, when she goes, that's ending number 3. There's still one more. So when that happens, when she goes to
like
when
this
she,
multiple ending thing, it's like a certain style of humor, and I feel like how old? Can somebody tell me how old Ben Shapiro is? Because I feel like this isn't that new of a comedic style that he should be completely unfamiliar with it, right?
She goes into this white area that's supposed to be heaven because the person who she's talking, Rhea Perlman, is actually the person who actually created the doll. And we're supposed to be, this was supposed to be a secret, is that Mattel was run by men, but the big secret all along is that a woman created the doll. News. It's not a secret. She was CEO of the company for 30 years. CEO of Mattel for 30 years, from like 1945 to 1975, until the IRS caught her for tax evasion or something. The big reveal that the patriarchy said that it created Barbie, it didn't. No one thought the patriarchy created Barbie. Again, don't bother with the facts. Don't bother with sense.
Ben is a failed screenwriter and apparently failed into getting into acting as well. Matt Walsh is a failed comedian. The other Daily Wire guy, and Brent Cooper. Oh yeah, you're right. Yo, has anybody seen? I think I showed Michael Knowles' one foray into college film. Which wow.
Don't bother with chronology. Don't bother. None of it matters. So, Barbie is now sent back to the real world, and she is now going to experience the apotheosis of what it means to be a human woman. So we've learned early on in the movie, when she goes to the real world, she's catcalled by a bunch of the construction guys, and she says, "I don't have a vagina." Right? She, again, amazing line for your 7-year-old girl. She'll love it. So apparently,
yo, you should be telling your 7-year-old girl that vaginas don't exist, that everyone's, got a blob down there. I don't know. Like what?
When she's turned into,
how is that inappropriate for like
to a real woman? She has now grown a vagina. So the first thing that she does is she goes to the gynecologist because, ladies, the apotheosis of your being is not motherhood. We got rid of that at the very beginning. And it's not being a wife or a partner, because women are supposed to be apart from men. It is your vagina. It is that you go to the gynecologist. Ladies, this is what makes you the most human you can be, is that you go to the gynecologist. Now, I could point out,
like, it's because it's something Barbie never had
here, that's really transphobic. That according to the same people who made this movie, not all women have vaginas, and not all people with penises are men. I could point that out right here, because it obviously conflicts with the very ending of the film. But instead, I'm going to go.
Look, I could tell you that, like, people, that everybody on like the cultural left, even just barely on the left side of the fence, is like extremely knowledgeable and perfect when it comes to, being trans inclusive, but I'd be lying to you, right?
Go with this one. At the end of all of this, they've boiled down. They have a whole conversation about identity.
I mean, this is a big part of what right-wingers' cultural critique is, holding something up to a perceived zero tolerance, like like holding something up to like a perfection that doesn't exist, right? Barbie got a bonus hole. I don't know.
And death and meaning, right? This whole conversation. What does it boil down to at the very end? What it boils down to at the very end, apparently, is.
But I mean, like a more simple explanation would be that Barbie canonically, does not have like those parts. Mainly because of how sex phobic, mainly because of people like Ben, don't want their kids to know that sex exists in any way. And we've gone over this a lot of times. Like, lack of sex education makes kids more susceptible to abuse, right? Republicans always want to imply that knowledge of the existence of sex is gonna make kids have sex too early, or now with the groomers narrative is gonna make them more susceptible to abuse. But actually the opposite is true. Like, not treating that stuff like it is this like no land that you got to pretend doesn't exist until you're like a certain age, actually it is a healthier way to raise kids.
Being biologically female is the only thing that matters, and that's it, kind of. That's it. Like, it all just boils down to a lady at the gynecologist.
Man, I go to a gynecologist, and I know that by your definition you wouldn't consider me biologically female, right? You've made that part really clear.
That's female power. Female power is Barbie goes to gynecologist, which I don't know about you ladies, but that seems like that's not like the most feminist message.
So I mean, like, I haven't seen the movie. I can't comment. I can't tell you if it's like transphobic or if the message is a little bit transphobic or not. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because we live in a transphobic world. But I will tell you, regardless, that as far as transphobia goes, we have much bigger fish to fry. One large fish being the Daily Wire itself.
That lady parts are the entirety of the lady. So excellent.
I'm a little bit more worried about what Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh said than I am about what's in the Barbie movie.
Excellent job. And with that, we end the film, and then we have the glossy credits with a Nicki Minaj song, a Nicki Minaj version of "I'm a Barbie Girl in a Barbie World." This movie started off as Barbie, and it was Weird Barbie. It was the toy that was handed off to Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig, and they played with it too hard. They decided that they were going to turn it inside out. They're going to rip off the hair. They were going to shave it. They were going to make it ugly. They were going to put all sorts of
Weird Barbies are the best Barbies.
Makeup on it, and then they were going to throw it out in the public. Now, those of us who are on the right, we look at the politics of this movie, we're like, man, so it sounds like a double sandwich. It doesn't sound like a Big Mac. It sounds like a double Big Mac, right? It sounds like the plot is crap, and the characters are crap, and the humor is crap, and then on top of that, the politics are crap. But you're missing the point. There's a reason this film has 91% on Rotten Tomatoes. And the reason is, if you are on the left, you can make one of the world's most boring, crappy comedies. You can waste an extraordinary amount of money and talent.
You could say that about any movie.
Waste some of the great IP ever created. But as long as you slather it in a bunch of warmed over Gloria Steinem nonsense, the critics will just salivate over you. They'll pretend that this is an actual good movie. So here's my prediction in terms of market. The marketing campaign for this movie has been astonishingly good, right? If you walked into this movie and you knew nothing of what I just said, what would you think this movie is? You would think that this movie was probably something like the Disney movie.
I don't know, but it kind of made you cope pretty hard. So I'm starting off, with a positive disposition towards this movie.
Enchanted, but with Barbie.
Like, I haven't seen Ben Shapiro cope this hard in a long time.
It's going to be Barbie in Barbie Land, and then it's going to be Barbie in the real world, and it's going to be charming, and it's going to be funny, and it's going to be warm-hearted, and it's not going to be vicious and cynical, and it's not going to be what morons talk about at Hollywood cocktail parties. It's just going to be fun. It's going to be a place where a mom might be able to take her 7-year-old or 8-year-old girl and enjoy themselves together, and then walk out with their arms around each other. You might think that's what it was going to be. And
Ben, I hate to break it to you, but that is unironically going on, right? That is most people's experience seeing this movie.
Undoubtedly, millions of
if they're taking their kid to
moms
it,
and
right?
their daughters will think.
So some people are just seeing this movie. They don't have kids, are seeing this movie too.
Yeah. That's what you're seeing at the theaters. That's why you're seeing everybody wearing pink to the theaters. It's become like a Star Wars kind of thing, right? It's an actual cosplay of it. The number of moms who are going to take their daughters back to the theater week 2, good luck with that.
Is that really in the realm of expectations? Like, I mean, like, I know there's movies. Yeah, if you really like a movie, maybe you'll see it twice, but that's pretty rare.
Really, good luck with that. Hollywood decided to empty out its own IP. Here, they decided they were going to take a golden piece of IP and they were just going to smash
It's ruined. You know, nobody can ever play with Barbies anymore.
it and turn it into Weird Barbie. And I got to tell you, and this is going to have some ramifications for Barbie.
I feel like they can start selling Weird Barbies. Yo, that's going to be, like I told you earlier, I talked to you about recuperation, right? How things that are revolutionary get turned into counter-revolutionary, you know, in terms of their symbolic significance, right? The example being, you know, the hippies sewing flags to their, you know, jean pocket, you know, to show disrespect for America during the Vietnam War, and that becoming a jean company, you know, putting American flags on the butts of their jeans, right? The, you know, the irony, the critique, the, you know, it all gets kind of taken away, right? But I mean, I feel like
brand. I don't know why Barbie the brand would hand this property over to people who clearly hate the property. In the real world, the patriarchy rules.
No, I feel like the real Barbie fans are the weird Barbie lovers.
Men are really bad. Women need to separate off from men and hate men in order to be unblinded to the patriarchy, and then they can overthrow the patriarchy and create paradise. That is the thesis of the film. Last comment. Whenever I do film reviews like this, you know, lengthy film reviews of movies like this, the left is always like, why are you taking this so seriously? How dare you take this so seriously?
I mean, like, that's a legitimate question, and I don't think you've tried to answer that. I don't think you've succeeded.
Seriously. Well, because this is a movie where hundreds of millions of dollars will be expended to get people to watch it. It has a heavily political message. It is explicitly designed to divide men from women.
But yeah, like if anything, like, you know, the selling of weird Barbies would be, you know, an example of that recuperation, right? Like I think having a weird Barbie is almost like a sign of rebellion.
It has these negative messages directed at kids. It is supposed to be a kids movie. It's rated PG-13. It is not marketed to PG.
I mean, not the weird Barbies, like the Barbies. Yeah, that's the irony too, right? Is that, like, you know, he's complaining about weird Barbie, and he went in and he made some weird Barbies by, you know, in a way that, like, I can't really get behind in terms of burning the dolls as a symbol of his frustration and cope.
PG-13. It is marketed to PG. It is marketed to moms who are going to skip the PG-13 rating and bring their daughters there anyway. It's a culturally relevant moment, a very culturally relevant moment. And so the entire left's attempts to play the face tattoo syndrome, watch as we take a piece of children's IP and wear its skin around like a mask, like Hannibal Lecter, and we notice it, and then they're like, you noticed it? You're obviously very upset. I find it upsetting when material that is based on children's IP and marketed to little girls actually ends up being angry feminist claptrap that alienates men from women, undermines basic human values, and promotes falsehood.
As opposed to this angry misogynist claptrap.
But all at the same time. And I think a lot of people are going to have a right to be mad. So we'll see what the income trajectory of this film is. By the way, it's just going to die.
Yo, like, he's still coping. Look, Ben, I'll be real with you, okay? This movie making an absurd amount of money, I don't take that as being symbolic of some triumph of feminism, right? It's a movie at the end of the day. It is what you make it. You know, Barbie can be the Barbie IP. It's so malleable, right? You could make it, like I said, it could be, you know, liberatory, or it could be oppressive, right? Depending on, you know, like there's as many Barbies, as many significances for Barbie as a symbol as there are people. Like, it's just, I don't know.
China, the overseas market for this film. Good luck with the Chinese Communist government putting their kids in front of this sort of stuff. It is not going to happen.
Now, wait, somebody did say that there was somebody, like, I don't think it was Ben, but there was some right winger that found a map in the movie, and they looked at the map and they claimed that the way that this world map looked was similar to the world map favored by the Chinese Communist Party. Something about little dashed lines around the South China Sea, right? So they already have, like, there has been a conservative accusation that this movie is playing to the Chinese Communist Party by implying that the South China Sea and Taiwan, you know, are in, you know, China's sphere of influence or whatever. So, you know, that
First, Nebula is the home
It's not even meaningful feminism. I mean, like, I wouldn't expect it to be necessarily. I feel like you could read that into it. You could see that in there, but it's yeah, not
Final rating.
definitely not
Out of 10
hardwired
Barbies.
into it.
How many Barbies? 10 out of 10 being good.
He's gonna
The
give it
answer
like
is
one. Negative Barbies.
Negative all the Barbies.
Yeah, negative because you burned the Barbies. That's right. I forgot.
Negative all of them. I honestly just
Negative infinity. Okay.
as a piece of film, this sucker goes in like my bottom 10
It's
ever.
like feminism 101.
Ever. It is that bad. Not just because of the politics, because the plot makes no sense, because the writing makes no sense, because the acting half the time makes no sense. The entire film is a dog's vomit. It is a dog's breakfast of film.
A dog's breakfast, or okay, anyway.
So yeah, I'm gonna go with negative infinity Barbies. It is that bad. If 10 out of 10 Barbies is like the stereotypical Barbie, this is Barbie head atop the robot body made by the weird kid from Toy Story 1. That's what this is. And also, by the way, Oppenheimer's good.
Okay, let's see why conservatives turned on Bem
Wasn't
Shapiro.
Lenin, but Mussolini was, let's say, at least a mixed bag, leaning on the side of bad.
Oh, I forgot about this one.
Not he was a bad political leader. Franco,
But Franco is okay. That's a kind of fascism that Michael Knowles can get behind.
was broadly speaking pretty good.
Like literally a guy on the
Pretty good guy.
Daily Wire just outright praising a fascist dictator, right? I mean, not surprising he thinks it, but surprising enough that he feels comfortable to say it. Someone like Matt Walsh, who's constantly praised basically America killing like 90% of native people, is like saying that's a good thing.
Conquest and colonization and settling of this land was overall a good and noble and courageous thing.
But you know what's not a good and noble and courageous thing any way you twist it? I bet you can get it. I bet somebody out there can guess what I'm about to say. The top of the hour ad break, right? It's not a good and noble thing. There's no way that you can possibly argue that. And it is coming up at you in what? About like 6 minutes. In about 6 minutes, you're going to be beset by that top of the hour ad break. That is unless you can come up with an Amazon Prime to integrate with your Twitch, thus giving you a free Twitch Prime sub that you can use on the streamer of your choice, unless you can pay $5 to get out of the ad break for yourself, or unless you're lucky enough and like visible enough in chat. In other words, you're active in chat enough that that somebody sees you there without your little Persona 2 avatar and feels bad for you and decides to give you a gift sub. So yeah,
It
you
is
called it,
good
Jules.
that
Yeah,
it happened.
I mean that one was like, you can't give me, nobody give me a 10 out of 10. That was like a 7 out of 10, right? You know, because like that one was just too obvious. Like they set it up for me.
And we should be grateful for it. The people who came here and claimed this land were heroes.
The alt-right used anti-Chinese and racist conspiracy theories to get the movie banned in countries, and got the movie banned in Southeast Asia.
It was heroic. And they were heroes not because of the other good stuff, but because they came and claimed it.
Wait, Sid also has a name?
This is stuff you hear out of the Daily Wire. But for a lot of conservatives, it doesn't go far enough for various different reasons. And today I thought we'd look at some of them. Like, we have some stuff, like Bem Shapiro promoting the COVID vaccines, obviously the dispute with Steven Crowder, Bem Shapiro and the Daily Wire supporting Ron DeSantis. Loads of these people don't like that.
Wait, so that's okay. So are we confirming that Shapiro is still Team DeSantis? Because that's a weird place for him to be hanging out, right? Most of the people that are still on Team DeSantis on this point at this point are anti-Semites. I got to be real, right?
And obviously there's certain things to do with Israel and America.
The Groypers, you know, people who look at Ivanka's marriage to Jared Kushner and you know, they think that like Donald Trump should repudiate his daughter for marrying a Jewish guy or something like that, right? Those are the people that tend to be the big DeSantis you know, proponents at this point.
First, hating like more neoconservative foreign policy. So I want to talk about all of those things.
Matt Walsh is gross
today. Sadly, I haven't seen the Barbie movie, and I wish I had, because then I can make a whole video about Bem Shapiro's own review.
I just did Kavernacle.
Of that, because I made a good video about why Ben Shapiro's movie criticism is so bad, like in January. I would have loved to make a sequel to that, but sadly, I don't think it'd be good to watch a 40-minute review of Barbie and criticize Ben Shapiro's review without actually having watched it myself. But anyway,
Ben is unaware that all conservatives secretly hate him.
This video might be shorter. I'm not really sure. I always say that, and it ends up being like 30 minutes.
Oh, Kavernacle thinks he's gonna change his support to Trump, but yeah, a lot of them are. I mean, like, right, like as soon as it, like, and it should be apparent at this point that, look, Ron DeSantis is, I don't know what could make Ron, even if Trump were to get in so much legal trouble that he stops his campaign, or you know what I mean? Like I don't think that Ron would be at this point. It's actually looking like Ramaswamy, like Vivek Ramaswamy might be, you know, were Trump, something to happen to Donald Trump. You know, Ramaswamy's the one with the juice right now.
But yeah, we're going to talk about all of that today. Please like the video.
I bet that if Robert F. Kennedy, if Q Shaman F. Kennedy Jr. were to switch to the Republican Party and start running in their primary, I think that he'd have a better chance of winning than Ron DeSantis.
So let me know what you guys think down in the comments about just like the belief that Daily Wire is controlled opposition, which I just find, again, so funny. Also, follow me on social media. On Twitter, on Instagram.
I mean, that's utter bullshit, but I love that there's a fight now between different factions in the Republican Party.
Instagram, on Threads, on Blue Sky, pretty much on everything at the Kavernacle. Also consider becoming a patron. I'm trying to build up as many $1 to $3 patrons as possible. Benefits include access to the private patrons Discord server, also access to my Nintendo Switch friend code, and access to exclusive content I've posted there.
I feel like when I finally get into my place, which, like, you know, like I know it feels like I'm always moving, and yeah, I'm going to be moving again, but I signed a lease this time and I should be there. I'm going to try not to move around as much, right? I want to do stuff like that. Like, right, if I actually had time to play video games, I would totally give patrons like access to my like the, what did he say? The codes, yeah, like
access to the private patrons Discord server, also access to my Nintendo Switch friend code.
Yeah, I don't have a Nintendo Switch, but
and access to exclusive content I've posted there in the past. Also,
you're enjoying the far right eating their own. It's always good to see.
Check out my subreddit and check out my second channel. All of those.
You're here. That's all that matters, Janelle.
Things are down in the description. So usually with a video like this, I would like go chronologically. Like I'd go from like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro in 2016 all the way to 2023. I think this time we'll work backwards, where I want to show you what prompted this video, and then we'll work back to show you like why a lot of conservative people like hate Ben Shapiro or hate the Daily Wire. So this tweet was going viral by Censored Men. Is Daily Wire controlled opposition? So we have a bunch of people there I don't recognize. We have Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, some other guy I don't recognize, and Brett.
I gotta say though, people that either like look at like the Daily Wire and they think this is kind of like too liberal, or people that look at Donald Trump and they say that, you know, he's too liberal, right? That's scary.
Cooper. No Michael Knowles in there, actually. And I just realized...
Nick Fuentes looking at Charlie Kirk and saying, this dude's too liberal.
Guys, I didn't really explain what control opposition is. Basically the view that the government is kind of like manipulating the opposition so it doesn't stray into actual opposition to government policies. So, for example, if Ben Shapiro is promoting like the COVID vaccine, that's controlled opposition, right? Because if he was a real opposing the government and New World Order agenda, he'd tell people not to do this because X, Y, and Z.
For example, if there were leftist streamers that call themselves leftist and still... you know, I don't know, supported things like the military-industrial complex and the imperial mission of the country, you know, that would be an example of controlled opposition. It's a good thing that's not true, though, right? It's a good thing that there's no such group of leftists that are like calling themselves leftists, but just kind of not real leftists, right?
Insane reason, right? So that's what they believe. But also as well, the criticisms you're going to see I don't think are absent on this platform. Like the anti-vax stuff, Jordan Peterson has got you covered there 100%. Like he is absolutely insane about COVID. And I think also it's just clear all these people are grifters, right? Like Ben Shapiro, is going to talk about it later. He absolutely hates.
My understanding is that's their problem with Shapiro, right? Shapiro was pro vaccination, and they don't like that.
Donald Trump, and they're jumping ship at the moment. But
why does that version of did anybody else see this? Okay, that Jordan Peterson to me, like, kind of looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Anybody else see that? Like, it looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger playing Jordan Peterson. Yes.
Trump was president. They promote him 24/7. So, you know, but let's have a look at some of the comments. Most definitely, Stephen Crowder and Alex Jones have been telling us. Anti-Whitewatch, another lovely verified account, says, as gatekeeping as...
Okay, so Stephen Crowder calls these people big con, like, right? Big conservative, right? Like basically, you know, big tech, big con.
As gatekeeping gets. Sneeko saying the definition of it. And
who are all these other people in the Daily Wire? Even they forgot Michael Knowles. Oh, I didn't notice that. The most forgettable guy. No, there's one more. Who's that guy? Boring? Jeremy Boring or something? He's too boring to remember. Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens. That photo is like the Mount Rushmore of right-wing schmaltz.
People arguing underneath. Tell me one conservative who's done more
to white leaf. Oh no.
The trans movement than Matt Walsh, and then someone replying,
not
them. But what if the trans movement is just divisive propaganda used to get us fighting? I mean, this guy here is pretty close to getting it in terms of, yeah, like conservatives do hate trans people because it doesn't fit in with their like extremely patriarchal worldview. But at the same time, they are using the trans stuff like Ron DeSantis and others because they literally have no substantive policies to offer and no ways to make your life better. Like they're not even pretending they're going to make your life time. They are using the trans time. They are us fighting. I mean, this guy here is pretty close to getting it in terms of, yeah, like conservatives do hate trans people because it doesn't fit in with their like extremely patriarchal worldview. But at the same time, they are using the trans stuff like Ron DeSantis and others.
Okay, so Sneeko responded that they're the definition of it, and then somebody else says, tell me one person that hates trans people more than Matt Walsh as a way to push back on the Daily Wire's controlled opposition.
Because they literally have no substantive...
Is he their lawyer? I feel like, isn't he also like maybe he is very boring.
Policies to offer and no ways to make your life better. Like they're not even pretending they're going to make your life better. It's just, you know, I'm going to stop.
We're going to make your life better by making your perceived enemies miserable, right? We're going to make trans people miserable. We're going to make black people miserable, and then you'll be happy because you're a hater. That's the happiness that they're offering.
Trans people existing, and that
Jeremy Boring doesn't seem to be a reporter like the others, just a guy that runs the behind the scenes. Yeah, maybe you're right. What's up, INTS? It's funny to see how Kavernacle has a better couch beard than Walsh. Yeah, that's a nice beard. That's a pretty good beard. I thought they're right. They're all about the beards usually, right? You're gonna pound the desk until your fist falls off. Cis people will be happy they aren't trans. Yeah.
That is a distraction. So yeah, they care about it in some ways. Not as much as they make you think, but that is quite funny. You have other stuff here. We're going to talk about this a bit later. Someone saying, yes, they are. One of my many recent posts, Ben Shapiro, COVID and vaccines. The sheer irony lies in how many conservatives rightfully criticize Fauci, even calling for his prosecution, yet remain eerily silent about celebrities who advocated for lockdowns and promoted COVID precautions more than anyone else. Among those, Ben Shapiro stands out as one of the most vocal.
Okay, so this is what they're mad at Ben Shapiro about.
Ben Shapiro is a deep state matrix shill. It is evidenced by his vocal disagreements with Fauci, urging him to implement even more extreme measures. In essence, Shapiro appeared to expect Fauci to exaggerate the effectiveness of the vax, and he was displeased that Fauci, of all people, downplayed their impact. Shapiro even advocated for keeping schools closed. Can you trust Shapiro now, or when the next big global event occurs? The answer is no. He's an agent for those in power. So what is so like unhinged to me about this anti-vax stuff is it's become so mainstream in Republican politics, where like even Donald Trump...
Not just in mainly in Republican politics, right? But if you've noticed, is anybody still on Twitter? I should use this as a chance to mention the Discord, right? Because we have a Blue Sky channel in the Discord now, and if anybody's looking for a code, an invite code, if you're not on Blue Sky yet and you want to be, check out the Blue Skies channel. It's open to all Discord members. All you got to do is sign up. You'll be in the airlock, right? So at first you'll only see 3 channels. Don't get worried about that. That doesn't mean that there's only 3 channels for you to play with. You just you gotta get in there. We gotta know that you're not, you know, some kind of weirdo like trying to harass people, right? But yeah, just get in there and you'll be given access to the Discord. And in that there's a channel called Blue Sky with a little cloud icon by it, and you can possibly get a invite code to Blue Sky, or if you have a Blue Sky invite code that you want to share with somebody, that you can do that too. You can also, you know, promote, follow each other, because I think what people are doing right now is they're posting their profile URLs and following each other. So there's that, and then I will also throw it in to the YouTube.
Was saying people think it's a bad thing to get it now because that's the stuff they've been pushing, and we're going to talk about this maybe in the conclusion, but Ben Shapiro is happy to get into bed with these people because he's gone back on it now.
But yeah, like I was saying, if you've seen Twitter lately, right, there's been like several anti-vax hashtags that are, you know, trending at the same time, basically.
Too about the vaccine,
like the default position on Twitter, you know, feels like it's anti-vax. Now I know that there's like a lot behind that, and you know, Twitter is a place where a lot of astroturf goes on. So in other words, you know, those voices are amplified. Literally sometimes by Elon saying, sounds interesting, right? And post and replying to a thread and thus getting the thread a lot more attention.
All of this stuff. And as you can...
Is it still called Twitter? No, you're right, Jules. It's called X.
See there, these people hate Ben Shapiro for promoting it in the first place, and Ben Shapiro is now scared to even say this stuff again now that he feels like it's not politically advantageous to him. Funny, because Ben Shapiro, I guess, isn't like a stupid guy in the traditional sense, so he knows that like, yeah, like vaccines stop you from getting very, very ill. But increasingly, as I watch him over the years, it's pretty clear once he gets enough opposition, he'll just back down. So you guys remember, Ben Shapiro was pretty vocal against Donald Trump during the nomination, but once Donald Trump gets a nomination, once Trump becomes president, Ben Shapiro doesn't mind him anymore, right? But then he drops Donald Trump recently for DeSantis, but I guarantee when DeSantis loses the primary, they'll go back to supporting Donald Trump. And it's the same with the vaccine stuff as well, right? Ben Shapiro thinks he's smart. Obviously, he realizes how helpful the vaccines were in fighting the pandemic time. It's not that controversial to say, especially when Trump was president. But now everyone absolutely is unhinged about it, so they're turning on him just for the simple fact that he isn't an anti-vaxxer. And it's just really depressing as well, to side note, how mainstream this stuff has become, even with like RFK Jr., I spoke about this a bit last week, is that when I used to write about all this stuff back at my old job, like, it was still fringe in Western politics, and now, at least in American politics, it is literally like the mainstream conservative position is to be against all vaccines. Like, it's genuinely insane. So other people saying Ben Shapiro is a DeSantis supporter and never Trumper, while Ron DeSantis was continuing pushing the vaccine after Trump left office and even injecting 100-year-old veterans. Again, anti-vax stuff. So obviously Zio Media, which pushes white people away from white identity politics and keeps people stuck in pointless BS, like crying about the Barbies movie for months. The Westernist writing just opposition. They are openly anti-white Judeo-accelerationists. Just a couple more tweets I found while looking into this. The Ben Shapiro show has evolved into 2 hours of massaging Ron DeSantis' balls and whining about...
Do they know what accelerationism is? Like, the original definition of accelerationism is like a leftist who feels like the only way that revolution will happen is when people are utterly eviscerated. So in other words, the best thing you can do if you want, you know, if you want an anti-capitalist revolution is to vote for the most right-wing candidate that you can find, right? That's the original. So maybe like a right-wing version of accelerationism would be, I don't know, vote for a socialist or something like that, because then when they get socialism, they'll see how bad it is and they'll you know, revolt and want a fascist government. I don't know.
Trump embarrassing. Tune in to the Ben Shapiro show today to find out why Biden and the corrupt DOJ...
Like Jimmy Dore, oh my God, he has sometimes like tipped his hat in that direction. So, sometimes, I guess, sometimes, but not always.
Uniting President Trump is a great thing and means we should definitely vote for Ron DeSantis and his globalist...
Something happened with Matt Bender, didn't it, today? Does anybody know?
Donors. Ben Shapiro is hysterically attacking Barbie while urging us to support the Biden regime's financing of...
I am trying to remember.
...mass slaughter in Ukraine.
I heard about this. It sounded... He's got a... Elon Musk, Twitter reinstated an account that was literally posting child exploitation materials on Maine, right? And you know, that's what they got banned for, and apparently Elon just, you know, reinstated them.
and to vote for the latest neocon stooge, Ron DeSantis. So yeah, more like America first.
Didn't he say he would vote for Trump? He made an argument, yeah, with Sam Seder. That's what I mean. Like sometimes he does seem to be espousing, you know, something like accelerationism. I just don't know if like Jimmy Dore has ever considered himself a leftist proper. And there's so much that he supports now that it's like unambiguously right wing, and he's not doing it with the idea that, yeah, you know, to make people realize how bad the situation is, so they're gonna go, you know, left. He is like anti-woke, right? For instance, so
more like anti.
Jimmy Dore's hard to characterize.
Semites and racists and all these different types hating on Ben Shapiro
Other
because
than call him
he
a
got the
grifter,
vaccine, he
you'll
supports
always be
Ukraine.
right.
And he likes Ron DeSantis, right? And we've been seeing this for a while, that while there was some degree of unity when Donald Trump was president, like there weren't many dissenting conservative voices, maybe like John McCain, Mitt Romney, people like that, like old school Republicans, but generally conservative media was all in on Donald Trump. Fox News, Daily Wire, all that stuff. But now what happens, as you see with the Daily Wire, they want to get rid of Trump. And so does Fox News as well. So to a lot of America First types, they see that as, oh, it's controlled opposition from like...
Yeah, and generally the reason for that is that Trump has become a liability to them. Trump has got too much baggage. They don't have the faith in Trump being able to beat Biden, and if you look at the polls, that's kind of borne out.
The deep state of the government,
as opposed to the hardcore DeSantis supporters who basically see Trump as being insufficiently anti-Semitic.
They don't want Trump to win because he's such a threat. And I really don't view it like that at all. I think Fox News and the Daily Wire, they don't want Trump to win because he doesn't get stuff done, right? The only thing he did during his 4 years in office was tax cuts, right? They want someone like Ron DeSantis who passes everything because you just tell him what to do and he does it for you, right? Proving that in Florida. Where Donald Trump is really too erratic, you can't be sure he's going to do anything, to be honest. So that's really why they want Ron DeSantis. And I actually made a whole video about this recently where he was promoting DeSantis even more, and like loads of people like the Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, they were all just like turning on Ben Shapiro. But the vaccine thing I think is really interesting, so I want to focus on that a bit more. We've seen the fringe position go so mainstream that now conservatives are even afraid to promote like really traditional medical science of, yeah, get vaccines and don't get really sick, right? And that's good for the whole of society because you eradicate diseases, which because of anti-vaxxers actually have made a comeback in recent decades, which can make people like very, very sick. And it's all just like this like individualism to the extreme. But Ben Shapiro promotes this stuff all the time. Like if you're going to keep attacking like Fauci and everything like that, don't be surprised. Your whole audience are filled with these anti-vax types, and then you have to bow down to them. So here is just a random ass Rumble video I found by someone called Justin Nemos. And I think he pretty much summarizes like this more even far-right worldview when it comes to the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro.
Shapiro promoting the vaccine. Also, and a lot of people forget about this, and we had this article up on theredelephants.com before we took the site down and turned it into Daily Veracity. Ben Shapiro initially contributed to the shaming of the Covington Catholic kids. He retweeted attack after attack after attack on the Covington Catholic kids until there was backlash, until he figured out that he was wrong about that too. And then he unretweeted those tweets. An account with I don't know how many millions of followers that Ben Shapiro has. The damage has been done. Stop watching these controlled opposition shills. They're never censored from anything, and there's a reason for that.
What is that? Hey, what's up, M Dragon? What is that hat? It looks like Florida.
Because what they're promoting as conservatism, their takes on all of the most important issues are no different.
No, it's not Florida.
There might be some differences here and there, but they're negligible. They're trivial.
I literally
basically
can't
no
tell.
Different from the mainstream talking points. This guy's no different from any other liberal out there. All of a sudden, Ben Shapiro wants to come out and apologize.
That's right. Ben Shapiro, mainstream liberal. Sure.
Everywhere. He wants to apologize to the people who watch and listen to his show. He says that he has been tricked. He was deceived. We have this from The Blaze. After advocating for COVID-19 vaccination for over a year, Ben Shapiro says that he was deceived. We were lied to by everyone, he says. Oh, gee, you think, Mr. Shapiro? You think? You know, when people like me, back at the beginning of this, back before this was even rolled out, were saying these things, we're telling the truth about these things, and now you're admitting to be true, you called us conspiracy theorists, and then you continued to promote the vaccine on your show, and you said, get vaccinated, dopes. That's what you said on your Twitter timeline. You said, you basically called people stupid for not getting the vaccine. And now all of a sudden, 2 years later, you want to come out and apologize? Sorry, the damage has been done. And honestly, I don't even understand how he has a show this big. Yeah, I get he's controlled opposition, right? This is what controlled opposition is, 101. These are the people that are promoted. These are the people that are in the mainstream. These are the people that are never censored. But people need to really understand and realize that Ben Shapiro is literally no different than the furthest left progressive out there when it comes to the most important things.
Can you imagine like what an insane worldview you'd have to think racist Zionists like Ben Shapiro is really like no different to like the left or liberals? Like even if you do think generally in American politics, like this guy was saying, like a lot of issues are the same. Like I don't know, let's say Ben Shapiro and some random Democrat like Joe Biden, let's say, okay, Israel, they both support it, vaccinations, they both support it. It's very surface level though, isn't it? Like the rhetoric is different, the economic ideology is far more to the right. There's no way Ben Shapiro is very similar to a lot of like your average liberal voters, I guess, even if we move away from the politicians. But basically, yeah, they're still really mad just about the vaccine because to them, they see that as promoting the Biden regime, just like Ukraine, right? Because Biden's doing it, it's bad. Even though, you know, if Donald Trump was doing the same thing, I don't think they'd think the same. What is this guy talking about? Ben Shapiro, embarrassingly, has like completely backtracked on the vaccine stuff. We were lied to, Ben Shapiro finally admits he was wrong to promote vaccines. Tuesday's episode of the Ben Shapiro Show, it's now perfectly clear we were lied to, and we were lied to at a very high level and from a very, very early on by both the vaccine companies in terms of the ability of the vaccine to prevent transmission, and by our politicians who apparently knew better. Shapiro stressed that false narratives, such as those carefully maintained and advanced by the Biden administration, stand to undermine faith in American institutions and experts. When a scientific institution alleges something in concert with the government that is issuing laws to get you to do a thing, and it turns out these things are lies, he concluded
Anybody else notice that the Young Turks have kind of seemed to have taken a weird rightward turn on vaccines as well? Like I swear to God, I always think that like, okay, they're gonna chill out for a while and try to like lay low. And then I see something by TYT and it's like, yo, you know, the Gen 6ers, maybe they had kind of a point. You know, actually, you know, they were mad about some real things. Some of them just wanted money out of politics. And it's like, no, Jank, no, that's not, they wanted to, they wanted to hang Mike Pence. That's, you know.
Lied to by everyone. We were lied to by the scientists. We were lied to by Pfizer. We were lied to by the government. We were lied to by the Biden.
They wanted to prevent the transfer of power from the losing candidate to the winning candidate.
Administration, I don't like being lied to. Shapiro demanded that corrective action be taken, starting with having everybody who's involved in this sort of stuff needs to be fired, and then went on to say there needs to be actual criminal prosecutions if you are disseminating false health information to people on the basis of zero evidence. Knowing what he knows now, Shapiro, who is double vaccinated, said he is not sure whether he would have taken the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine, but said maybe not.
Well,
Honestly, this
look, if he really wants to play up like that, he's, you know, had a change of heart as far as the vaccines go. You know, he'd be like worried about his health. He'd be like, I've gotten vaccinated twice. I'm gonna have a, you know, myocardial event, or like, right, you know, that's what they're on about. They are like literally like, but by their beliefs, like everybody who got the vaccine should be experiencing like, you know, life-threatening health events, right?
Is so shameless, because obviously Ben Shapiro knows this, right? I wrote about like the production of the COVID-19 vaccine. I interviewed people for my job involved in actually making it and stuff. And basically what anyone knows when it comes to clinical trials research is that you can do trials to a point where you get something released because it's safe and effective, and then you keep doing trials and you keep doing trials for different variables, and the science changes. And especially with a pandemic, you see how different things mutate, how you need to change your own like medicines and vaccines to combat this, right? With this sort of logic, you would say that once an original scientist does like some, I don't know, experiment and comes to a conclusion, you can never like build on that work and come to a different conclusion because it means the original person is lying. The science was constantly evolving because it was like a brand new thing. So you keep researching it. And Ben Shapiro knows that, right? He talks about his wife being a doctor. Ben Shapiro understands science enough to know that just because in March 2020 they were saying one thing, them saying something different in like, I don't know, 2023 makes perfect sense and isn't part of like some secret conspiracy by the government to control you in a certain period of time. It's how much Ben Shapiro has to pander, is that he has to bow down and actively make the world a dangerous place. And his rhetoric is, it's Biden's fault for damaging trust in institutions, while himself spreading this narrative that you just can't trust the government, you can't trust health science on anything. But Ben Shapiro being controlled opposition is something like we've been seeing in the rhetoric recently, and it is indicative of a wider split in the American conservative movement, which I'm interested to see how it plays out as the Republican primaries get even worse. So you guys remember, I think in January this year, the Daily Wire offered Stephen Crowder like a massive like $50 million deal for him to sign up for the Daily Wire. And Stephen Crowder rejected it, saying it was big conservative trying to censor him. And people like Alex Jones also played into this, saying, defending Stephen Crowder, Alex Jones calls Ben Shapiro Judas Iscariot and claims the Daily Wire is controlled opposition and worse than the Democrats. So this is the mindset of a lot of these conservatives who hate Ben Shapiro. So Alex Jones says, let's get into, the media calls it a circular firing squad between Crowder and Shapiro, but that's not it. He said, I don't want the $50 million, which was over 5 years, with bandwidth and crew. That's not that much money, folks. It is a lot of money. That ain't worth that much. I can tell you what it takes to run this. He's running a similar operation. Then they spun it if he was mad and wanted more money. Then I guess Robert Barnes saying, absolutely, the contract wasn't a $50 million contract. The contract was indentured servitude, contract to be loyal to big tech or lose your money over the next 6 years. The Daily Wire was founded by a billionaire family out of Texas connected to natural gas and fracking. That's involved in a real weird religious movement that backed Ted Cruz, that founded the Daily Wire to take out Breitbart and Bannon to try and take out the populist wing of the Republican Party. Jeremy Boring has admitted that being an anti-Trump platform was their foundation. They were backed by spook-related money and spook-related sources. Their goal, it's not a coincidence they were big backers of Ted Cruz, not a coincidence they were big Trump haters. Jones saying there's no doubt that if you're going to control the opposition, you should lead it. It's 100% that Ben Shapiro is a figurehead. There's some good people at the Daily Wire. I don't want to attack them all. I'm just telling you folks, they are worse than the Democrats. They are the Judas goats. They are Judas Iscariots. Ben Shapiro is Judas. And then obviously,
I feel like there's, am I wild to think that there's some kind of dog whistle in that?
see, you have the Alex Jones far right and people like the Gab CEO Again, that platform is just known for being a far-right haven. So the CEO of free speech social network Gab has claimed that the reason conservative commentator Ben Shapiro frequently has some of the biggest engagement on Facebook is due to controlled opposition. So Andrew Torber told Newsweek, Ben Shapiro serves the interests of the establishment elite. There's a reason his content is consistently in the top 10 links on Facebook on a daily basis, often taking up 6 or 7 spots in the top 10. It's not because his ideas are good or new or because he's speaking truth with power. Facebook can point to Ben Shapiro's inflated performance on their platform and say, see, we don't censor conservatives. Ben Shapiro is only a threat to the 19-year-old college women that he debates. Facebook knows this, which is why they boost him among other establishment-friendly conservatives who pose no threat to the established order and indeed serve the interests of the uniparty American oligarch regime. So the only truth I'll say to all these far-right people and just conservatives who don't like Ben Shapiro, the only thing I'll say about their criticism is Ben Shapiro largely does represent establishment conservatives, right? I still think he is firmly on the far right. I know people get mad when I say that about American conservatives, but American conservatism is a far right ideology. You just have different flavors, so you have establishment.
The closest thing I'd say is that like he wants the Republicans to win more than he's invested in the Trump brand, right? But his political outlook is very Trumpian, even if he doesn't favor Donald Trump as the proper surrogate, even if he views Donald Trump as being somebody with too much baggage.
All right, or you have more conspiratorial nationalist far right. And there are a few differences between them, maybe like, you know, the anti-neoconservatism of the alt-right or the anti-Israel stuff and the anti-Zionism stuff, which is often from the anti-neoconservatism angle, but also because they are massive anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists, where Ben Shapiro will happily pander to these conspiracy theorists without outright saying it, but at the same time, sometimes their mask does slip, and they come out and say, you know, they support DeSantis, but don't worry, like I said, if Trump wins the nomination, they'll be all promoting Donald Trump within like a year, because they always do that, because it's about making money all the time. But like I said, it's interesting that this split is happening, and really, it would be so interesting to see if Donald Trump lost the primary, what would happen?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people who like Donald Trump also like Ben Shapiro, but I think there is a breaking point where if DeSantis got the nomination, which isn't going to happen, they would all back him. And then what would Trump do? Run third party maybe? They'd all say that, you know, Alex Jones is already saying Ben Shapiro is Judas, right? They will all be saying Ben Shapiro, Ron DeSantis, they betrayed Donald Trump to the deep state. Because these people have still convinced themselves, these America Firsters, that Donald Trump represents a threat to the establishment, which is just hilarious how they view politics. Like, billionaire, ex-president, anti-establishment. He might not fit in with the conventional political establishment of the Republican Party, but he does fit in generally with the religious and financial elite of America, right? He is not a threat to these people in the slightest because he's one of them. Yeah, but these guys have all convinced themselves that sometimes he's a threat. But what did he do?
If anything, you know, he's just potentially so incompetent that he might not be able to pass their agenda.
When he was president, he just gave massive tax breaks to the richest people in America. Aren't they the establishment? Aren't they the swamp?
Yeah, the one thing that he passed. The one thing that he passed.
So funny they're turning on Ben Shapiro. Like, I understand it to some degree just because Ben Shapiro is, I don't know, against Donald Trump, who's their boy and stuff. But at the same time,
it might also be anti-Semitism.
There isn't really too many policy differences between Ben Shapiro and America Firsters beyond anti-neocon and anti-Israel, right? Which can be a big thing for them. And just generally, they don't like Jewish people either. But I feel like Ben Shapiro, and this is like the conclusion to everything, and everything we've been talking about, Ben Shapiro is a Jewish person in a primarily Christian conservative movement, and Western chauvinists among them will happily accept Jewish people, happily accept people from Israel maybe as well, and they'll happily accept Israel as part of Western Judeo tradition, as they say, or values or whatever. But the thing is, he's cultivated such an audience of massive racists as well. There's going to come a time when they're going to turn on him properly, right?
Yeah.
And if I was Ben Shapiro, I'd be super concerned with my safety, generally, because if America went really downhill, became more authoritarian, like Russia or something like that, right? Does Ben Shapiro think they'll spare him? They won't go after him? Because they will, right? They're already saying controlled opposition for minor things already, right? But if someone more overtly nationalistic, racist gets in with a bunch of people who are like him, backing him...
So you could almost see this as a very early stab in the back allegation, right?
They'll go after Ben Shapiro. And him downplaying all this anti-Semitism basically allows it to flourish within his audience because, like I said, he tricks them into thinking
Catalina
the only real
Gearbox,
anti-Semitism is liberals and leftists who criticize Israel.
I feel like
it's
we
not
got
Jordan Peterson.
the
It's not even
gist
Kanye West,
of what,
really. It's those liberals and leftists who don't like Israel. And he's allowing all these conspiracies to thrive because he doesn't call them out. And even when he does call them out...
I want to really quickly... Catalina Gearbox gave me some cool stuff to watch. I've been meaning to watch this very video that you sent me, Catalina, so... Let's see if we have time to...
Very few things in history are black and white. A lot of...
This video is called The Confederacy Was Bad by Dubas Goobus.
It is gray, and that includes the Civil War. It was actually fighting for states' rights.
States' rights to do what?
Excuse me, sir?
States' rights to do what? What did you want to use those rights for? You usually don't mention that part. I want to hear it. I wonder what you want to do with them.
Well, the Confederacy didn't want to be oppressed by the North.
Really? What were they preventing you from doing? What did they not want you to do?
Listen, my friend, there was more to it than slavery for why we made the Confederacy.
That is really, really interesting because the guy who made the Confederacy, the vice president, said that it was because they wanted to have slavery, and all the state constitutions said they wanted to have slavery, and they seceded the moment that the president got elected that was going to abolish slavery. Boy, the Confederacy sure looks slavery adjacent, at least. No, anyways, states' rights do what?
You're ignoring our other concern.
Yeah, but among the concerns was slavery, so I don't care because you deserve it because you're evil. And slavery is evil. You should know this. By the way, could you answer my question, you fucking traitor? States' rights to do what?
Well, it's our heritage.
So it lasted 5 years. The annoying orange has existed longer than the Confederacy did. The fucking annoying orange, dude. You're gonna celebrate a nation so fucking weak the annoying orange outlived it?
Well, states' rights.
Got Douglas.
Each Dixie boy must understand that he must mind his Uncle Sam away.
Okay, so yeah, that was really good. Now, this does not leave us with much time to do what I need to do. This does not leave us with much time. Oh my god, including create what I need to do. Create some kind of a. This does not leave us with much time. Oh my god, including create what I need. What is this called? Create some kind of a. This does not leave us with much time. Oh my god, this is the infinite regress. We're doing it again. What is this called? Create some kind of a. The infinite regress. That's what it's called. This is the infinite regress. We're doing it again. This is called and it's a good thing too because you're about to have an ad break. If I didn't raid out. The infinite regress. If I didn't raid out to Matt Bender, you would have an ad break. I'm going to save you from that ad break. Instead, you're going to get the infinite regress. If I didn't raid out to Matt Bender, you would have an ad break. And if we didn't raid out, then you'd be getting this infinite regress like over and over again. So be thankful that it's only a temporary. If you didn't raid out, then you'd be getting this infinite regress over and over again. So be thankful. Get in the robot. We are about to raid into Matt Bender. Say hi to the Bender mods. Say hi to the Bender chat for me. Get in the robot. We are about to raid into Matt Bender's love and tell him good job for me finding out the latest thing that Elon's done. Tell him anyway, good job for me. Infinite regress. Finding out the latest thing that Elon's done. Good night, everybody. Anyway, meow. Good job for me. Infinite regress. Finding out the latest. Is there a raid call? Oh no, I don't know. Good night, everybody. Anyway, meow. Good job for me.